Alright. It's very hot here. I mean, fair enough, I guess. Fucking fair enough. You got yourself muted. Also, hi, Quinn. Welcome. While Mal is fixing all that, I just want everyone to know that it is 34 degrees Celsius in my office, which is about 94 Fahrenheit. Hi, Amber. You are too fuzzy and too warm to be near me right now. Go away. Oh, shit.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Thank you for the follow, fellas. At least I think that's how you say your name. Ember, please go away. It is too hot for me to deal with you.
There we go. So yes, playing Neon White, very speedrun heavy game. Then I also started Flintlock, which is a Souls-like, basically, centered on more godslaying, as is the usual.
Siege of Dawn.
Yes.
Flintlock, the Siege of Dawn. Okay, let me look at this.
Mm-hmm. It is centered on a character named Nor. It has some open world-ish elements, but it's rather linear, so it's not quite as overwhelming.
I gotta say, it looks kind of janky. I'm not even looking at the videos. Like, I'm just looking at the slideshow that it's got.
It's a little
That has a certain quality to its textures and modeling that just screams, this is gonna have some janky animations to me.
Yeah, it has
I don't know why.
Yeah, it has a little bit of jank, but not as much as you might think. It is the first thing out of this particular developer studio. I admit part of the
Really, because like the fucking Steam thing says like they're also the makers of Ashen, which I've never even fucking heard of before.
Might be the publisher. I don't know.
Maybe.
But anyway, it is interesting. It has to do with gods like Enki, for example.
For those of you who don't know, that's a Babylonian god.
Yep. There's Enki,
or it's Sumerian, but
Ramu, I think. Which is UR.
kind of funny that that god's name became the prefix that we use for old shit.
Yep. Voiced character, but that's okay, because at least it's not generic white fantasy man.
That's fair. Yeah. I am so fucking tired of every single goddamn game being the same motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always the same protagonist. I don't care how much different you think you've made the character's personality. You haven't. They're the same dude. It's always the same dude.
Mm-hmm. You know, vaguely grizzled.
Yeah, it's either vaguely grizzled or a vaguely snarky. One of the two.
Yep.
It's a plucky young adventurer or a grizzled veteran. That's the only two options you get. I'm so fucking tired of it.
Yeah, in this case, Nor has been dealing with undead incursions for a while. Because that's been the problem.
That'd be
And
fair.
they go to try to destroy the door between the Great Below and their world, but
I'm assuming this great below is like the afterlife or some shit.
yep.
Okay, fair enough.
But when they go through the fucking barrier and destroy the barrier, they actually let the gods out. So it created more problems.
I mean, that's usually how it goes.
Yeah,
Great job breaking.
exactly. Um, yeah, so for this one, rather than uh, it being like guns being anti-magic the way they are in Umineko,
I still think that's so fucking stupid.
yeah, it's more that gunpowder has a specific quality unto itself that can actually harm a god.
That is also very strange. I would have
Strange,
to hear the reasoning for that.
strange, but it at least gives it a little something, and it's not anti-magic because uh, the god helping you to deal with the damage actually adds a little bit of magic to your gunpowder, so you can use your gunpowder charges to do your double jumps.
Okay, that sounds like Gunbreaker shit to me.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's very Gunbreaker in that sense. So it's very focused on, for example, uh, now that the gods are in charge and have, like, people on their side, they're going around destroying gunpowder deposits. Or, like, destroying gunpowder factories. Anyway, what have you been up to, Kat?
Uh, it's mostly just been really hot.
Yeah, that's fair.
I would like to say that I got something done in between there, but no, it's mostly just really fucking hot.
Yeah, that sounds about right. You've been.
Like I said, like at the beginning there, while you were messing with your mic, like it's 34 degrees Celsius in my office right now, like at this exact moment.
Yeah, that's a
It
big
is
fucking oof.
it is way too hot here. I mean, it's survivable. Like I'm not gonna fucking die, but I am in a lot of pain right now. So, like, I'm pretty sure I'll be pretty damn tired by like the end of like 4 hours here.
Yeah,
We'll see, but I
you have been
I
working
don't know
on
how
your
long.
Final Fantasy 14 glams.
Yes, I have. Hold on a second. I can show those off right now because those. So I have a screen capture on, not a program capture.
Yeah.
Let me just like pull this out. Here you go, everyone. Take a look at Raya. Raya is very beautiful. She is beauty. She is grace. She rides giant rodents in space, stolen from Mal
Uh huh.
shamelessly.
Yeah, I only came up with the last line.
Yeah, I came up with the like.
Yeah, you just didn't have a rhyme, and I'm like, space. The only place free of capitalism for now.
The one place untouched by capitalism.
Yes.
Space.
I still love that that was the best take he had. because you can tell.
Tim Curry is a treasure.
Oh, he absolutely is. But just the fact that he's just barely holding it together, I kind of wanted his. I wanted to see the bad takes.
Fucking the first one I showed just now has a chess piece that is from an alliance raid, which is the big 24 mans. That's what you would imagine in every other MMO, that something called a raid, right? A big 24 to 48 group of people fighting some motherfucker. And
That's also
DPS
true,
queue, it
Kieran.
takes a very long time because there's a lot of DPS classes and not very many tank classes or healer classes, and it's just sort of, we need more of those other things, and for people to get over their like fucking tank anxiety and all that shit. Anyway, so it takes a long time for DPS to get into a queue or for their queue to pop or whatever. So I was fucking sitting there for like 20 minutes in between each queue, and I accidentally goddamn muscle memory greed on the fucking piece that I needed for that glamour the first time I got it. It took me another 4 hours for it to pop up again. I hate it.
Yeah.
The entire reason I went into that raid in the first place, and I greeted it on accident. It fucking launched me into the sun. It does look really good, though.
It really does.
No, it's not just what's his fuck, musky boy. Didn't
Yeah, what's his the
like
dragon?
fucking
Wait,
Bezos do it too?
yeah,
You can really tell that I'm dying over here in the heat because I can't even fucking remember Bezos's name. Took me like way too long.
yeah. Let's see here, just to show y'all at least the one magical photo. She is beauty. She is great.
Oh, yes.
She rides giant rodent through space.
Yes. I fucking I should have grabbed that one too, but she still needs to pull her fucking bra strap up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I want to know who designed that outfit because, like, I need to have some sharp words with them.
Yeah.
The outfit as a whole looks great. That part does not. That looks annoying as fuck.
Yep.
Dude, I was actually I was thinking yesterday, trying to find like a something to round out my swimsuit glams.
Mhm.
And I decided, like, you know what, I'm gonna go look at stuff on the Mog Station just to see if there actually is anything even in the game at all. And there is a couple things that for what I'm looking for. The fucking the ladies' knickers from like fucking 6 years ago at the Moonfire Fair.
Yeah.
It's $2 for just like a singular piece of undyeable glam that is, it's not even account wide.
Yeah.
Like, I was actually considering getting it until I saw that it was single character only, and I was like, oh no, absolutely not. I'm not paying $2 for a pair of virtual underwear.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. It's not even real.
Yep. That's absolutely fair. And it does feel like you just kind of get lucky on when you played the game, what you can
Right?
get from stuff. And I kind of feel like sometimes the older stuff was better. And
In some cases, it is.
yeah,
Because, like, I can't remember the name of it now, but there's from the Moonfire Fair the year before I started playing, there was a fancy jacket, or not jacket, but like a coat, a summer coat sort of deal that goes to on the bathing suit thing, and I like it. Looks great. It's fantastic,
yeah,
but
absolutely.
like I can't get it without paying a bunch of money.
Exactly.
And this year, the one Moonfire Fair that I've actually managed to attend didn't even have any fucking glam on it. It just had an emote, which I don't really care about because it's kind of a shitty emote. I mean, I'm sure some people are excited about it, but for my purposes, it's kind of shitty. Just like wave a fan on a stick at someone.
Yeah, yeah. It's like that and like some sort of furnishing piece you can get.
Yeah. Which of course I don't use either because like I can't afford to keep my sub up all the time, so there's no point in me buying a house.
It is true. Alright, so getting into this, I don't know why you're angry, Battler. You should. Everyone was killed, goddammit. By that goddamn old fart. Saying something incomprehensible about Beatrice's resurrection ritual or something. Then, that means 13 people have been offered as sacrifices.
There we go.
And Beatrice will have revived already, you know? Add battery for vibes, okay.
What?
Fucking captioner.
What? Oh, yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Somehow, Battler, I do not think you're actually going to manage that this particular turn.
Yeah, I don't think so. We're only
I
halfway
think
through.
it's very obvious that this is written to be read and experienced as it was coming out because there's zero tension here. I know that Battler's not going to fucking win this time. I know that Jessica was not going to win that fight. I know that George wasn't going to win that fight because we're not even halfway through yet.
Right. Or at
Which
the
is,
very
you know,
least, if they won the fight, the other shoe would drop some other way.
exactly, yeah. Like it's not an actual victory here.
I'll take
No matter what
Beatrice
happens here,
too.
there's no
Killed them
real
both.
victory.
We survived the ritual, so we'll receive an invitation to the Golden Land from Beatrice, you see? All wishes are granted there. If you're suffering...
Something that does kind of bother me about this whole setup with the ritual and the Golden Land. Amber, you can shut up. You're not. No, you're not part of this stream. Is that the sacrifices should not be able to be brought back
Yeah?
because otherwise it's not a sacrifice; it's a temporary inconvenience. There's no actual sacrifice happening here.
Yeah. Then again, like, you could talk about Jesus' bad weekend.
Yeah, but there was a symbolic sacrifice, not an actual sacrifice. It wasn't being used to fuel a ritual or anything like that, or to fuel someone else's resurrection, right?
I guess.
Like in this case, these 13 lives are being used as a sacrifice to fuel the ritual of resurrection for Beato, who is far more powerful than a singular life, like than a singular person. So, of course, she needs more than one. And then she also needs the power to open the door to the Golden Land, which is also a big deal. So,
That's fair.
this isn't just like some symbolic thing where, like, okay, yes, I am wiping away man's original sin.
If you're suffering because your family is killed, then you just have to bring them back to life. That's what I plan to do. I'm gonna revive my really nice mama, the one that isn't possessed by the Black Witch.
Thank you for the subscription, Bedwards. Also, welcome in.
So Mama will always be with me from now on. There won't be any more overtime or working on days off.
I appreciate your money, my friend.
She'll, she'll always be with me and think only of me, and she'll fight all the time against fearsome enemies for me. Interesting. There's something wrong with you.
You're just now figuring this out, Battler.
How can you sit there saying such incomprehensible crap in a situation like this? I mean, I would start questioning Battler. Who the fuck told her about the Golden Land?
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit.
Like, yeah, obviously Battler on the game board knows, oh, Beto was talking to her, but this Battler should be...
Probably hasn't come up yet.
Yeah, this Battler should be
like this Battler.
Yeah, this Battler should be like, who the fuck actually told you about that? Because, you know, the old man don't like you. Didn't Auntie Curie just tell you, Battler? Didn't she tell you to believe in the witch? Shit, this isn't the time to get into an argument with you. Forget hostages, at this point there's no one left alive at all. This dumb as hell, screwed up ritual game is done now. From here on, I'm doing what I want. Someone might still be alive. Or someone might be hiding. I'll search every nook and cranny of this place, find them, and beat the shit out of them. In a rage, Battler grabbed his hat stand spear and flew out of the room.
The hat stand spear.
Yeah. Maria watched him go, looking bored. But Beatrice would grant your wishes soon anyway. Stupid Battler. Then the phone rang out again. Maria stood up and grabbed a receiver. Hello? Of course, the sound of the phone also reached Battler's ears as he was about to dash out of the guest house. With violent forcefulness, he turned around and dashed into the cousin's room. Maria, the phone call. Who's it from? The terrifying look on his face, Battler yelled at Maria, who was on the phone. You couldn't blame him. Right now, the only humans left alive on the island were himself, Maria, Goda, and Kumasawa. But there was no way those two could call when they were locked in the gardening storehouse, which meant there was only one person. It had to be Kinzo. She happily chatted with the person on the other end of the phone. Maria slowly turned to face Battler. With an unsettling expression on her face, she laughed with a hee. It felt almost as though the person on the other end of the line was chatting about Battler. Maria, who's on the phone? Grandfather? Battler couldn't imagine that this was the case. After all, it was inconceivable that Maria would be having such a friendly talk with Kinzo, chatting to him about Battler with that eerie smile on her face. Just what kind of person could be on the phone? Who could make Maria chat with a smile like that? At that time, in the back of his mind, the words Curie had spoken to him drifted up. Even if a witch does appear, there is no need to doubt it. Just believe in its existence. Yep, Battler just came back. He sure is hasty. Maria, who's on the phone? Who? Hand it over? Sure. Here, Battler. After getting the consent of the person on the other end, she held the receiver out to Battler. Here? Maria held the receiver out to him, take as though it was perfectly normal. Battler felt just a little bit of hesitation towards taking the receiver.
You just sit there like, take it, jackass.
Because by acknowledging the existence of the person on the other end, he would have no choice but to admit it. Kiri had said it. There is no longer any need to doubt their existence. Battler took the receiver. After he did so, Maria briskly headed for the door. Battler, who was slightly fearful about finding out for sure who was on the other end of the receiver, questioned Maria before taking the call. Hey, where are you going? To where my test is. I wonder who the Ushiro family head will be, you or me? Don't go, you'll be killed. No, I won't. The ritual's already over. That does not mean a damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
And even if I am, I'll be revived. Whether one of us becomes the head or not, we're already invited to the Golden Land. See ya! Battler stretched his hand out to Maria's back as she left, but the cord of the receiver that he was gripping held him back like a chain. He readied himself. Battler put the receiver to his ear. Hello?
Congratulations. What? Why are you... Why are you saying you're fine? What?
Oh, is the game audio not running now?
It is. I just can't hear what they're singing in the background. Oh, for fucking Quinn. Oh no.
There we go. I don't know how it got muted, but it did. I fixed it, though.
Alright, and I'm fine, whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean, Beato. Oh god. Just running through a fucking script, some of which doesn't even make sense.
Screwed up mocking English filled his ears. It was the voice of a woman he didn't know. Who? The inside of his head was starting to freeze up. Who?
What do you mean, who, Ushiramiya Battler?
Yes, I'm fine.
This is painful. The answer normally is yes, I'm fine. Is it not? That takes me back. You must have done that one in middle school, right? That thing you do in pairs. What? Is my brain too cooked from the heat to understand what the fuck's going on here?
English lessons in Japan.
Well,
basically.
Yeah, it's just, I just don't know, like...
Yeah,
how would this girl even know about that, first off? Wasn't she locked up for most of that?
That's a good question. Edwards.
Speaking the language of the gods, my ass.
You're insane. Who are you? Answer me.
Say it in English, isn't that your specialty?
Quit messing with me. Who are you? That crazy old bastard's underling? I do love this song. I can't make out most of the lyrics right now, but it's very fun.
手先とはキスし虜と言ってやれ
Fucked up. But alright, man, so. Underling is a cruel description. Go the other way and try captive.
金蔵こそわらわの虜
I have Kinzo captive.
だろ
Right?
That last laugh didn't sound like it was aimed at Battler. It's almost as though Kinzo was right next to the phone, cackling as well. Say your goddamn name. Who are you? Who?
当ててみろよ。ハワイへご招待するぜ。
Try and guess. You could win an invitation to Hawaii.
Also, a return into this fit.
やっとだ。やっと。
Finally. Finally.
長かったぜ。ほんと
Okay.
に今日
Why is she acting so different right now? What the fuck is going on?
Yeah? You think she got into Kinzo's liquor cabinet bedwards?
I mean, maybe. Could be. It was so long. The days leading up to the day were really long. Unless this...
10年は待ったぜ。今日という日をよ。
Unless this isn't the same Beato we're used to.
Maybe? Because I think we can safely...
Kinzo was the conductor of the ritual this time, so maybe he summoned the version of her that he knew.
It could be that. It could also be... In general, that fit indicates Beato as a game piece. And
Could be.
And she acts a little bit different.
I seriously waited 1,000 years, you know, for this day to arrive.
おかげさまをもちまして。
And here it is, all thanks to you.
わらは大復活。
My big resurrection.
サンキュー金蔵。
Thank you, Kinzo.
特別にさっきの待った聞いてやってもいいぜ。
Just this once, I'll let you have that last take back of yours. What?
A take back in chess.
Oh, okay.
Is at least what I'm assuming.
It's been like 20 years since I played chess, alright? Like, I don't remember this shit at all.
やれやれ、上機嫌にも程があろうが。
Hell's bells, do you have to be in such a... do you have to be in this much of a good mood?
もう少しは淑女らしく振る舞わんか。
Can't you act a little more ladylike? Nah. Nah, fuck
Fuck that.
that.
In fact, like, even if I don't like it, Beato, you go ahead and make it worse now. Specifically despite this fucker.
Kinzo and Beatrice sat facing each other over the chessboard on the reception table. Also on the table were expensive cheeses and the like to go with drinks. Oh, she is drinking. And there was a line of several empty wine bottles. Okay. As Beatrice rolled around in her sofa in an unseemly way, she held a wine glass in one hand in a good mood, and probably completely drunk. Fuck, Bedwards, you call that?
今日は最高 にご機嫌だから大サービスだ。
I'm in the best mood today, so I'm feeling crazy generous.
おいおい銀座、こんな年代物の寄付ワインなんか飾ってんだよ。
Hey, Kinzo, don't use a well-aged noble wine like this as a decoration.
1947年ものかよ。
Holy shit, it's a 1947?
今日開けなくていつ開けるつもりだ。
If you don't open it today, just when are you gonna open it?
それをアビセっこして遊ぼうぜ。
What the fuck? Let's slush it all over each other for fun. What?
キリンで殴りっこもしよ
I guess this is what Banzo is like when she's drunk and happy. I guess.
I guess.
Fuck. Hilariously, it's less casually violent than when she's sober, which is weird.
Yeah.
Or at least so far, anyway. Then let's whack each other with the empty bottle.
それは愉快だ。
That would be
Don't
entertaining.
agree with that. That's wasteful. Drink it, damn it. That's what it's for.
You are a little too excited.
ハメの外しすぎだ。
You're cutting loose too much.
金蔵だって
And what about you?
わらわに再会できて嬉しいだろ
Aren't you happy to be reunited with me?
はあシャバだうつしおだ
It's the living world, the earthly world.
わらわの肉
Get down,
体
Cap.
万歳
Long live my flesh.
お前、さっきから何を騒いでるんだ。
What are you going on about?
お前がベアトリーチェだとでも言うのかよ。
Are you saying that you're Beatrice or something?
イエースおい
Yes, I am.
金蔵の13人殺しの儀式のおかげでようやくわらわは復活したぞ
Thanks to Kinzo's 13-person murder ritual, I've finally been resurrected.
だがあるといい
It's nice having a mouth. It's nice having a tongue.
こうしてそなたと話せることのなんと楽しいことか
How fun it is to be able to talk to you like this. Alright, I've got an idea in my brain mates now that I need to write down.
Alright.
I don't know exactly what here, but there's something with like an ancient being like getting their body back.
そういえばお前とはあれだけ何度も何度も憎まれ口を叩き合ってきたのに
But the thing of it, even though we've hurled insults at each other over and over again,
こうしてゲーム中に盤上で会話をしたのは初めてだな
this is the first time we've had a conversation like this on the board during the game, isn't it?
Alright.
Oof. Oof. Okay. Sure.
Sure, we're doing this now. Which, I mean,
I
fair.
guess, yeah.
We are on the halfway point, so it's time to pull some shit like this, I guess.
Yeah, it had to happen at some point. Fuck.
何やらとても新鮮だ
How very fresh.
Oh no, my PNG tuber is actually linked to the fucking, game audio, I think. I just saw that I'm moving a bit much. Let's see. How do I fix that?
It is linked to the music.
It really is, and now I need to I need to fix that.
That's incredible. What happened since last week for your OBS to get all fucked up like this?
Yeah, I don't know.
Did you lay down, Ember?
Okay.
Marry yourself. I know it's hot. There's nothing I can do about it. I know. I know. Yes, you're very handsome. Please do not rub up all over my shoulders right now, dude. Like, it is too hot.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna close it and reopen it and hope that fixes it. It did not.
Incredible. Stand by for technical difficulties.
Yeah, cause that's a bit much for me. Let me see here. Let's see. That might just take us a moment. Seeing if I did it in like OBS or something, or if it's might actually be in my actual audio settings. Let me see. Now let me go into my actual sound settings. No, it's... I'll try and fix it one more time, and if it doesn't work, we'll just have to deal with it as it is. Okay. Okay.
It working?
Yep, it's working now. Okay.
So it is. Excellent. Oh, did you hear that pop sound?
あいつ開けたぞ。マジでバカたっけえ秘蔵ワインを開けやがった。
He opened it. The maniac actually went and opened that vintage wine that's expensive as shit.
Drunk Fado is kind of fun.
Yeah. Good Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Thanks, Captioner.
Thank you, Captioner.
知ってるか
Do you know how much a single bottle of that stuff costs?
10キロのインゴット丸々と同じくらいするんだぜ。
There is no possible fucking way that a single bottle of wine costs as much as a 10-kilogram ingot of gold. Like, that's gotta... There's no way. I refuse to believe that.
Let me see. Most expensive wine in the world is a 1945 558,000.
Okay, the 558,000. Yeah, that's not as much as a 10 kilo gold bar, though. Of course, we're not gonna do the math to like convert it back to fucking the money back then. But right now, a gold price in the U.S. is $79,569.88 per kilo. That is like a stupidly expensive bottle of wine, though. It's ridiculous.
It's closer than you would think, though, because that's still just 700.
Yeah, that is really close.
Yeah, that's 794,000. So I'm gonna say that this was probably right at the time.
Could be, yeah. Which is actually kind of interesting. Yes and no, Quinn. Sometimes it will, because it leads to interesting things like that.
Yeah, I mean, it can still be kind of
It's
interesting.
really expensive. It's a
It,
really, really expensive bottle of wine.
it's still closer than I thought, so...
Yeah. As much as a whole 10 kilogram ingot. Isn't that crazy? It's ridiculous.
Cut
And
the
that's only a
crap.
couple, like, it's only 2 years older than the one that they're opening here, too. So, like, it's actually feasible. Fuck.
Yep.
That's ridiculous. What the fuck are wine drinkers? What the hell?
Yep.
何がペアトリーチェだ
They
There is
appreciate
no
my
way
ass.
like a bottle of fucking wine is actually worth $500,000. That's bullshit. I hate it. What the
Yeah.
fuck is this world?
Yeah.
God damn it, capitalism.
Yeah.
黄金の魔女だと
You say you're the Golden Witch?
いい加減にしろ
That's enough.
どこにいやがれ
Where the hell are you?
そこにクソジジイも一緒にいるのか
Is that damn old fart with you as well?
てめえらまとめてぶっ飛ばしてやら
I'll beat the shit out of both of you.
今どこにいやがるんだ
Where are you right now?
答えや
Answer me.
なんだわらわに会いたいのか
No, so you want to meet me?
モテる女はつれえや
Sure is tough being a popular woman.
でも金蔵がいるときに口説くのはよせよ
But please, don't try to chat me up when Kinzo's around, okay?
こいつマジで焼くから立ち悪いぜ
The guy's a bad egg. He gets seriously jealous, see?
Fucking hell, Beto.
金蔵のいない二人っきりの時ならこっそり内緒で愛してやる
Fucking hell, Beto.
But when Kinzo isn't around and we're all alone, I'll love you all you want in secret, alright?
You're insane.
Fuck's sake.
She's not insane, she's just fucking drunk.
金蔵気が変わった
Kinzo, I've changed my mind.
マリアのテストにわらわは行かない
I won't do Maria's test.
そなたが行
You go.
Oh boy, that's not gonna go well for Kinzo.
That's not gonna go well for either, like, anyone involved here except for maybe Beto.
Yeah. I mean, Maria's probably gonna have a time torturing him, but...
なんと気まぐれな
How fickle.
ではお前がバトラーをテストするというのか
Then you were saying that you will do Battler's test?
けいいだろ
Nothing wrong with that, right?
あいつさお前の若い時に似てるからさキュンときちゃうんだよ
Fucking hell.
That guy's so much like a younger you, you know? It makes my heart race.
安心しろよ浮気なんかしないって
Don't worry, I'm not gonna cheat on you.
あいつと二人っきりになるのは今だけ
I'll only be alone with him this one time.
わらわはいつだってお前と二人きりだろ
What the fuck is going on? I'm always alone with you, right?
だがもうわらわを四六時中束縛するのは勘弁しろよ
But no more tying me up 24 hours a day, alright?
そういうわけだバトラー
So there you have it, Battler.
そなたのテストはわら黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが自ら執り行ってやろう
I, the Golden Witch Beatrice, will be running your test myself.
バトそうだ
As for the place, let me see.
この屋敷の正面玄関にて
At the front entrance to this mansion.
バトラー実当時のマジで頑張った
Battler, this headship test, you seriously gotta full ass this one, okay?
Put your whole ass into it.
どうせ金蔵なんてすぐに寿命でぽっくりいっちまう
I mean, Kinzo's practically dead on his feet.
バトラが実当時になってくれりゃお前がこの島のすべての新しいある
Yeah, this is really good. I like this. Like the fact that they're swearing more in this translation is better, I think, because like there's a real issue with like translations and not swearing. Like people don't swear in their translations when they definitely swore in the original work.
Yeah.
It's especially like weird when they put like some swears right next to some really mild shit like darn it and fuck, and they put both of them like right next to each other, and it's just so odd and off and yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you become the next head, you'll be the new owner of everything on this island.
わらを独り占めにさせてもいい
Fucking hell.
She gets real fucking flirty when she's drunk, doesn't she?
Apparently.
I wouldn't mind letting you have me all to yourself, you know.
金蔵にわらを支配して
Just like Kinzo did. Control me, okay? Oh god.
Wow.
Alright.
Wow, okay.
I think your friend is going to have a wild time when they finally get here.
Yeah, yeah. Front entrance of the mansion. Perfect.
このクソったれな酔っ払いめ
Listen to me, you stinking drunk.
俺がてめえの酔いを覚ましてやるぜ
I'll sober you up.
迎え酒には俺の熱いパンチをくれてやる
And I've got some hot punch waiting to help you through your hangover.
首を洗って待ってやが
Okay,
れ
it's over there just like, ooh, you promised?
Just you wait. Battler impulsively slammed the receiver down. There was no need to talk through a receiver anymore. I'll meet her face to face and settle this. I took the spear I'd made by taking apart the hat stand. And went outside without even an umbrella. It's hard to imagine that the young woman calling herself Beatrice will be waiting for me alone. She probably assumed that she'll be waiting with those supporting troops that Goda and Kumasawa told us about. Going alone would be too reckless.
久保田さん熊沢さん俺だバトルだ
Goda, Kumasawa, it's me, it's Battler. I headed for the gardening storehouse first. Need all the help I can get. Goda's a burly man, so I can probably count on him to add some extra brawn. Kumasawa's knowledge and
if they're still
familiarity with
alive.
the area.
I don't know if they're still alive.
Yeah, with the area as a senior servant might prove to be a huge weapon. Both of them have master keys and they know more about the mansion than I do. They're pretty reliable allies. As I banged on the shutter and called out for them to open it, I remembered that there was nothing they could do from the inside. I'd have to get the key back from them and open the shutter myself. He went around to the side, knocked on the small lattice window there, and opened it up.
熊沢のばあちゃん
Goda, Kumasawa.
バトラだ
It's Battler.
おい起きろってお
Hey, come on, get up. Hey,
I thought so.
the scene in the shed, lit by the dim light bulb, was all too bizarre.
Hey kids, you want to see a dead body?
おったさ
Goda,
熊沢さ
Kumasawa. From a low ceiling beam hung two thick ropes. Oh. Oh dear. And at the ends, Goda and Kumasawa were hanging by their necks. Oof. It was dim, and I was looking through a narrow gap between all the various pieces of equipment strewn about, so I couldn't make out any more details than that. But when they showed not even a tremor after I called out to them, and because of the way the loops around their necks seemed to carry the full weight of their bodies, I could sense no trace of life from them.
そんな嘘だろ
You've got to be kidding me, right?
Nope.
どうして
Why? The shutter is still closed. There's only a single key, which I'm sure Goda took possession of. So why did the culprit open the shutter and kill the two of them inside? Or no, so how did the culprit open the shutter and kill the two of them inside?
Shenanigans, that's how.
No, wait. They weren't necessarily killed. This is a suicide. That way, this locked room makes sense, but I don't know why the two of them would hang themselves. Yeah?
Definitely not a suicide. I saw blood all over their fronts.
Feebly, I slumped down on the spot. Now, the only humans alive on this island are me and Maria and my old bastard's old bastard. That's one way to put it. No, there's also the nutso woman calling herself Beatrice. Maria's been acting like she's on the witch's side from the beginning, and Gramps is the very person who received the witch, or who revived the witch. Plus there's the witch herself. What the hell, then it's just as though I'm the only one on this island.
Sucks, nerd.
Yeah, using my pole as a cane, I feebly rose to my feet. Damn, I can't do it like this. I've got to avenge everyone.
くしょーこうなっちゃダメだ
Damn it, this is no good.
ダメだぜ全然
You are obsessed with that phrase, Battler.
This is no good. Yeah, it's no good. It's no goddamn good at all.
くしょ
Damn it. I got the crying out of the way while I could, so that all my weak emotions would be squeezed out with my tears. Then I straightened up and gazed into the darkness in the direction of the mansion. The entrance to the mansion, the witch is waiting. I'll go
You gotta stop,
and
like,
settle this.
shoving my... Stop moving my tablet around on my desk, and I'll stop pushing you around on my desk. Fucker.
Yeah. I'll find the source of this weird, blood-soaked night and crush her with my own hands. Amidst the pouring rain, I walked through the rose garden without an umbrella, letting myself get soaked. I could see the arbor in the distance. According to Jessica, it seemed that George had also been killed. Well, by this point, there's no need to worry about the lives of any hostages. I left the path, aiming for the arbor.
Stop it.
Then, I saw George's weather-beaten corpse.
兄貴畜生
George. Shit. The corpse was in front of the arbor. he could have died under the arbor, he would at least have been spared being beaten down by the rain. There was a gaping hole in George's forehead, as though he had been shot with a gun. Perhaps because the rain had washed everything away, his face wasn't covered with blood, and so he looked almost like he was sleeping. However, the deep red his clothes were stained still provided the evidence that a large amount of blood had flowed out. How happy I'd be if he were sleeping, or else pretending to be dead. Yeah, but no such luck, bud. But George's eyes remained open, even though the rain sprayed against them. And the hole in his forehead was, without a hint of a joke, the real thing. There had been a faint chance that Goda and Kumasawa hanging by their necks in the gardening shed could have been a bad joke, but that naive possibility had now been completely denied. Yeah, I don't think they would have done that.
Yeah, probably not.
And as I looked at this corpse, I became completely sure. Just as Goda had once said, the enemy came to take lives as though these lives were pieces on a chessboard. Yeah, there's no mistake. Seems that old geezer and the witch really don't view our lives as anything more than that. That damn witch. When she was on the phone, she talked about us like we were on the game board.
It literally is, though, Batlin.
Yeah,
Kinda
yeah.
sucks.
Perfect, right. She thinks this is a game, huh? Then in the same way you killed everyone like it was a game, it's alright if I kill all of you like it's a game as well, right? Just you wait. Beatrice. I think this game's gonna permanently change how I say the name Beatrice.
Well, I mean, it depends on like where the name is from, right? She's Italian, so it's Beatrice.
Yeah, but
Right, if you're using the English, like if the person's from an English-speaking country, it's going to be Beatrice.
Yeah, Beatrice
Or
or
Beatrice.
Beatrice, yeah. But the thing is, my brain is always gonna think of it as Beatrice for a while, at least.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like,
I
obviously, if I met somebody named Beatrice, I'd call them Beatrice, but in my head, my brain is just gonna go Beatrice.
Although, yeah, I think I'm with you on that one because now every time I see the word, the name Beatrice written down, my brain reads it as Beatrice. 'Cause I don't actually know anyone who's named Beatrice, so
Yeah, exactly.
the closest I got is like the character in I think it's Beatrix. Yeah, Beatrix in Final Fantasy IX. That's the closest I got, which is not quite Beatrice.
Yeah. The lightning caused the mansion's vast shadow to emerge. Finally, the mansion.
Well, yeah, that's because like it's only pronounced Beatrice in Italian when the name is Italian in origin. So like everyone else just says Beatrice.
Yep. But it's like, might as well call it what her name actually is. As the massive shape came into view, there was no silhouette of any person. It seemed that there weren't any underlings waiting for me in a pack or anything like that. According to Kiri, there are a large number of attendants with goat heads. At least for now, I couldn't sense any large group like that hiding and staring at me. What's this? Beneath the roof of the entrance, there's something set down. What is this?
We'll fucking poke it and find out, nerd.
A box? It looked like the kind of small box that girls often keep trinkets in. Or maybe it was the same kind of extravagant cigar case you'd find in a reception room. Either way, it didn't look like something that belonged here. Clearly, it looked as though it was being told to open it. But the thought of doing what they wanted me to do was somehow irritating. Yeah, I get that.
Fair. I get it.
However, it didn't look like we'd get anywhere if I didn't open it. Could it be that it's set up with some kind of trap to make it explode when opened? I did kind of wonder that.
I doubt it.
I mean, unless
It would be
it's...
very funny if he just opened it. Boom, there you go. That's the end of this round.
I mean, it would. Also, like, just fucking put, like, a party popper in there.
Make him shit himself.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
While thinking things like that and forgetting to even to go under the overhang, I continued to glare at the box as the rain beat down upon me. Then, mixed in with the thunder, was some kind of music? It sounded like something like that.
Watch, like, this dude, like, go inside and he finds just, like, Beato just, like, lounging on something, all, like, trying very hard to be sexy but failing because she's drunk.
Yeah. It was the tone of the big clock in the hall announcing midnight. It was also the sound that announced that the crazy day of October 4th had finally ended, and that the much more incredibly crazy day of October 5th had begun. That sound quietened, and I could hear an eerie laugh coming out of nowhere. I got the feeling that the voice was coming from the heavens, and I looked up at the sky. And there was a woman I had never seen before. No, it's not true that I've never seen her before. I saw her once today. Yes, in the portrait inside the mansion. The clothes were different, but that face was just like the witch of the portrait. Who am I kidding? I already know who this person is.
That ear is real weird. I can't take my eyes off it. Like, look at the lobe of her ear. That is so weird.
Yeah, it's definitely not an overhanging lobe. So you are Beatrice.
Okay, no, stop. You're, Look at the smile and how it doesn't line up with the lips. The lips are still closed.
You work with what you got, I guess. But jeez.
Yeah, but as an artist, that hurts me. That injures me in my soul. What?
Leaning over the second floor balcony and waving cheerily from under her umbrella was without a doubt the witch of the portrait, Beatrice. Was the plan from the boss to watch on from above as her goat underlings torture me to death? I adjusted my grip on the spear, and imagined goats creeping out of surrounding shadows in the entrance and surrounding me. I raised my guard in all directions.
Be at ease. There's no one here but you and me, see? There is no goat furniture, there are no demon butlers. Master is not here, nor my close demon friend. And there are none of the gold butterflies that help compose my physical form. There are no magic circles and no summoners in attendance. Do you know what this means?
Not a clue. Quit babbling.
そなたとは
No thoughts, head empty.
この世界でも何度か会えてはきたのだ。
I have, in fact, met you several times, even in this world.
まるですれ違うかのようにね。
Almost as though brushing past one another, meeting only for a moment.
での通り、この人間どもの世界はただ貴様らが存在し、わらわを疑うだけで、それは膨大な毒素となる。
As you know, this world of humans is filled with a toxin just by your existence and your doubting of me.
I don't think he's quite aware of that. Battler, outside the game board, maybe try inserting yourself into the situation?
Maybe, yeah.
まるでそなたというキングに対して守りを固める堅牢な城壁のようよ。
Almost like solid ramparts strengthening the defense around you, the king.
それをわらわは何度もゲームを重ね、
And through multiple
駒を
games,
一つずつ進
I
め
advanced my pieces one by one,
追い込み、じわじわとそなたの城壁を切り崩していった。
splitting you apart and cornering you, undermining your ramparts bit by bit.
そしてようやくわずかの隙間を開き、そこからわらわはビショップを送り込み、そなたのすぐ近くに近づけるようになった。
And then, finally, once I opened a tiny crack, I sent a bishop in, so that it could approach right up next to you.
しかし知っての通り、ビショップは死角のある駒だ。
But as you know, bishops are pieces with blind
黒
spots.
のビショップは、そなたが黒きマスにとどまる限り、絶大な影響力を発揮するんだ。
As long as you stay on the black squares, a black bishop can exert massive influence on you.
そなたがひょいと白きマスに一歩逃れれば、わらわはそなたの隣に接することはできても、接触することはかなわぬのだ。
But if you escape just one step into to a white square, then even if I close in right next to you, I will not be able to touch you.
だからわらわは、そなたが白きマスにとどまれぬよう、さまざまな駒を送り込む。
That is why I progressed through these games by sending in various pieces so that you cannot stay on a white square.
そなたの隣の黒きマスを支配するわらわの前に弾き出されるようにゲームを
Forcing you out in front of me. The one who controls the black squares next to you.
しかし
However,
今やそなたの城壁はぽっかりと穴を開け
there are now holes opened all over your ramparts.
わらわはビショップではなくとうとうクイーンを送り込むことができた。
And I was at last able to send in not a bishop, but a full queen.
クイーンがどういう駒か知っているか。
Do you know what kind of piece a queen is?
飛車プラス角だろ。
Rook plus a bishop.
言いてえことはこうかい。今やお前は黒い魔女幻想のマスだけでなく、白い人間世界のマスにまで自由に侵食できるようになった。
I think, did he come down to the game board?
No? I don't think so. Is this what you're trying to say? Now you not only control the black squares that are the witch illusions, but also become able to encroach upon the white squares of the human world at will?
その通り。
That is correct.
そなたはわらわの眷属である黄金の蝶たちが存在するマスのことを魔女幻想と呼ぶ。
Where there exist the gold butterflies that are my minions, you have been labeling those as witch illusions.
観測者な
The
き
fuck
非
did you-
現実と仮定して
You're the one that knocked it off! Don't yell at me! Fucker! He knocked a tin of tea off my desk, and then he started yelling at me like I'm the one that did it. Hi, buddy. Yes, you're very handsome. I'll give you some chest scratches real quick. There. How's that? Is that what you wanted? You want more? Of course you want more, fucker. Get out of here. Denying them under the hypothesis that they are observerless non-reality. Am I right?
知っておるぞ。
I am well aware.
だからこそわらわはこうしてとうとう白きマスへ降臨した。
For that very reason, I have at last descended thus upon the squares of white.
安心しろよ。黄金の蝶もヤギたちも悪魔も魔女も後でいっぱい呼んでやるぜ。
Worry not, I'll call plenty of gold butterflies, goats, demons, and witches later on.
そなたが望むならわらわの黄金鏡へ招待してやる。
If you wish, I will invite you to my golden land.
そこで何でも願いを叶えてやろうぞ。
Fuck, dude. The golden land joke, what's in your pants golden land joke, is going to forever be just like merged with the art that you showed me before the stream.
Yep.
It's just I can't separate them in my brain anymore. There we go. There I will grant you any wish that you desire. Fuck.
どうやらこの島のチェス盤はインク壺でもぶっかけちまったみたいだな。
Starting to look like someone knocked an ink bottle over the chessboard of this island.
なるほど。それも愉快な表現よ。
I see. That too is a pleasant description.
すぐにそなたもそのインクに染まるぞ。
Soon you will be covered in that ink as well.
やがては真っ黒に染まる。必ず黒きキングになる。
Before long, you will become dyed pitch black and surely become a black king.
そなたは今やインクの海
Is she proposing to him?
の存在であるな。
Kinda? It feels like.
At this point, you are a pitiful existence drowning in a sea of ink, are you not? Yeah, it does feel like a weird proposal.
It does. No, I'm not.
島がてめえのインク壺で全て真っ黒に染まっちまったことは認めるが、
I'll admit that the island has been stained completely black from your ink bottle,
白いマスはまだ。
but there's still the white square left.
ほう。どこに。
Oh, and where?
俺の足の裏にだぜ。
Right under my feet.
お前の魔法のインクが島中を覆い尽くそうと。
Your
俺
magic
が踏みしめる足の裏までは覆えない。
Your magic ink may try to cover the entire island, but it can't cover the ground my feet are standing
い
on.
けん。この
It
島が
turns
真っ黒に
the
染まる
ground into water or something right underneath him.
俺だ。
Even if this island seems to be stained pitch black at a glance, I am me.
白いマスをこうして踏みしめて立っている。
I am here with my feet firmly planted on a white square. It's strange, until a second ago I was trembling all over. But now that she's appeared openly right before my eyes like this, my terror has actually lessened. It's funny, ghosts are most terrifying when you can only sense them. When you can see them and they have a face you can plant your fist into, there's nothing scary about it. I mean, I guess go monk and try and punch a ghost. However, she is definitely not a funny or a friendly person. She can kill me instantly while rolling around giggling just by snapping a finger. Whether we interpret the result of her snapping her fingers as magic flying at me or underlings showing up to shoot me, it doesn't matter. In any case, whether this is a fantasy or a mystery, yeah, she's definitely a little funny. That queen is in a position where she can kill me just by snapping her fingers. See, so this is the meaning of the queen of this island, who reigns over both the white and black squares.
さあ、この雨の中、そなたが風邪をひくまで待つのも面白いね。そろそろ本題に入る。
Now then, it might be interesting to wait until you catch a cold in all that rain, but it's about time to move to the matter at hand.
そこに箱があるのがわかる。
I'm sure that you can tell there is a box there.
そなたへのテストは、その中に
Your
入る
test is inside it.
待ちな。俺はもう今さら次期当主が誰かなんてくだらねえゲームには興味ねえぞ。
Hold it. After all that's happened, I'm not interested in some stupid game about who'll be the next head.
俺のゲームはクソジジイとお前とみんなを殺した奴ら全員にそれぞれ顔面パンチをぶち込むことだ。
My game is to take you and that old man and all the rest of you guys who killed everyone and give every one of you a full-on punch to the face. I mean, I would hope you would do a little bit more than punching.
Need a nail bat. Or a crowbar. Whichever.
わらわのこのバルコニーまで空を飛び上がってくるというのか。
So you will fly through the sky up to my balcony.
それはよい、それはよい。
Very good, very good.
ならばほら、早く来いよ。ほら、ほら、パンパン。
Come on then, up you come already. Come on, up, up.
絶対安全な場所に嫌がるからって余裕ぶっこきやがって。
Damn you acting like you're hot shit just because you're in a completely safe place.
今からそこに行くぞ。首を洗って待ってやがれ。
I'm coming up there right now, so you better be prepared.
ダメダメ。鍵がかかっているぞ。
Ah, no. It's all locked up.
もちろん、窓もすべて鎧戸を下ろしてある。
Of course, the shutters are down for all the windows as well.
そなたが短期で切り込めるほど、わらわの城は脆くはない。
My castle isn't so fragile that a single knight like you could break in. Fucking bet. There are so many different places to climb up the front of that house.
Yeah, though
It's
admittedly...
been a while since I did parkour and shit, but I'm pretty sure I could still scale the side of that house easy.
Admittedly, it is fucking raining.
True, but it is also all brickwork, so
Yeah.
it's not smooth stone or anything like that. It's all brickwork, so easy to keep a grip on even in the rain.
I tried the front door anyway, just in case, but yep, it really was locked. When I looked around, I noticed that indeed the shutters were closed on the windows. Normally they wouldn't be.
用意周到なやつだぜ。
Looks like you prepare for everything.
鍵はどこだ。
Where's the key? Goda and Kamsela probably have master keys, but they're in the locked room of the gardening storehouse. Can only give up for now.
やつもバカじゃねえってか。
Damn, guess she's no fool herself.
そんなにわらわのすぐ隣に来たいのか。
Are you really so? Are you really so dying? What? I can't tell if that's awkward phrasing or my brain is cooked.
Kinda awkward phrasing.
Okay, cool. I'm not. My brain isn't quite fried yet. Excellent. Are you really so dying to be right by my side?
いいぞ。そなたがテストに見事合格できたら、謁見を許そうではないか。
Alright, if you pass your test with flying colors, why don't I grant you an audience?
合格ということは、そなたこそが次期当主、そしてわらわの次なる主。
If you pass, then you will be the successor and my new master after Kinzo.
わらわの肉体も魂も、どう扱おうとそなたの自由よ。
My body and soul will be yours to do with as you will.
Yeah, this is just a proposal.
わらわ
Yeah.
の所詮は後ろ宮家の家具なのだから。
Because I am ultimately the Ushiromiya family's furniture.
どうやらテストってやつをどうしてもやらせたいらしいな。
Well, it looks like you want to make me take this test no matter
いい
what.
ぜ。
Alright,
受けて立ってやら。
I'm game.
合格したら最初のご褒美はてめえに顔面パンチだぜ。
If I pass, my first prize will be a punch to your face.
それは
I think she would have preferred sloppy makeouts.
She
But,
would.
you know,
I'm
scary. What? What's going on?
I was gonna say, as a poet once said, a kiss with a fist is better than none.
Eh.
だが暴力に支配されるのも嫌いではないぞ。
But it's not like I mind being controlled by violence, you see. Okay. Yeah, I figured you'd be into it.
わしづかみにして
Grab onto my
普
head.
通に表情を歪めさせ、たかがその爪で獲物を引き
What the fuck?
きむしるようにわらわを蹂躙してくれ。
I knew you were a horny, flirty drunk, but damn, you're getting in there, aren't you?
More a little bit, yeah.
Make my face twist in pain, violate me in the same way a hawk tears apart and scratches at its prey with its talons.
ああ、若き日の金蔵をもう一度思い出させておくれ。
Remind me of Kinzo in his younger days once more.
わらわにこの千年の生涯でただ一度。
That single time in my 1,000-year life.
屈服し、家具に落ちる喜びを教えてくれたあの日のことを
I'm starting to
思い出
think
させてくれよ。
that she doesn't actually enjoy it. She just thinks she does.
Yeah, yeah. I could see that.
Which is a relatively common trauma response to this kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Remind me of that day I was taught the joy of being controlled, of submitting and being reduced to furniture. Ugh.
酔っ払いめ。拉致が開かねえ。
You damn drunk. We aren't getting anywhere. Ignoring the stupidly smiling witch, I picked up the
そう
box.
だ、それを開け。中に手紙がある。
Yes, open it. Inside is a letter.
それを読むのだ。
Read it.
I opened it. There was a faint smell of cigarettes. Apparently, it really had originally been a cigar case, but there were no cigarettes or cigars inside. Instead, there was a Western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest. And when I opened that too, there was a letter inside. I looked up at the witch. She was grinning down at me. It seemed that she was waiting in anticipation to see what kind of reaction I'd have to the contents. Damn it, I'll show her. Its contents were like this. Among the three mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. Your life, blank's life, everyone else's life. Who the fuck is blank?
I don't know.
If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost.
なんだこりゃ。随分と物騒なことが書かれてるぞ。
The heck is this? Some pretty creepy stuff's written here.
それより、2番目が空欄になってて、誰の命か分かりゃしねえ。
And most importantly, the second one is blank, so I don't even know whose life.
その2番にそのものの最も愛するものの名が入る。
Okay, that one is actually just kind of.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what she's saying. Okay, not you as in Battler, but you as in general is where you put the name of the one that person that person right there would be Battler or George or whoever.
Yeah.
The second one is where you put the name of the one that person loves the
ジ
most.
ェシカのテストにはカノンの名、ジョージのテストにはシャノンの名が入った。
For Jessica's test, it was Cannon's name, and for George's test, it was Shannon's name.
彼らについては思い人がはっきりしていたからあらかじめ名前を記入してやれもしたが
Since they had obvious feelings for certain people, I was able to write those names in beforehand.
そなたの思い人をわらわは知らぬ
And I don't know who you have feelings for.
だから誰の名を書けばいいやらわからず空欄とさせてもらった
So I didn't know whose name to write, and left it blank.
そいつはちょうどいいや。愛してるぜ、ベアトリーチェ。
That's perfect. I love you, Beatrice.
お前の名前をここに突っ込んでやる。
I'll stick your name in here.
だから俺が選ぶ選択肢は2番だ。
So my choice is gonna be number
こ
2.
れでいいか？
Is that alright? That's one way to do it.
I don't think that's gonna fit, but you know. Yeah. Of course, it actually has to be someone that he cares about. He can't just stick his worst enemy's name in there, otherwise it wouldn't be much of a sacrifice.
That's true.
Hey, quit joking, quit joking.
なあ頼むよバートラー。
Come on, please, Battler.
お前の思い人の名をわらわに教えてくれよ。
Tell me the name of the person you have feelings for.
じゃないとテストにならぬではないか。
If you don't, then this won't be a test, right?
And actually, give me a minute. I need to take a quick bio break.
Same.
Alright, so we'll be back in just a couple minutes, folks.
Hi, hello. Yeah, we're back.
Yeah.
Fucking. I tried to like wash my face off to like help stay cool, but like all the water's like almost all dry already.
Oof.
Not very helpful.
Yeah, might have to get a towel for that. Something to soak the in with water.
I got one of these. I bought this like fucking 5 years ago, but I got one of these like these towels that like stiffen whenever they're dry. Specifically for stuff like this, they like to soak them and then drape them around your neck or whatever. But I don't want to go into the other house again already because I left it on my desk while thinking about it.
Ah, gotcha.
So my legs hurt too much for that shit. I don't want to like be running back and forth like that.
Yeah, no, I get you.
悪いな。俺に特定の女はいねえぜ。
Too bad. I don't have any woman in particular.
仮にいたって、誰がお前なんぞに話すもんか。
Even if I did, why the hell would I tell you?
そういうことではこのテストはそなたに成立せぬ。
In that case, this test will not work for
う
you.
ん、残念残
What a shame. What a
念。
shame.
そなたの思い人がどのような女か
Hmm.
好みくらいは気になったのだがな。
I was really wondering what kind of woman was your cup of tea.
俺が黒髪長髪のまな板少女がいいって言ったらどうするよ。
What?
What if I said I like young, flat-chested girls with long black hair?
お前とは一つも一致しね
The
えぜ
opposite of her. Oh, yeah, okay.
You don't match in a single area, do you?
嘘をつけこのおっぱいソムリエが。
Lies, you breast sommelier.
金髪のダイナマイトバディがいいんだろ。
You prefer a blonde bombshell with a dynamite body, don't you?
わらわがまさに理想の体現ではないか。
I am precisely the embodiment of your ideal.
お前の3サイズを当てるのが次期投手のテストだってんなら喜んで挑戦してやるぜ。
If guessing your 3 sizes is the test to become the successor, I'll take it gladly.
そうそう。次期投手のテストであったな。
Ah, yes, this was the test to choose the successor. You forgot? Were you like trying to choose a husband?
ついついさっきから脱線してしまうわ。
Chatting with you is so much fun that I've been getting off topic.
それでは次期投手のテストを始める。
Then, let us begin the headship test.
そなたに後ろ宮家次期投手としての資格があるかどうかを問う。
It would be very funny if you just asked him dumb shit like, hey, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite food? Do you prefer to sleep on the left side of the bed or the right side of the bed? I will question you to see whether you are qualified to be the next Ushiromiya family head.
心して答えるがよい。
Answer with care.
Ah, and Quinn, being a horny weirdo is one of the pleasures allowed to a witch.
That's true. Yeah, you're not wrong.
The witch, who had been joking around like she was drunk until a second ago, suddenly regained her gravitas. She looked as though she truly had stepped out of that imposing portrait.
我こそは後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師黄金の魔女にして無限の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
I am the Ushiromiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch and the Endless Witch, Beatrice.
後ろ宮家の家督と我が黄金のすべてを継承する資格があるかどうか。
Do you have the qualifications to inherit the Ushiromiya family headship and all of my gold?
それをわらわが問う。
That is what I will test.
そなたの名を名乗るがよい。
State your name.
後宮バトラだ。
Under that majestic gaze, unimaginable from her manner a short while ago, I answered without any hesitation. She truly was, yes indeed. In the truest sense, she was that worthy of calling herself the queen of this island.
よろしい。後宮バトラよ。
Very good, Ushurimiya Ballard.
しかしそなたはその後宮の名をこの6年捨てたである。
However, you have thrown away that Ushurimiya name for the past 6 years, have you not?
それはなぜか。
Why is that?
クソ親父に愛想が尽きたからさ。
Because I'd had enough of my dad, the old bastard.
知っている。父親の再婚がそなたの敬愛する母親の死を冒涜したように感じたからである。
He is kind of like doing the thing, though. He's asking about his past. Just like all couched in fancy speech.
Yeah.
I know. It was because you felt your father's remarriage disgraced the death of your mother, whom you loved and respected, yes?
なるほど。新しい母はそなたと何の血のつながりもない。
I see. You have no blood relation to your new mother whatsoever.
そなたがその母を受け入れられぬ気持ちはわからぬでもない。
It is not as though I cannot understand why you would feel unable to accept that
し
mother.
かし、父親が誰と再婚しようとも、そなたとの血のつながりは変わらぬのではないか。
However, no matter who your father remarries with, that does not change the fact that his blood runs in your veins, correct?
何が言いてえ。
What's your point?
父親の再婚に反対するという父親を独占したいがゆえのそなたの幼稚も
I mean, he was like 12 when he decided to leave, so I don't blame him at all.
Yeah.
I can, to an extent, understand the childishness which led you to oppose your father's remarriage out of a desire to have him all to yourself.
しかしそれに反抗するために後宮の名を捨てるは家と血に対する冒涜ではないのか。
However, was throwing away the Ushurimiya name as a means of resistance not a disgrace to your family and blood?
そなたは後宮に生まれ育まれてきたのではないか。
You were born and raised Ushurimiya, were you not?
その恩を忘れ後宮の名を捨てる資格が
Nah.
そなたにあったという。
I already know what my answer to this would be, but like...
Yeah, that's a big fuck that.
Yeah, that's a big fuck that. You do not owe a debt to the person that raised you. You don't. Like, whoever gave birth to you and whoever raised you, you don't owe them a debt for doing that. That's ridiculous. You were a child and you did not have any choice in coming into this world or not. All right? It's not like they, like, went to the fucking... wherever the hell souls are before they get reincarnated or whatever, but like, okay, let's find one, and then like, do you want to be alive? Yes? Okay, I'll take you then. It's not like they did that. They just brought you into the world and then raised you. So like, fuck. You don't even get a choice in like who your parent is most of the time. Whatever. Anyway, do you think that you do you think you are qualified to forget that debt and throw away the Ushurimiya name?
お前には関係ね
It has nothing to do with you.
え。俺と親父の問題だ。
This is between me and Dad.
後宮の名はお前と父親だけのものではない。
The Ushurimiya name does not belong to you and your father alone.
お前は知らぬ女に父親を奪われることを許せず反抗しただけの幼稚だ。
You are a child who simply rebelled, unable to forgive the fact that your father was to be stolen away by an unknown woman.
後宮家の席を捨て去ったこの6年間はそなたが後宮家に泥を塗りし短からぬ年月。
Those 6 years during which you forsook the Ushurimiya register were a significantly long period where you dragged the Ushurimiya name through the mud.
その罪深きを知るがいい。
Know the depths of your sinfulness. Fuck off.
Yeah, that's a bit fucky.
幼稚で悪かったな。
Well, sorry I'm so childish.
しかし祖父母の死を境とはいえよくぞ後ろ宮に席を戻した
However, even though it was prompted by the deaths of your grandparents, I do commend you for returning to the Ushiramiya Register.
よってその罪を自ら見そぐ機会をそなたに与えよう
Accordingly, I shall give you a chance to purify yourself of that sin.
So much fuck that.
今こそそなたの6年前の罪をあがなう時
Now is the time to atone for your sin of 6 years ago. It was 12. Fuck off.
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい自ら
Come, try to remember. Remember your own
そ
sin.
れを思い出し告白し懺悔せよ
Remember it, confess, and repent.
それこそわらわがそなたに与えるテストである
That shall be my test for you.
That moment, a massive thunderclap rang out, making my mind go blank.
懺悔せよってなんだよ
Repent? What?
謝れって言いたいのかよ
Are you trying to tell me to
も
apologize?
うテストは始まっているぞそなたの好きに考えるがよい
The test has already begun. You may think as you wish.
There were no signs from the witch's expression that she was sneering at a person unable to answer the tough question thrust upon them. She was earnestly asking something of him, and he could even feel a quiet determination. Even as the rain beat upon him, Atler could not shift his eyes from her gaze. The witch threw her umbrella away. She abandoned herself to the falling rain, so that the rain would fall on her until Battler answered that question. She had chosen to join him, allowing the rain to beat down on her as well until he reached an answer. For some reason, Battler could tell that, but even so, he didn't understand.
いやまあそれを言われりゃ幼稚だったとは思うぜ
Well, I mean, you're right. I do think I was being
何
childish.
のかんの言ったって親父に育ててもらった恩は親父が
No, you
再
don't.
婚したからってチャラになるもんじゃね
No, you don't. You don't owe him for that. You don't owe him for that, Battler.
Yeah, you don't owe him shit. And the fact he remarried, like, basically just after her corpse had gone cold. Like, you had all the rights to be angry.
Yeah, definitely a little fucking weird.
Especially at 12, but just in general. All things considered, just because Dad got remarried, that doesn't wipe out what I owe him for raising
The
me.
timing of Angie's
養育
birth
費
is
は常に
also a
送り
little
続けて
fucky
くれ
on
たそうだ
that.
し
A little bit, yeah.
She's 6 right now, right?
Yeah, she's like 5 or 6.
All right. What I'm about to say does require her to be 6 right now and not 5, because if she's 6 right now, that was, and they got married 6 years ago. You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, they basically went for baby immediately.
No, I mean like the baby thing happened before they got married. Because you got 9 months in the oven there.
Yeah, that's true. I hear Dad always kept on sending money over for my living
学校の
expenses.
行事にも参加したいと言っててくれたそうだ
And he even said he wanted to be involved in my school events.
それを俺が
That does not sound like Rudolph, but I mean, I guess. Okay.
たちに言ってたから来させなかっただけで
The only reason he couldn't come is I told Grandma and Grandpa not to let him come no matter what. Yeah, that's a bit much. Like, you definitely have the right, but considering your only obstacle to him from what you're saying, like, to me, he's just an asshole through and through, but if your only problem with him is that he remarried, that might be a bit much.
確かにそりゃ俺の幼稚な反抗だったとバッサリ言われりゃそれまでだぜ。
And yeah, if you wanted to just be blunt and say I was being childish and rebellious, I can't argue with
いや
that.
でもよ、ならよ、
But, you know, in that
お
case,
ふくろの後ろ宮アスムの無念は誰が晴らすんだ。
Mom, Ushiromiya Asumu, who's gonna set things right for
お
her?
ふくろはあんなにも献身的に俺たち家族に尽くし頑張ってくれたんだぜ。
Mom was so devoted to our family and did the very best she could.
なのに親父はキリエさんと浮気もしていた。
Yeah, but Dad was cheating with
Okay.
Kiri.
園児を身ごもらせてさえいた。
He even got her pregnant with Angie.
それで
That's what I
視
fucking
線に合わ
thought.
せて駆け込むかのように籍を入れたんだ。
Yeah, and the moment she was born, he rushed them both into his register. Yeah. Yeah.
それがおふくろへの裏切りでなくて何なんだよ。
What is that if not a betrayal of Mom?
おふくろの無念は
Who's gonna set things right
晴らすんだよ。
for her?
だがお前の言う通りでもあるさ。
But what you're saying is also right.
浮気は事実でも俺を育ててくれた恩は確かに
No, you don't. You don't owe him for raising you.
Nope, you don't owe him shit. That was his job.
He decided to make that happen by getting your mother pregnant. All right?
Yep. Even though the cheating was a fact, I still owed him for raising me.
ならそれを相殺して俺が家を出ていくというので十分問題ねえじゃねえかよ。
So I thought I'd cancel those two things out and leave the family. What's the problem with
そう
that?
さ、俺にはおふくろの代わりに親父をぶん殴る権利が、い
That's
や義務があったはずなんだぜ。
that's right. I had the right, no, the duty to wallop Dad and Mom's place, didn't I?
それを俺は許した。
I let him get away without that.
何も言わずに出て行って初めから俺なんていなかったことにしてやった。
I left without saying anything as though I hadn't been there in the first
親
place.
父も俺のことなんか忘れてキリエさんやエンジェと新しい家族を始めた。
And Dad forgot about me and started a new family with Kiri and
そ
Angie.
れで丸く収まってるじゃねえか。
That tells everything, doesn't it? But 6 years passed after that. Time healed the anger. Kiri understood my anger as well, and she tried hard to interact with me despite that and soften my heart. Angie didn't know anything about the situation, and she adored me, believing that I was her real big brother who just lived in a separate house. As for Dad, he was acting like nothing had happened and told me I could come home anytime I wanted.
だんだんバカらしくなってきたんだよ。
Started to feel more and more stupid keeping it all going.
そろそろ俺も頭を冷やしてもいいかなって思ったんだ。
I thought it was about time for me to cool my head as well.
だから俺は親父が謝ったら全部水に流すと言ってやったんだ。
So I said to Dad that if he apologized, I'd call it water under the bridge
じいちゃんの葬式の日に。
on the day of Grandpa's funeral.
そしたらあいつ本当に畳に両手をついて詫びやがったよ。
And that guy, he actually put both his hands on the floor and
信
apologized.
じらんねえくらいに情けない格好だった。
Couldn't believe how pathetic he looked.
あの格好つけた親父が本気で頭を下げやがったんだぜ。
My dad, who was all about looking cool, actually bowed his goddamn head to me.
それ
Listen, kids. Earnestly and truthfully apologizing can be cool as fuck. All right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's harder than just pretending like you did nothing wrong. When I saw that, it felt like it'd be stupid to keep it up any longer.
とおふくろもそう思っただろうぜ。
I'm sure Mom would have thought the same
お
thing.
ふくろは俺と親父が喧嘩をするといつも笑いながら仲裁してくれて。
Every time Dad and I fought, Mom would always laugh and mediate for
な
us.
んだそんなくだらないことで喧嘩をしていたの
Oh, that silly thing is what you were fighting over?
と笑ってくれた。
She'd say.
俺はおふくろがそう言って笑っているのを感じたんだよ。
I could feel Mom saying that and
だ
laughing.
から許すとまでは言えなかったけどもう一度ゼロから始めてもいいかなって思ったんだよ。
That's why, while I couldn't bring myself to say I forgive you, I thought it might be alright to start over again from zero.
それで6年前に全てを巻き戻すことにした。
So I decided to wind everything back to how it was 6 years ago.
それで後ろ宮家に席を戻したんだよ。
And I returned to the Ushiromiya family register.
俺も6年間泣き怒り悩み抜いた。
I'd cried, raged, and stressed over it for a whole 6 years.
ひょっとするとそれは親父もそうだったろうし、死んだお袋も。
I know it feels so much longer for him because he's, 18, but also I'm just sitting here going, oh, a whole 6 years. Ooh.
Yeah. Granted, 6 years of toil.
Yeah, but like he's just like fucking holding a grudge for 6 years. I'm just like, that's baby shit, buddy.
That's also fair. Might have been the
I've
same.
been nursing him like 20. Come on.
Yeah, it might be the same for Dad and maybe even for my dead
あるい
mom.
はキリエさんやエンジェ
Hey,
も
your
そうだったかも
dad's
しれない
dead too.
Maybe Kiri and Angie
だ
too.
からゼロに戻し、後ろ宮バトラに戻ったんだ。
So we went back to 0 and I returned to being Ushiromiya
そ
Battler.
れは俺たち家族の問題であって、
That's my
後ろ宮家とかそんなのは何も関係ねえ。
that's my immediate family's problem and has nothing to hell to do with the Ushiromiya
そ
family.
れを罪だと断じる資格はお前にないし、それをお前に懺悔する義務も俺にはない。
You aren't qualified to judge that to be a sin, and I have no duty to show repentance to you.
もしそれを本当にすべき相手がいたとしたら、それはお前がもう全員殺した。
If there was anyone I should have done that for, you've already killed them.
だから俺は何も謝らない。
So I
I
won't
mean, Kiza was
apologize
the
for
one that killed that
anything.
guy, but sure.
懺悔しない。
I won't repent.
それが俺のこのテストへの答えだ。
That is my answer for this test.
それだけか。
Is that all?
何？
What? I had pretty much fully responded to her provocation, and I was sure that I'd vented out all the stuff that I'd been keeping inside my chest, stuff I hadn't wanted to show anyone. That is what the witch had supposedly been hoping for, too, and yet the witch's blank expression didn't change in the slightest. I had been sure she would start cackling, defying, sneering at my childish and foolish and shameful past. But to the contrary, I could feel a sense of shock about her. Something you could almost call disappointment.
それだけも何も。俺は洗いざらいをぶちまけたぜ。
What do you mean is that all? I've confessed everything inside me.
何が不満なんだよ。
What aren't you happy about?
まだ罪の清算が足りぬ。
The atonement for your sins is still insufficient.
清算？
Atonement?
なんだよ。親父みたいにここに土下座して謝れってのかよ。
What the hell are you asking me to prostrate myself right here and apologize like Dad did?
違う。お前たち家族にお前の家での話になど興味はない。
No, I have no interest in the home affairs of your immediate family.
ここはどこだ？ロッケン
Where
島
are
だ。
we? Rokkenjima,
後ろ宮本家の本宅である。
the main residence of the Ushiromiya head
こ
family.
の場所にふさわしい。そなたの思い出すべき罪があるのではない。
Isn't there a sin you should remember, fitting for this place?
他に俺に罪があるってのかよ。
You saying that I have another sin?
思い出せ。後ろ宮バトル。
Remember, Ushiromiya Battler.
そしてそれを思い出せぬことがそなたの罪。
It is your inability to remember which is your sin.
だからこそ許そう。
For that reason, I shall forgive you.
それを思い出せたなら許そう。
And if you can remember, I shall forgive you.
それを思い出すことがそなたへの
Remembering that is my test of atonement for you.
Huh. Okay.
思い出せって言われてもよ。
That's a lot easier said than done.
思い出せ。だからこそ罪なのだ。
Remember, that is why it is a sin.
悪いがベアと俺には身に覚えがさっぱりだ。
Sorry, Beto. I have absolutely no memory of it.
なんだか6年前の俺がお前に迷惑をかけたみたいな雰囲気だが。
You make it seem like it caused you trouble 6 years ago or something.
俺はお前とは今回の親族会議が初対面のはず。
But unless I'm mistaken, this family conference is the first time we met.
確かに、お前の伝説は6年前の当時にも存在していたが、
It's true that your legend did exist 6 years
俺
ago,
との面識は当時にはなかったはずだ。
but I'm pretty confident that we didn't know each other back then.
無論である。6年前のロッケン島において、わらわはまだ権限していない。
Naturally, on the island or on the Rokkenjima of 6 years ago, I was not yet manifested.
なら、俺に何の罪があるってんだ。
What kind of sin are you saying I
俺
have?
に、お前に対する罪が何かあるってのか。
You saying I've sinned against you somehow?
同じことを二度言わせるな。わらわは6年前には権限しておらぬ。
Do not make me repeat myself. I was not manifested 6 years ago.
そなたと面識などあろうはずもない。
For us to have been acquainted would be an
そなたという
impossibility.
世界において存在しないも同じだ。
In the world you represent, it was as though I did not even exist. I think I'm starting to see what she's trying to do here.
Mm-hmm. Beto's cold eyes felt as though they were accusing me of some kind of sin. Felt on the face of it as though she was still holding a grudge for some way I treated her, and was criticizing me for it. However, I obviously couldn't remember doing anything like that to her, and Beto had said so herself. There was no link between us 6 years ago. 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for me.
It's in red too.
Yeah.
出せよ。その罪とやらは、俺とお前に関係がある。
At least give me a hint. Does this sin or whatever have something to do with you and me?
わらわは6年前にはそなたとわらわのことはいい加減に考えから外せというのだ。
I had no connection to you 6 years ago. Remove me from your thoughts already.
なぜわらわへの罪だと思うのか。
Why do you think it is a sin against me?
お前の目さ。
Your eyes.
ね。ほう。
Eyes.
お前の目がさ、
Your eyes. You're whispering at me to apologize.
俺はお前なんか6年前に縁はねえし。
I had no connection with you 6 years ago, and even you admitted that.
本当なのか？本当に俺とお前の問題ではないのか？
Is it true? Is it really not a problem between me and you?
違うというのに、わらわとそなたの問題など全く関係ないわ。
I already said it wasn't. No problem between me and you has anything to do with this.
だがよ、お前の目が。だから俺にはさっぱりわからねえ。
But still, your eyes are telling me differently, so I don't even have a clue.
赤で言えるが、お前が思い出すと言っている罪が、俺とお前の間のものではないと
Can you say it in
宣言
red?
できるか？
Can you declare that the sin you're telling me to remember isn't something between you and me?
よかろう。
Very well. The sin I am now demanding that you remember is not between Ushiromiya Battler and Beatrice.
なら、なぜそんな目で俺を見る？
Why are you looking at me with those eyes?
わからぬ。わらわはそなたをこうして淡々と見つめているだけだ。
I think this is implying some very awful things about like what she thinks is her blank face. I do not know. I am simply gazing at you blankly.
それをそなたが
Resting witch
そう
face.
感じるというのならば、それ
Yeah.
はそなた。そう感じる何かがあるのではないか。
If it feels that way to you, perhaps that is because there is something that makes you feel that way.
俺に何の罪があるってんだ？
What the hell kind of sin have I got?
後ろ宮バトラには罪がある。
Ushiromiya Battler has a sin.
どんな罪だってんだ？当然、叩いたとか、ごまかしたとか、くだらねえ罪だろ？
I said what kind, damn it? Probably just some stupid sin like hitting someone or tricking someone.
そなたの罪で人が死ぬ。
Okay. Because of your sin, people die.
嘘つけ！俺は誰も殺してなんかいない。
She didn't say you killed anyone. She said because of your sin, people die. But anyway, liar. I've never killed anyone.
じゃあ言えよ。俺が誰を殺した？
Say it then. Who did I kill?
いつ？誰を？どうやって？
When? Who? How?
そなたの罪によりこの島の人間が大勢死ぬ。
Interesting. Due to your sin, a great many humans on this island die.
What the fuck?
誰も逃さず、すべて死ぬ。
None will escape, all will die.
はあ？
What?
何をわけわかんねえこと言ってんだ。
What the hell are you going on about?
俺がみんなを殺したって言うのかよ。
Are you saying I killed everyone? No, Battler. She said because of something you did, they will die. That's not the same thing.
俺は殺人鬼か？
I'm a killer?
そなたが直接手を下すわけではない。
You do not carry it out directly.
そなたが罪を犯したからこそ、6年にもわたる歯車の狂いにて歪みが生じ。
However, because you committed a sin, the cogs of fate were sent astray, spun a full 6 years ago. Spun a full 6 years, and due to the deviation that resulted,
今夜、これだけの人命が失われるのだ。
tonight this many lives are lost.
Nani the fuck? Thank you, Captain.
What could a single person actually do without magic or any other like fuckery like that to commit a sin so great that it fucks up fate? I don't understand.
And at the age of 12, no less.
Yeah, at the age of 12.
そなたはこの惨劇の原因の一つである。
You were one of the causes of this tragedy.
いい加減にしろ。
Oh, come the fuck on.
俺が原因だ。
I'm the cause? No, you're one of the causes.
じゃあなんだ。俺が6年前に後宮の席を捨てたから13人が死んだってのか。
What? Are you saying 13 people died because I abandoned the Ushuramiya register 6 years ago?
俺が6年ぶりに後宮家に帰ってきたから13人が死んだってのか。
Are you saying 13 people died because I came back to the Ushuramiya family after 6 years?
Actually, that last one is kind of
いい
correct
加減にしろ。
because Kinzo was waiting for this specific conference because they'd be the one where the most people were on the island for.
That's possible, yeah. Give me a fucking
俺
break.
はこの6年間最も後宮家から遠ざかっていた男だぜ。
For these 6 years, I've been the man furthest from the Ushuramiya family.
その俺が何のどんな影響を与えたってんだ。
What influence could I have had on anything and how?
俺だって好きで親族会議に来たわけじゃねえぞ。
It's not like I came to the family conference because I wanted to.
6年ぶりによりを戻したからこれまでの期間のけじめってことで。
I patched things up with the family after 6 years, so to like draw a line under the whole
し
period,
ぶしぶと六軒島まで来たんじゃ
I
ねえか。
came to Rokkenjima reluctantly.
別に俺は今日ここへ来る義理なんてなかったんだ。
It's not like I had some duty to come here today.
その俺が帰ってきてそれが理由で惨劇が起こ
I
った。
came back, and because of that, a tragedy occurred?
じゃあなんだ。俺が帰ってこなけりゃ誰も死なずに済んだってのか。
Then what? You're saying that if I hadn't come back, no one would have had to die?
赤で言えよ。俺がもし帰ってこなかったらこのおかしな殺人事件は起こらなかった。
Say it in red.
赤で
And
言
you
え
say
る
it
の
in
かよ。
red that if I hadn't come back, the screwed up murder case would have occurred.
言えるわけねえさ。お前が全ての犯人なんだからな。
There's no way you can because you're the culprit behind everything. No? Kinzo has definitely killed people at this point. Like,
Oh yeah, Kinzo is definitely the cause for some of this shit.
yeah, like you have to admit Kinzo has been involved in the murders now.
気象要求。後宮バトラがもしも六軒島に戻ってこなかったら事件は起こらなかった。
Repetition requested. If Ushirimiya Battler hadn't returned to Rokkenjima, the crime wouldn't have occurred.
言えるものなら言ってみろ。
Go on, say it if you think you
言
can.
えねえだろ。
Can't do it, can you?
言えやしないのさ。
There's-
犯人はお前なんだ。俺じゃない。
There's no way in hell you can. The culprit is you, not
勝手
me.
にその責任を俺になすりつけるんじゃねえ。
Don't you try to push the blame for this onto me.
答えろよ。苦笑してみろってんだ。
Answer in red. I said repeat
で
it.
きやしない。事件に俺の存在なんか関係ないのさ。
You can't. My existence has nothing to do with the crime.
わけのわかんねえことを言って俺を混乱させるんじゃね
Stop messing with my head. I began to remember that the raindrops pounding down were cold, and the rain earlier had just hurt. But now I felt tormenting cold from those raindrops.
何も思い出すことはないのか。
Is there nothing that you remember?
え。悪いが俺にはさっぱり心当たりがねえ。
Sorry, but I don't have a goddamn clue.
おい俺は少しイラつき始めてんだぜ。
Look, I'm starting to get a little pissed
言
off.
いたいことがあるなら言えよ。
There's something you want to say, then say it.
俺に恨みがあるなら堂々と言えばいい。
If you have a grudge against me, you just have to come out and say
思
it.
い出せなんていやらしい言い方をするんじゃね
Don't be nasty about it and demand for me to
も
remember.
う一度聞く。何も。罪
Fucked up that I actually
を思い
like
出せぬ。
agree with Battler for once. Like, look, don't like this weird test shit where you gotta like remember what you did wrong or understand what you did wrong without knowing that like any of the background rules or anything like that. Like why someone would find anything wrong. Like it. No.
Yeah, like anything.
Fuck that, dude. Okay, fuck that. Anyway, I'll ask one more time. Can you not remember any sin?
Yeah, like, hell, give me a fucking location, a name, anything, so I can, have something to, start snapping the synapses into place.
Yeah.
え。ああ何にも思い出せねえな。
No, I can't remember a goddamn thing.
何も思い出せぬというか。
So he says he can remember nothing.
これにて未練は尽きたか。
With this, are your regrets at an end? Are the two versions talking to each other?
Maybe.
うん。望みなき賭けも賭けねば未練が残ろう。
Even a hopelessly long shot will be a source of regret if not attempted.
それでよいのだ。
That will do.
賭けることに意味がある。
The attempt itself has meaning.
そうかもしれぬ
That may be
な。
true.
ならばこれにて。
In that case, this is...
わらわの未練もゲームも終わる。
This is the end of my regrets. And my game.
そなたはどうする？
Oh, I think that
What
might
will you
be Virgilia?
I don't think so.
さあな、わらわはもう何の興味もない。
Who knows? I'm not interested at all anymore.
すまぬが、わらわはこれにてゲーム版を降りさせ
Sorry,
てもらい
but I wish to leave the game board now.
そうか。わかった。
I see. I understand.
Oh, yeah.
後のゲームはわらわが引き継
I will take over for the rest of the
ぐ。
game.
そなたは休め。
You may rest.
後のことはすべてわらわが終わらせる。
All that remains, I will finish.
そなたはすべてを忘れて枕に顔をうずめる。
You may forget everything and bury your head in your pillow.
羽に加えそなたをすべてから優しく守ってくれるだろ
A feather futon should gently protect you from everything.
う。後片付けを
What the fuck is going on? Finish up the rest for me, please.
So I think this Beato represents the Beato that has a logical, like a real-world explanation. And this Beato is the witch herself that she sort of invented, or modeled herself after.
Maybe? I don't know. What the fuck's going on there?
任せる
Ah,
あとのことは全て任せ眠れ
leave it to me. Leave everything else to me and sleep.
The witch who had questioned Battler hid herself, and the other witch who had appeared from behind remained. She was certainly identical, the same witch, but her expression was somehow indifferent and ice-cold. A far cry from the one before, who, though apparently drunk, had at least been in high spirits.
聞いてるのか？テストとやらもう十分だろ。
Hey, are you listening? That's enough for that testing, right?
合格だろうと不合格だろうとどうでもいいぜ。
I don't give a crap whether I passed or
お
failed.
前の横っ面をぶん殴ってやらなきゃ気が済まね
The only thing that's gonna help the way I'm feeling is bashing you in the
え。
face.
降りてきやがれ。
Get the hell down here.
さもなきゃここの扉を開けやがれ。
Or else open up this door. The witch said nothing back. Her eyes were as ice-cold as Battler's shoulders. But she was clearly a different person from the one who had first appeared on that balcony. The witch looked hard into my eyes and gave 2 small shakes of the head. Even without words, I was able to gather that she was expressing some kind of disappointment. Without saying anything, the witch turned on her heels. After that, only Battler remained. The cold rain still beating down on him. The study was in the middle of a lively party. It seemed that Gap was making fun of Virgilia, teasing her over some stupid triviality. They were spitting Leah, 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 and Gap, Gap, Gap at each other. Kinto and Renobe had opened a new bottle and were enjoying the show.
おお、戻ったか。どうであったか。バトラーのテストの結果は。
Oh, you're back. How were the results of Battler's test?
マリアのテストは文句なしに合格点であったぞ。
Really? Interesting.
Yeah. Maria's test got passing marks with no complaints, I'll have you know.
あやつを小娘小娘とわしは長いこと侮っていたが。
I've long held her in contempt as a worthless little urchin.
これはどうして。いやはやなかなか。
But lo and behold, surprise, surprise, my oh my oh my. Not bad, not bad, not bad indeed. It seemed like Kinzo was dead drunk. He laughed towards Beato with the same level of excitation as the time they left for the tests. However, Renobe and Virgilia instantly noticed the change in her enthusiasm. Gap also froze her expression and went silent.
どうしたベアトリーチェよ。我が最愛の魔女よ。
The other shoe's about to drop directly on you, Kinzo.
Mm-hmm.
What is it,
Hashtag surf,
Beatrice?
but also damn.
Yeah, you're about to get it, bud. What is it, Beatrice, my beloved witch?
酒が足りぬか、魚が足りぬか。
Not enough to drink? Not enough on the side?
土砂降りを浴びながら牛でも丸焼きにしようか。おお、悪くない。
Let's go out in the pouring rain and roast a cow whole. Oh, not a bad idea.
ロノウェ、早速準備をせよ。
I don't think he's gonna be following your orders, bud. Renobe, make the preparations right away.
ベアトリーチェよ。バトラのテスト結果は後だ。
Beatrice, let's leave the results of Battler's test for later.
まずはスペアリブで乾杯といこうではないか。
Why don't we have a toast with
I
spare ribs
just
first?
realized that I haven't had ribs in like 10 years.
Might have to change that. Because ribs are fucking good.
Anyway. Yeah.
お前が丸焼きになるがよい
Roast yourself whole.
Yeah, it seems Kinzo dies by fire a lot.
Yeah.
Nani?
Nani? What?
What?
As Kinzo doubled over, laughing in a great mood, the witch who had spoken bluntly passed him coldly by. Then behind the witch's back, the old summoner's body suddenly went up in flames. Ah! While spreading crimson flames from his eyes, mouth, nose, and every other hole on his body, Kinzo rolled around. Even though it was a terrible hellfire, it didn't burn anything except Kinzo. Kinzo didn't have a clue what was going on. He rolled around, unable to understand why Beatrice, who had been in such a good mood, had suddenly turned so cold. The dancing silhouettes of witches and demons created by that
10-hour Kinzo burning ASMR.
Oh boy. The dancing silhouettes of witches and demons created by that massive rolling torch looked like a group of excited spectators around a burning at the stake. However, the eyes of the demons watching over it were indifferent. When Kinzo finally stopped moving, the fire disappeared, leaving a pitch-black corpse. The inside of the room was commanded by the stillness of the sound of the rain.
What has happened, my lady?
今日のサミッ
Just a second, pouring water.
Mm-hmm.
トその邪魔な燃えかすを片付けよ
It has lost its thrill. Clean up those bothersome cinders.
Beatrice's expression was unbelievably apathetic. There was an iciness there that told the others that they risked the same fate as Kinzo if they annoyed her.
ええ私が片付けるわ
Yes, I'll do it.
Gap made a jet black pitfall swallowing up Kinzo's cinders. If she hadn't carried that out quickly, Gap might have also been burned. You could feel that thirst for blood. No, a thirst for blood probably isn't the best way to describe it. Just like humans don't have any particular emotion when they step on an ant while walking. That was how much unconsciously and mercilessly Beto was now filled with a brutal emptiness that wouldn't hesitate to bury a passerby.
どうしたのですベアト
What is it, Beato?
答えたくないいや答えるのももはやめんどくさい
I don't want to answer. No, I can't even be bothered to answer it anymore.
You should have given him a hint. Something.
Yeah. If you were gonna get this upset by it, you should have given him a hint. Fuck's sake.
どうしたのよらしくもなく何かあったの
What is it? This isn't like you. Did something happen?
バトラが何か
Did Battler say something? Yeah, you're dead. Bye. Bye, Gap.
Beatrice hadn't even responded. It seemed that she had even ignored it. But there was a change in Gap. From her feet, a crackling sound rose like thin ice breaking. An instant turned Gap into a glass sculpture. Oh dear.
Bye, Gap.
しばらく消えろ大変に不機嫌
Disappeared for a while. I'm in a very bad mood.
Beatrice spoke in a truly cold voice, which froze the heart just to hear it.
かしこまりました。それでは私どもはこれでおいとまさせていただきます。
Certainly. In that case, please allow us to retire.
何かございましたらいつでもお呼びを。
If you need anything, just call at any time.
After a single bow, Renobi turned into a cloud of gold butterflies and hid himself. Virgilia turned Gap from a sculpture into a group of gold butterflies, and then turned into a cloud of them herself, which mixed in with the others and disappeared. In a study made untidy by drinking, Beatrice stood still, alone. Since the time she had returned, her expression hadn't changed in the slightest. However, when she saw the fallen empty wine bottles and scattered cheese plates, her brow furrowed and she looked a bit displeased. When she whispered disappear, in that instant the room flashed and was tidy again as though nothing had ever happened. The reception chairs were neatly arranged and there was no wine or cheese. There were no stains where things had been spilled, nor was there any scattered trash. To the contrary, even the air had frozen over, and enough to make one doubt whether so many noisy people had really been in this room until just moments ago. The study had returned to total silence. In that silent, frigid study, where even the air had frozen, Beatrice stood still. Then she called him in a mutter.
バトラ、いるか？
Battler, are you there?
さっきからいるぜ。なんなんだ一体お前は。
I had been here for a while. What the hell's going on with you?
さっきから変だぜ。
You've been acting strange.
変に見えるか？それはすまぬな。
Do I seem strange? My apologies.
あれだけ上機嫌に酒を酌み交わしていたクソジジイをいきなり焼き捨て。
Even though you were having such a good time drinking with that damn old fart, you suddenly burned
お
him
前
up.
の友人の悪魔女もガラスの彫像。
And your demoness friend is a glass
悪
sculpture.
魔の執事もお師匠も消えろの一言でさっさと出てけだ。
Even your demon butler and your master got a disappear and get the hell out.
お前どんだけ気まぐれでわがま
Just
ま
how
なんだ。
fickle and selfish are you?
バトラ、もうやめた。
Battler, I'm done.
何を
With what?
わらわはもう飽きた。
I've had enough now.
はあそりゃまあお前が追っ始めたゲームだぜ。
Oh, well, you were the one who cooked up this game.
飽きてくれて助かるってもんさ。
If you've had enough, that's great for
つ
me.
まるところ投了ってわけだな。
So basically you're resigning?
投了などではない。ただ終わるだけだ。いや、
I'm not resigning.
終わり
I'm just ending it. No, I won't even end it.
このままゲームが永遠に放棄されるだけだ。
The game will simply be abandoned for all eternity. That is a resigning.
Hmm.
If you just get up and leave the game board, never come back, like you've resigned.
そういうのを投了って言うんじゃねえのかよ。
Pretty sure they call that
い
resigning.
や飽きて放り出すって言葉が
Man, the words got tired of it and threw it away. Fit you perfectly.
その通りだ。飽きたから放り出す。
I wonder if Battler used to be a witch as a child and created Beatrice.
Hmm. Something, maybe.
And then, of course, he got tired of it and threw her away. Precisely. I'm tired of it and I'm throwing it away.
あとは知らぬ。そのまま放置されて、好きに誇りでもかぶればいい。
I don't care about the rest. It can remain abandoned and gather dust as much as it likes.
お前
That's a pretty heavy pout.
What's up with you?
なんだかさっきからやりにくいぜ。
You've been kinda hard to deal with since a short while ago.
まださっきのわけのわかんねえテストのことで尾を引いてるのかよ。
Are you still sour over that baffling
俺
test?
に恨みがあるならはっきり言えばいいじゃねえか。
If you've got something against me, all you have to do is say it
お
clearly.
前は赤で自分とは関係ないなんて言ってみせたがどうせ言葉遊びだろ。
Said in red that it has nothing to do with you, but that's gotta be a play on words,
お
right?
前の顔に書いてあるぜ。
It's written all over your
俺
face.
を恨んでる。
You have a grudge against me.
お前に恨みなどないと何度言えばわかるのか。
You absolutely have a grudge against him somehow, some way.
Yeah.
How many times will I have to say that I have no grudge against you before you'll understand?
Well, see, the thing is, I think she's trying to say, you didn't do something to me, or about me, but I care about what you did, and I think it was wrong.
Maybe. Maybe.
Which is what I think she's trying to say, but
Yeah, that
Battler's
does
not
sound
getting
right.
because I think it has to do with whoever that other Beato is on the game board.
Hmm.
And something he did to her.
"わらわはそなたが罪を残したその当時に存在しておらぬ。
At the time you left your sin behind, I did not exist.
As Beato spoke with an irritated expression, her face twisted to look even more displeased. Fickle, inconsistent, moody, temperamental, selfish and simple-minded and cruel. But even so, she had never shown an expression as strange as this even once before now.
お前がふっかけてきたゲームだ。
Well, you were the one who instigated this
俺
game.
も決着がつかねえのは残念だが、気が向いたらぜひまた誘ってくれよ
I'm
な。
a bit let down that it won't get resolved, but feel free to invite me again sometime if you feel like it.
その時は謹んでご辞退させてもらうけどよ。
But when that time comes, allow me to
That's-
politely decline, alright? He intentionally spoke in a teasing kind of tone, but Beto showed no reaction. Battler hung his head and clicked his tongue.
何度も何度も10月4日と5日をぐるぐる過ごしたわけだが。
Circled around October 4th
ようやくごめん
and October 5th and over again. But it looks like I'm finally going to be free of all of that now.
あさってには船が来る。
This way, the boat will come tomorrow. And everybody will be dead except Maria, maybe.
No, and Battler's not dead on the board right now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's everybody but you will be dead.
Hmm.
そうさ。そして船着き場には、俺はようやく、ロッケン島名物の、あのニャーニャーいう鳴き声を聞けるわけだ。
That's right, when the seagulls will return to the harbor, I'll finally be able to hear Rokkenjima's signature nya cries.
何しろ。島に来た時は天気のせいか、全然いなかったからな。
After all, when I came to the island, they weren't there at all, maybe because of the weather.
海猫の鳴く頃に、すべては終わるってわけだ。
When the seagulls cry, everything will end, basically.
終わり終わり。おしまいおしまい。
Done and done. All over. The end.
せいせいすら。
Man, what a relief.
何をそなたは勘違いしておるのか。
Exactly what is it that you're misunderstanding?
ん何をだって
What do you mean, what?
何も終わらぬと、これにて全ては放置される。
I said that nothing would end. With this, everything will be
ゲ
abandoned.
ームは忘れられ、盤上の駒はそのままに放置される。
The game will be forgotten, and the pieces on the board will be left where they lie.
進みも戻りも、取りも取られもしない。
There will be no advancing, no retreating, no taking or being taken.
勝ちもなく、負けもなく、引き分けすらも
No victory, no defeats, not even a tie.
Are you going to stick him in a perpetual October 5th at midnight?
That's what I assumed because, like, it's not like this game board is a magical device, right? It's not going to automatically spit him back out into the real world when she resigns. She has to choose to be like, yeah, I resign, or I lost, or I won, and trigger the magic that'll do the thing that, you know, is supposed to happen.
Yeah, like her game board seems more like her plans, basically.
Mm-hmm.
ただ放置されるのだ。
Just abandoned.
つまりはおしまいってことだろ
Doesn't that mean it's over?
違う。わらわの手番にて、永遠にゲームが止まる。
Wrong. On my turn, the game will stop for all eternity.
そなたの番は来ない。
Your turn will not
だ
come.
から、勝ちも負けも引き分けもない。
So there will be no victory, nor defeat, nor a tie.
かつてのわらわ。そなたにそうされるわけにはいかなかった。そなたに勝つという目的があったからだ。
In the past, I could not allow you to do that to me. That was because I had the goal of victory against you.
しかし、それに興味を失った。
However, I have lost interest in
だか
that.
らこれ以上、手番を進める意味がもう何もない。
So there is no longer any point in me making any further moves.
俺に 手番が来ないというのはどういう意味なんだ？
What do you mean by my turn won't come? I thought that Beto getting tired of the game meant I'd be released and I'd be able to escape Rokkenjima. For some reason, the meaning of Beto's repeated words about the difference between abandoning the game and settling it was starting to bother me. Just what has she been saying and why the bad mood? Suddenly, I heard a voice from behind me. When I turned around, there was someone I thought I might, or might not, remember from somewhere. A mysterious girl with no light in her eyes was standing there.
その子が言っているのはこういう意味よ。
From Castell. Yay! What she means is something like
この
this.
ゲームが駒をそのままに蓋を閉じら
Why
れる。
can't, like, literally, why can't anyone just say that she's not resigning, she's just abandoning the game so the game won't end? And that means you're not getting released, Battler. Why can't people just say that specifically? Putting the lid back on this game and leaving the pieces as they
ゲ
are.
ームは終わらないまま永遠に留め置かれる。
Without ending, the game will be locked away for all eternity.
あんたが元の世界へ戻ることのできる唯一の方法はベアトに勝利することだけ。
The only way for you to return to your original world is to win against
つ
Beato.
まりベアトがゲームを放棄しちゃうってことは
So Beato abandoning the game would mean,
わかる？
get it?
Suddenly, in another place, there was a girl wearing a bright pink dress. I had a feeling I'd met her somewhere too, but I couldn't remember. You can't remember? Like, you saw her, like, last loop.
Yeah, it's weird that he can't remember.
More important was the meaning of the words she said. The game being abandoned means, huh?
そういうことよ。勝負は敵
That's all there is to it.
揃わなきゃ決着しない。
No match can reach its conclusion without two opposing sides.
あなたにはもう永遠に勝利してこの世界から抜け出すことができないということよ。
It means that you'll never be able to win and escape this world for all eternity.
さしずめ、あなたを閉じ込めた檻の鍵を
In the end, it's kind of like taking the key to the cage you're locked in.
鳩の首輪にでもくくりつけて飛ばしてしまうようなものかしら。
Fastening it to the collar of a pigeon or something and letting it fly, I guess.
冗談じゃないわ、ベアト。そんなつまらないゲームを見に、私たちははるばるここまで来たわけじゃないのよ。
This isn't funny, Beato. We didn't come all the way here to watch a boring game like this.
Yeah, you're putting on an act right now. You're getting exactly what you want, Lambda Delta.
Maybe. That depends on if Bird Castell is also stuck here for all eternity.
I think so.
これでゲームをお開きなんて冗談じゃないわ。
So it's wrapping it up here. You have to be kidding me.
ラムダに同じよ。
I'm with Lambda.
私はバトラを勝利させ、あなたを敗北させて、のたうち回らせるためにやってきたのよ。
I came here to make Battler win and to make you thrash about in
ま
defeat.
だその目的を達していない。
I still haven't achieved that goal.
こんなところでゲーム放棄されて、逃げ出されたんじゃたまらないわ。
Couldn't bear for the game to be abandoned here, for you to just run away on me.
今日らを失望させるゲームの幕切れとなったことは認めよう。
I acknowledge that the way the curtain has fallen on this game is made for a disappointing end for you ladies.
しかし、この茶会のホストたるわらわは何しろ気まぐれ。
However, I, the host of this tea party, am, after all, fickle.
今日が冷めればもてなす術など知らぬ。
Once the fun is gone, I know no way of entertaining.
もとより、それがわらわの魔女たるゆえんのはず。
I believe that to be what makes me the witch I am in the first place.
何も問題はなかろう。
There should be no problems with this.
確かに、あなたの教義には反しないわ。
True, I won't go against your creed.
私は認めないわよ。
I won't stand for
ふざ
this.
けんじゃないわよ。あんたにどんだけ肩入れしたと思ってんのよ。
Don't you dare. How much do you think I've supported
こ
you?
こまでお膳立てさせて、これではいおしまい。
All that preparation, you want me to just pack it all in now?
ふざけんじゃないわよ。
I don't think so.
わらわは飽きたと。それ以上も以下もない。
I am saying that I am tired, and that I am tired of it. Nothing more, nothing less.
そうはいかないわよ。あんたにはこのゲームを続けてもらうわ。
That's not happening. You're going to continue
バ
this
トラー
game.
に勝利したいんでしょ？
You want to win against Battler, right?
だって屈服させたいんでしょ？
You want to win and make him submit, right?
もう一息じゃない。
You're almost there,
ね
isn't she?
そこで俺に振るんじゃね
Don't turn to me for agreement.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck you talking about, bitch? Go away.
え。ただ、俺にも意見はある。
That said, I do have an opinion too.
言わせてくれ。
You'll let me say it.
何か。
What?
こいつは、お前に売られた喧嘩だ。
You brought this fight to my door.
俺はお前とはっきり白黒をつける覚悟がある。
I'm prepared to settle this fight one way or the other.
何度か屈服しかけたが、
I've come close to surrendering many
途
times,
中で逃げ出して、勝負をうやむやにして逃げるつもりだけはさらさらね
but I've never had any intention of escaping partway through, leaving the match
え。俺
undecided.
がここにいて、
It literally wasn't even an option
戦
for
う
me,
意
though,
志を見せ
Battler.
ている以上、
As long as I'm here, show me the will to fight.
逃げるんじゃねえ。ベアトリーチェ。
Don't you go running away, Beatrice.
同感だわ。バトラーを巻き込んでおいて、勝ちも負けも与えずに立ち去るなんて、無責任にも程がある。
I agree. Getting Battler involved and then leaving without giving him victory or defeat is just beyond irresponsible.
Suddenly, even Gretel was there, and everyone was criticizing Beto for being irresponsible.
ほう、どうやらわらわが無責任だと罵られる最大の理由は、バトラが対戦相手としてとどまっているからということらしい。
It seems that the greatest reason I'm being called irresponsible is that Battler will be stuck as an opponent.
ならばバトラ、お前もま
In
た
that case, Battler,
わらわと同様に対戦相手を降りてくれぬか。
will you step down from being an opponent as I
そ
shall?
れでな、
Then.
わらわは批判されることもない。
That way, there will be nothing to criticize me for.
俺が降りると、ロッケン島を出られるのか？
If I step down, will I be able?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's me. Yeah.
fucking.
Yeah, if I step down, will I be able to relieve Rokkenjima?
That's the question,
出
isn't
られ
it?
るわけもなかろうが、勝手に誇りを浴びて、肩にでも積もらせよ。
Of course not. Just be covered in dust and let it pile up on your shoulders.
ふざけないで。なんて無責任な人なの？
Stop being so stupid. Just how irresponsible
あ
are
んた
you?
はこれだけ大勢の人間を殺した。
You've killed all this many people.
しかも、魔女の力によって何度も何度も。
On top of that, using your witch's power, you've done it over and
無
over
ごたらしい殺し方で、
in gruesome
その
ways.
責任を取らず、逃げ出すなんて絶対に許せない。
There's no way that I can allow you to escape without taking responsibility.
責任。ほう。わらわはどのようにして、その責任
I know she's
を
wearing
取ればいい
those
のか。
hair ties because of that Battler gave her to her, but it still just like weirds me out that there's like a childish hair style that's very popular in like on older teenagers in Japan, and it just bothers me.
Yeah.
Responsibility. What is it I should do to take this so-called responsibility?
決着をつけるまで戦いなさい。バトラーは正面の席に座り、あなたに打ち勝つまで決して諦めずに戦う。
Fight until a resolution is reached. Battler will sit in the chair across from you, never giving up, fighting until he beats
だ
you.
からあなたも任されるまで戦いなさい。
So you too fight until you're defeated.
それが嫌なら、バトラーを任せてみせなさい。
If you don't want that to happen, then try and defeat him.
許さない。すべてをうやむやにして、バトラーをこの席に放り出して、永遠に閉じ込めて返さないなんて、許さない。
I won't let you leave everything unresolved and abandon Battler in this chair, lock him up forevermore, and never let him return. I won't let you.
グレーテル。
To be perfectly honest, I didn't really understand from what standpoint Gretel was trying to save me. But in her words, I could feel a strong determination to save me from this crazy game world no matter what. So I also responded that.
こっちを向け。
Beato, face this way.
俺はここにいる。お前の正面のライバルの席だ。
I am here, across from you in the rival seat.
わかるな。
Get it?
俺がここに座り続ける限り、お前に逃げは許さない。
As long as I continue to sit here, I won't permit you to escape.
だから逃げるな。戦え。
So don't run away. Fight.
お前が始めた戦いだろうが。
You started this fight, damn it.
これだけ何度も何度も上等を決めやがって、しっちゃかめっちゃかにやってくれたんだ。
All the crap you pulled again and again and again. The total shit show you've turned this whole thing into.
今さら飽きたで終わらせられるかよ。
And now, after all this time, you think I can let you end it because you're tired
俺
of
は
it?
お前の対戦、俺がここにある限り、逃げるなんて許さねえぞ。
I am your opponent. As long as I'm here, there's no way I'm letting you escape.
聞いてるのか、この無責任魔女め。
Are you listening, you goddamn witch of irresponsibility?
なんとか言ってみろってんだ。
Why don't you say something? Her yelled at her, Beto went silent for a while. Whether my words had reached her or whether she was thinking about something completely different, I couldn't tell. But for a while, she was silent, gazing at me with an expression I could read no emotion from. And when she realized that I noticed, she averted her gaze. She turned her back to me and said this.
バトラが対戦相手をやめてくれぬ以上、このゲームを放棄することは認められぬと、キョーラはおっしゃるわけか。
Are you done? Okay. So you ladies say that since Battler will not quit as my opponent, you cannot accept my abandonment of this game.
ならば問おう。
In that case, I shall ask,
そもそも、そこにいる男に、わらわの対戦相手たる資格があるのかどうかを。
whether the man over what are the English words? Whether the man over there was qualified to be my opponent in the first place.
資格？
Qualified?
当然。さっきのテストとやらのことだぜ。
Probably has something to do with that test or whatever just now.
何をする気？
What are you planning to do?
あんたまさか。
You aren't gonna.
これより、そなたにわらわの対戦相手たる資格があるかどうか、それを問う。
I will now question you to determine whether or not you are qualified to be my opponent.
よいか、バトル。
Listen now, Battler.
その資格が認められれば、わらわは席にとどまり、ゲームを続けよう。
If those qualifications are acknowledged, I will stay in my seat and continue the
そ
game.
して、勝敗の決着がつくまで、永遠に戦い続けることを約束しよう。
And I shall promise to fight for all eternity until the outcome is decided.
俺にはもとより、その覚悟はあるぜ。
Was ready for that from the beginning.
しかし、その資格がなかったなら、
However, if you are not
そな
qualified,
たは消えよ。
you will disappear.
対戦相手が消えれば、ゲームもない。
If the opponent disappears, there is no
わ
game.
らわは堂々とここを立ち去れる。
I can leave this place openly.
キョーラもよろしいか。
Are you ladies
口
satisfied?
出しは無用。
I will not permit interruptions.
どうぞお好きなように。
Go ahead, do as you like.
バトラー、あんた、しっかり答えるのよ。
Battler, you make sure you answer well. I think there's like some legit panic from her for
俺は
once.
ここにいるんだろ。
The very reason I'm here is because I'm qualified, right?
何も怯えることなんざねえぜ。
There's nothing to be scared of.
まさか。
You couldn't be.
Gretel grew suddenly pale. I thought her to be the calm, collected type, so her expression surprised me.
それではバトラ、赤で復唱してもらおう。
Well then, Battler, I shall have you repeat in red.
お、俺に復唱要求ってか。
You're giving me a repetition request. Okay.
Alright.
俺のお箱を奪いやがって。
Damn you, stealing my signature move.
しかし、赤き真実って俺でもできるのか？
Can I do the red truth
ど
too?
うやるんだ？
How?
そうだと念じればできるわよ。
Just will it to be so and you can do it.
簡単よ。
It's easy.
俺の名は後宮バトラ。
My name is Ushuramiya Battler.
おお、こりゃ面白いや。
Whoa, pretty cool. So you've been able to do that the whole fucking time, okay.
Mm-hmm. And he did repeat something in red, but he was repeating someone else repeating something in red before. So.
Yeah.
やめて。あんたの狙いは読めてるわ。
Stop it. I know what you're
でも
after.
それはやめて。
But don't do it.
彼は
He's...
And Gretel yelled, Beato glared at her. Then her form was wiped away in an instant.
うるさい。そなたはしばらく席を外す。
Shut up. You leave your seat for a
今日ら
while.
もであるぞ。
You two ladies.
口出しをするならば、容赦せる。
If you are going to interfere, I will not hold back.
邪魔はしないわ。
We won't get in the way.
どうぞご自由に。
Go ahead. Do as you like.
ベル、まずいでしょうが。あいつ消す気よ、バトラを。
Burn, this is bad. She's trying to erase him. She's trying to erase Battler.
なんだ
What?
あいつ。何を企んでやがる。
What is it she's scheming here?
それでは、資格を問うぞ。
Well then, I shall question your qualifications.
面白いな。普段のゲームが攻守が逆になった。
Interesting. Attack and defense are reversed from a normal
こ
game.
れは最後の最後でとても貴重な体験だ。
This is a very precious experience coming at the very, very end.
良いか。心してまずは聞け。
Ready? First, listen carefully.
まずはわらわが赤で語る。
I will speak with the red first.
わらわは黄金の魔女、ベアトリーチ。
I am the Golden Witch
そ
Beatrice.
して後ろ宮金蔵の孫、後ろ宮バトラと戦うためにこのゲームを開催した。
Oh,
And I opened this game in order to fight Ushiromiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushiromiya
Oh,
Battler.
this is the shit that Lambda Delta was talking to Angie about. She's not Angie anymore. She's a game piece. So, if a Battler can't assert who he is, he might just disappear.
Hmm.
そんなことは知ってるぜ。
I know that.
だからなんだ。
So what?
副賞要求。後宮バトラの母は後宮アスムである。
Repetition requested. Ushiromiya Battler's mother is Ushiromiya Asumu.
Oh.
あそこでなんでお袋の名が出てくるんだよ。
Why is Mom's name popping up all of a sudden?
無駄口はいらぬ。ただ赤
I do not require chatter. Just repeat it in red.
Beto urged me with the same indifferent tone. I don't have a clue what she's trying to do. I've done absolutely nothing wrong that I'd hate to be confronted with, and there's nothing that I'm hiding. There's nothing she could demand from me to repeat that would cause me any trouble. So why something like
いい
this?
ぜ。復唱する。
Sure, I'll repeat it.
後宮バトラの母は後宮アスムである。
Ushiromiya Battler's mother is Ushiromiya Sumu.
赤便利だな。
It sure is convenient.
戸籍抄本を持ってくる面倒もね。
I need to bother myself with bringing a copy of the family register.
無駄口はいらぬ。続けるぞ。
But do not require chatter. I will continue.
そなたの名は後宮バトラである。
Isn't that supposed to be my name as Ushiromiya Battler?
Yeah, but I think she's trying to stem the confusion. But it's confusing in either direction.
Yeah. Your name is Ushiromiya Battler. I guess we'll see. But
俺の名は後宮
okay, yeah, it's supposed to be my name.
Sure. My name is Ushiromiya Battler.
後宮バトラは後宮アスムから生まれた。
It was from Ushiromiya Asumu that Ushiromiya Battler was born.
後宮バトラは後宮アスムから生まれた。
It was from Ushiromiya Sumu that Ushiromiya Battler was born.
そなたは後宮アスムから生まれた。
It was from Ushiromiya Asumu that you were born.
俺は後ろ宮
And that's what happens when you try to say something in red that you cannot.
Hmm.
It was from Ushiromiya. All of a sudden, my throat closed. I was suddenly assaulted by a shortness of breath that felt as if I had been choked. What's going on? One more
俺
time.
は後ろ宮アスムから生まれた
It was from Ushiromiya Sumu that I was born. Damn it.
俺は後ろ宮アスムから生まれ
It
た
was from Ushiromiya Sumu that I was born.
なんだ
What the hell?
さっきまでは簡単にできてたのに急に赤がうまくできなくなったぞ
Even though I was doing it so easily a second ago, I suddenly stopped being able to get the red to work.
副賞を拒否するのか
Do you decline to repeat it?
拒否なんかじゃねえなぜかうまくいかねえんだ
I'm not declining, it's not working for some reason.
俺は後ろ宮アスムから生まれた
It was from Ushiromiya Sumu that I was...
なんでだ
Why?
ちくしょうなんで赤が使えないんだ
Damn it, why can't I use the red? What the hell? My mom is Ushiromiya Sumu. Can I say that fact I've read? What's going on? This is...
語れぬ赤を無理に語ろうとすると窒息するぞ
If you try to forcibly speak red that cannot be spoken, you will choke.
Oh, sorry.
無理をしなくてよ
There is no need to strain
い以
yourself.
上の事実からわらわはそなたを青で追求させてもらう
Allow me to use the aforementioned fact to press you in blue.
Fuck.
覚えているな青は相手を否定する仮説を宣言するのに用いる
Do you remember? The blue is used to proclaim a theory for the opponent to
そ
deny.
れは赤での否定が義務付けられそれがない場合勝利と
They are then burdened with the responsibility of denying that in red, and if they do not, then it is
で
victory.
はマイルズ
Then let me begin.
以上の復唱要求並びに復唱拒否からわらわはそなたに対戦相手の資格がないことを宣言する
Due to the previous repetition request and the refusal to repeat, I proclaim that you are not qualified to be my
な
opponent.
ぜならベア後宮金蔵の孫である後宮バトラと戦うためにゲームを開催したから
After all, Beatrice opened this game in order to fight with Ushiromiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushiromiya
よ
Battler.
って対戦相手であるそなたには後宮金蔵の孫である後宮バトラであることを赤で宣言する義務が生じる
This gave you the responsibility as my opponent to declare in red that you are Ushiromiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushiromiya
そ
Battler.
れに対する復唱をそなこれは
You declined to repeat that.
資格の喪失を意味するものである
This means the loss of your qualifications.
赤でそれの何かを否定するのよ早く
Deny something about that in red, quickly.
ああお俺は後宮バトラだそれを赤で復唱できている以上俺はお前の対戦相手のはずだぜ
Sure, I am Ushiromiya Battler. Given that, I'm able to repeat that in red, that should mean that I'm your opponent.
そなたが後宮バトラの名を持つことは事実であろ
It may be a fact that you have the name Ushiromiya Battler.
うしかし人名は独占されたものではない
However, people's names are not exclusive.
Hmm.
複数の人間が後宮バトラを名に持つことは可能である
It is possible for multiple humans to have the name Ushiromiya Battler.
すなわちこういうことだ
What it comes down to is
後宮ア
this.
スムの息子後宮バトラと同姓同名の別人である
You are a different person with the same first and last names as Ushiromiya Usumu's son, Ushiromiya Battler.
なんだと
What?
バカなこと言うんじゃね
Don't be stupid.
え。俺はお袋の子だぞ。
I'm mom's kid.
後ろ宮アースムの子だ。
Ushiromi Asumu's kid.
俺は後ろ宮アースムから。
Ushiromi Asumu.
How the fuck did Angie know about this?
Hmm.
That's what I want to know.
Maybe she looked
Because
into.
she seemed to realize what was going on.
That's all I can think.
なぜだ。
Shit, why?
なぜ俺がお袋から生まれたと言えないんだ。
Why can't I say that I was born from my
こん
mom?
なバカなことがあるというのか。
How could something so stupid be true?
苦しむことはない。わらわは遊ばぬ。
No need to suffer. I will not toy with you.
Big doubt.
これに
Although he could always try and
チェックメイト。
rip off X Rosa. God. Like, he should be saying that he is Ushiromi Kinzo's grandchild anyway.
Yeah,
Because Asumu is not blood related to
Kinzo
Kinzo in
anyway.
the first place.
Yeah.
So that's how you get around this, but now you also have to continue with it. It's like, oh fuck, your mom may not be the person that you thought she was.
Yep.
No need to suffer. I will not toy with you. This is checkmate.
そなたは後ろ宮アスムの息子ではない。
You are not Ushiromi Asumu's son.
All right. What?
そんなバカ。
You're kidding me.
そなたは誰か。後ろ宮バトラーを名乗る。何者なの。
Who are you? What person calling themselves Ushiromi Battler?
ちょっと待てよ。俺は後ろ宮バトラだ。
Wait a second. I am Ushiromi Battler.
俺は後ろ宮アスムから生まれた。
I wonder if Kiri is actually his mother. Like the cheating had happened all the way back then.
Maybe,
That'd be
because
interesting.
Kiri did talk about something. It was in... was it Loop 2 or Loop 3? Whenever she had the battle with
I think
Leviathan.
that was Loop 3.
She
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Loop 3.
Yeah, she said that she and Angie had children at the same exact time. But her child was stillborn while Angie's survived.
You mean Asuma's?
Or yeah, that Asumu survived.
So
And
it's possible that it was the other way around.
what somebody asserted that it was Asumu's kid that survived, not Kiri's. Which would either be a nurse getting paid off, Asumu herself, or Rudolph.
Yeah.
いいや、わらわの対戦相手たる後ろ宮バトラであるはずがない。
No, there's no way that you are the Ushiromi Battler with qualifications as my opponent.
その証拠に
And as proof,
証拠だと。
Proof.
そなたは6年前の罪を知らない。
you do not know of that sin 6 years ago.
That's...
いいえ、真の後ろ宮バトラならば罪など犯さない。
No, if you were the true Ushiromi Battler, you would not commit a sin.
だが結果的に罪は起こり、6年の月日が空白となって、
But consequently, a sin did occur. A span of 6 years became a blank space.
当時を何も知らぬ男が後ろ宮バトラを名乗ってロッケン島へ姿を現した。
And a man who knew nothing of that time appeared on Rokkenjima calling himself Ushiromi Battler.
その真相はこうだ。
The truth of it all goes like this.
6 years ago, the true Ushiromi Battler qualified to be my opponent was already dead. We were involved in a plot by Rudolph having something to do with distribution of the inheritance. A body double set up in Ushiromi Battler's place.
そんなバカなことがあるもんか。
never heard anything so stupid.
そんなバカな。
That's just absurd.
バトラー、しっかりしなさい。
Battler, get a hold of yourself.
まあ、言い返せないなら仕方がないわ。
Well, if you can't counter back, there's nothing more to do.
バトラにその資格はなく、
Battler did not possess the qualifications.
そういうことよ。
That's how it is.
ベル、それでいいの？
Are you okay with that,
そ
Burn?
れを認めちゃったら、あんたも負けちゃうのよ。
If you accept that, you'll lose too, you know?
あんたは勝っちゃうんでしょうが。なんでバトラの肩を持ってるの？
And you'll win. Why are you taking Battler's side?
残念よ、バト
How disappointing, Battler.
ラ。あなたにベアトリーチェの対戦相手たる資格がなかったなんて、とて
It
も。
really is disappointing that you didn't have the qualifications to be Beatrice's opponent.
私もうかつだったわ。
I was careless
資
myself.
格のない駒に張ってたなんて。
I can't believe I bet on an unqualified piece.
Literally say you're Rudolph's son.
Yeah, like that's all you need to do. It's like, you're Rudolph's son and Rudolph is Kinzo's son.
ベアトリー
You've defeated me utterly, Beatrice.
負けも勝ちもない。
There is no victory or defeat.
対戦相手が消えるだけだ。
The opponent will simply disappear.
元からいなかったと言うべきか。
Perhaps I should say that he was never there in the first place.
So is the Battler on this side of the board actually a thought form created by Battler's self-perception?
Maybe. I don't know.
ああよ。俺は
Then who am I?
I know you're 18 and you're kind of not the brightest bulb
Also
in the
kind
box
of stressed.
and very stressed. So like I get it. Like there's a lot going on here, but just fucking say that you're Kinzo's grandson. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yeah, like skip the...
Don't have a crisis of identity until you know that neither of your parents are the people you thought they were.
親父やおふくろ
You
の
don't
子じゃ
know that.
ないのかよ。
Am I not mom and dad's kid?
俺は誰なんだ。何なんだ。
Who am I? What am
お
I?
ふくろの子じゃないってんなら。なんだよ。縁もゆかりもない赤の他人の子だとか。
There are two halves to this
そう言い出す
equation.
のかよ。
Yeah, there are two halves of the equation. Only one of them matters for the game. All right, just say the one that matters for the game.
If I'm not mom's kid, then what are you saying? I'm some total stranger's kid with no relation to them at all?
それならば、金蔵の血は引いていないことになるな。
If that is the case, it would mean that you do not share
いずれ
Kinzo's
に
blood.
せよ、そなたにこのゲームの対戦資格はない。
Either way, you are not qualified to compete in this game.
バカな、バカな。
Absurd, absurd.
もうよい。もともとそなたが後ろ宮バトラでない可能性も多少は承知していたのだ。
Enough. I was slightly aware that you might not be Ushiromiya Battler in the first place,
だから問わねばならなかった。
so I had to question you.
本当のバトラなら知っていることを聞かねばならなかった。
I had to ask about something the real Battler would have known.
残念だ。そなた
What
が
a
ひょっ
shame.
としたら本当に後ろ宮バトラであるかもしれないと。
I even bet on the 1 in a million quadrillion chance, or 1 in a quadrillion chance of a miracle of gods,
1000兆分の1の奇跡にかけた。
that you might really be Ushiromiya Battler.
だが、やはりそなたは同姓同名の別人だ。
However, it looks like you're a different person with the same first and last names after all.
Bit by bit, Battler's form began to be clouded in darkness. No, maybe it was the other way around. The whole world was becoming clouded in darkness, leaving only Battler behind. Battler was down on all fours, hanging his head and repeatedly questioning himself. However, he would never be given an answer. In the world stained with darkness, Beto spoke something and Lambda Delta ran up to Battler yelling something very quickly. But it already seemed very far away and it didn't reach his ears. Then he, not knowing who he was, erased himself.
Now the opponent has disappeared.
それではこれで
Well then,
わ
if
ら
you
わ
would
は
excuse
失
me.
礼する今日らも旅支度を整えられるがよ
Ladies, you should prepare for your
い
journey.
我が領地にてもう何も催しは予定されていない
No more festivities are prepared for in my territory.
それではごきげんよ
It was good seeing
う
you.
さらばだ
Goodbye.
Without saying anything more, Beto clouded her own form in darkness as well and disappeared.
あんたこれでいいわけ？
Are you alright with this?
消えちゃったわよ。
Atler disappeared, you know.
負けず嫌いのあんたがこの結末でいいわけ？
Someone who hates losing as much as you do is okay with this?
あんたは私の負けに張ってたんでしょ？
Weren't you betting on my defeat?
なら万々歳じゃない。
Then you should be over the moon.
おめでとう、ラムダ。じゃあ、またどこかの世界で会いましょう。
Congrats, Lambda. Well then, let's meet again in some other world, okay?
まあ、無限のかけら世界のこと、どこかでまたご縁がある確率は、それこそ1000兆分の1よりも少ないでしょうけれど。
That said, there are endless fragment worlds out there. The probability of us having some connection again somewhere is probably truly less than 1 in a quadrillion.
じゃあね。楽しかったわ。バイバイ。
Alright, it was fun. Bye bye. She's like, Toodles, bitch! Leaves. Wait up, Burn!
Chasing after Bern Castell, who had disappeared first, Lambda Delta disappeared as well. Then after everyone had disappeared, there was no one left in the study. Returned to silence, almost as though no one had been there from the beginning. No one was here in the first place. Silence said he told that wordlessly. The sound of the wind and rain began to fill the room bit by bit. In a world where everything had sunk into darkness, Beto questioned herself.
やはり魔法は初めからマリアージュ・ソルシエールの中だけで使うべ
Fact
きだ
is, from the very beginning, magic should have only been used within Mariage Sorcier.
そうだね。マリアもエンジェの時にそう思ったよ。
Yes, I thought that too when Angie happened.
魔女同盟はわらわとそなたその二人で始めた
The Witches' Alliance began with you and me, just 2 people.
他のものを混ぜようというのがそもそもの間違いであったのだ
Mixing in other people was the first mistake.
こんなにも楽しいから、マリアたちはその輪に親しい誰かを加えたかったよね。
It was just so much fun. That's why we wanted to add other people close to us into that circle.
そうして魔女同盟がどこまでも大きくなって、
And in that way, we wish for the Witches' Alliance to grow forever larger.
みんなで楽しく魔法が使えて幸せになれたらと願った。
So everyone could have fun using magic together and all become happy.
だが魔法を理解できるのはやはりわらわとそなたの二人だけだった
But in the end, you and I were the only ones able to understand magic.
私たちは奇跡が巡り合わせたこの世界でたった2人しかいない魔女なんだよ。
We are the only two witches in this world, brought together by a miracle.
マリアはもうベアとさえいれば他には誰もいらないよ。
As long as I have you, Banter, I don't need anyone else anymore.
わらわもだ。
Nor I.
そなたさえいればもう誰もいらぬ。
As long as you are here, I no longer need anyone else.
マリアージュ・ソルシエールは結成したその一番最初の時点でもう完成していたんだよ。
In the very first moment that Mariar Sorcière was formed, it was already complete.
そうであるな。
That is so. It's truly so.
It was a witches' alliance to make everyone happy together with magic. I wonder when it got this screwed up. What was I trying to do when I started this game? Can't really remember even that. No, I may remember. But that's a feeling I now wish to throw away to the far side of oblivion.
いいよ。何もかも忘れてしまおう。
It's alright, let's just forget everything, okay?
二人だけのマリアージュ・ソルシエール。
Our little two-person Mariar Sorcière.
私たちは互いを認め合う。
We'll accept each other,
そして誰にも傷つけられない。
and no one will be able to hurt
だ
us,
からもう傷つかない。泣かない。
so we won't be hurt anymore. We won't cry.
すべて忘れよう。ね、ベアと。
Let's forget everything, okay, Beato?
私たちは永遠だよ。
We are eternal.
マリア。
Oof.
Fuck. Fine.
We got a healthy bit of the past. Or the present, whatever.
I guess.
天草、それ切ってくれる？
Amakusa, could you turn that off?
おっと、それは失礼。
Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Yep. Whoops, my bad.
エムザッキーはお嫌いで？
Don't like M. Zaki? Alright, we're gonna take just a minute. So I'll move to the next line, but we'll take a minute. Can... Maybe not the time for a jazzy piece. Though the music in this game is honestly fantastic. I think they've all been bangers in one way or another. Yeah, but Cat was...
That felt like the longest piss in my entire life.
Fair enough.
Hey, what were you saying? Because you were saying something when I got back.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, Angie's right. Maybe not the time for a jazzy piece, but they've all been bangers. Like all the music in this game.
Shut up, Phoenix. I'm just not in the mood.
Amakusa turned the radio off. The world of cheery sounds was immediately swallowed up by the roar of the sea, and blotted out by the ocean's gray.
見えるかい？あの辺が当時の船着き場だ。
See it? Over there's where the harbor was at the time. The boat captain pointed, but I couldn't recall how it looked 12 years ago. I believed that my memories of back then would come flooding back into my mind, but no memories were coming back to me at all. You were, like, 6.
Yeah, to like literally, like 6 during the last conference, and you weren't even there during the last one, so 5.
Yeah, you were 5. the last time you saw this place. After the incident, the island was sealed off and left to the wild. Probably that's understandable. I had to tell myself to stop myself feeling somehow sad and hurt. But I at least remember one thing. You could say that it would probably be the same anywhere on the sea, but at least this one thing I do remember. The cries of the seagulls. I do remember those. I almost never went to the ocean when I was young. But to me, everything that symbolized the ocean meant Rokkenjima and my family getting together. In short, it was a symbol for the happiness of going out with my family. However, at this point in time, it even seems doubtful whether that was happiness at all. In my younger days, the trip had felt like a relaxed family vacation, but considering my parents' situation at the time, it was surely a very difficult trip to handle, with the distribution of the inheritance filling the place, the smell of flaring tempers and fuses about to blow. I remember giggling all over the place, completely ignorant of my parents' feelings.
Rokkenjima ですかい。
Rokkenjima, is it?
全ての始まりで全ての旅の終着駅ってわけだ。
The beginning of everything and the last stop for all journeys. Amakusa tried too hard in an attempt to speak from my innermost feelings. The boat slowly rounded the island. As the angle changed, I hoped that my memories of the island silhouette at the time might come back just a little. But in the end, even as the inlet was completely hidden by the cliffs, I wasn't able to remember anything.
船長、さっきのもう一つの船着き場の話を聞かせてください。
Other harbor?
That's
Captain, that thing you mentioned about the other harbor, please tell me about it. Yeah.
Yes, please, because that opens a whole world of options.
ロッケン島には船着き場は一つしかないことになっとる。
They say Rokkenjima's only got one harbor,
だがそれは表向きだ。
but that's only its outward appearance.
島裏のもう一つの隠された船
I fucking knew it, dude.
Yep, yep.
An extra or hidden harbor on the back of the island.
ロッケン島そのものね。
There's some shit that I was calling like in episode 1.
Yeah, it was like episode 1, episode 2 at most, we were calling that shit.
That's Rokkenjima all over.
誰も知らない二つ目のもう一つの顔がある。
It has a second face which no one knows about.
ロッケン島は後ろ宮家の領有する島だ。
Rokkenjima is an island in the possession of the Ushirimiya
だ
family.
が金蔵さん個人が所有する島というもう一つの顔がある。
But it has another face as an island owned by Kinzo personally.
一つの島、二つの船着き場、二つの屋敷。
One,
ですかい。
one island, 2 harbors, 2 mansions, is it?
愛人を囲うためだけに随分と金をかけたもんだ。
He sure spent a lot of time
That
just
is
so he
not
could
what
keep a
that was,
mistress.
Amakusa.
Yeah, sorry, Amakusa. It's a lot worse. A lot
It's
worse.
so much worse. Like the man's got a dungeon and torture implements down there in the second mansion too.
もう
Like
一つの船着き
there's
場の
there's some fucked up shit going on.
Who knew about
Who knew about this other harbor?
Yeah, that's a good
限られて
question.
金蔵さん、執の源氏さん、
Not many. Kinzo, Genji the butler,
わしら船の関係者、
those of us involved with the
高
boats,
齢の使用人がほんの数人だ。
and a small number of the oldest
南
servants.
條診療所の先代先生も熊沢のばあさんも知っとった。
The last owner of the Nanjo clinic and that Kumasawa knew as well.
数えりゃ結構いるような気がするが、とにかく知っている人間はわずかだった。
Name them all up like this makes it sound like there's a bunch of them, but I tell you now, it was only a very small number who knew.
そのもう一つの屋敷について教えてください。
Please tell me about that other mansion.
クワドリアンっちゅう名前のお屋敷があるとだけは聞かされておった。
All I was told was there was a mansion called Kuwadorian.
わしは船を離れることを許されんかったから一度も見たことはないが、
Wasn't allowed to leave the boat, so I never once saw the place though.
船着き場からは見えないくらいに遠いということですかい。
So it was far enough away that you couldn't see it from the harbor?
わからん。
I still
た
fucking
だ
hate
隠
your
し屋敷だ
goddamn
からな。
vest. Amakusa. It's so awful.
Beats me, but it was a hidden mansion after
外
all.
からは見えん場所に建ててあったろうな。
Probably was built where you can't see it from the
と
outside.
にかくクワドリアンについては あの島の最高の秘密だった。
Anyway, Kuwadorian was that island's biggest secret.
クワドリアンにベアトリーチェが住まわされていた。
There's a theory that Beatrice was being made to live in Kuwadorian.
あるいは幽閉されていたという説がありますが、船長はどう考えますか？
Or else was being confined there. What do you think, Captain?
わしはクワドリアンへの雑貨も運んでおった。
I carried over sundries meant for Kuwadorian too.
その中に女しか使わんような、それも高級なもんが含まれることも多かった。
Oftentimes that included stuff only women would use. And fancy stuff at that.
わしもその説を確信しとる。
No doubt in my mind that theory is true.
では船長はベアトリーチェって女を直接見たことはないわけですか？
So does that mean you never saw this Beatrice woman directly, Captain?
ない。20年近く出入りをしたが、一度も見たことはない。
Never. Came and went for close to 20 years and never saw her once.
20年
20 years?
ってことは最低でも年齢プラス20ってわけだ。
Ooh, so that's at least plus 20 onto her age.
こりゃマドモアゼルは期待できねえな。
Well, that shoots down my hopes for a mademoiselle.
Oh my god.
Just
Just shut up with that.
だが、クワドリアンへの出入りは、ある日を境にぷっつりとなくなっちまった。
But one day, bang, all trips to and from Kuwadorian stopped.
今からだいたい30年前だから、
That was about
昭和
30 years ago.
43年頃だったと思う。
So around 1968, I think. That was probably around the time that other Beato got killed.
Mm-hmm.
ぷっつりと突然？
Bang? You mean suddenly?
食料やゴミなどの運搬往来で、わしらは決められた日程で裏に行っとった。
They come by the back on a specified schedule to carry food and trash one way or the other.
ああ、裏っちゅうのは、クワドリアン側の船着き場のことだ。
When they say the back, I mean the harbor on the Kuwadorian side.
わかります。それで？
I get it. So then?
ある日、源氏さんから急な連絡があった。
So one day, I get a sudden message from Genji.
別の指示があるまで裏には行かなくていいって言うんだ。
And he tells me, until you hear differently, we don't need you to go to the back anymore.
別の指示とは？
Did you hear differently?
特にはなかった。
Not in particular.
早い話が、ある日突然、裏には今後、定期便はいらない。食料も届けなくていいと言われたわけだ。
To cut a long story short, one day suddenly I was told they didn't need regular service at the back anymore and not to bother taking food there either.
わしは最初、クビにされたのかと思ったよ。
Thought I'd been given the boot at first,
だが、すぐに気づいた。
but it wasn't long before I
それ
realized.
に、クワドリアンのことを知る使用人たちの様子からも、なんとなく察しがついた。
And I kind of got the picture from the reactions of the servants who knew of Kuwadorian as well.
ベアトリーチェ
And as fucked up as the explanation, like the magical explanation for
残る必要もなくなった。
Beato being in that mansion for so long is, I think the mundane explanation is so much worse.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The mundane situation is so much worse in this case, because you can picture just some obscenely wealthy, rich motherfucker doing something like this, and being able to get away with it.
Beatrice died, and there was no longer any need to take food or people to care for him.
わしはそう考えとる。
That's what I think.
それっきり、裏へ船を出せという指示は受けてない。
I've never been told to take another boat to the back
しか
since.
し、裏については死ぬまで何も喋るなと。
But after that, Genji came to see me face to
そ
face,
の後、源氏さんが直接わしのところへ来て、えらく強く念を押した。
and got real pushy, demanding me to take everything about the back with me to the grave.
その20年間も放置されていた隠し屋敷にどうしてエヴァおばさんが？
So if that hidden mansion was abandoned for 20 whole years, why was Aunt Ava there?
On that day 12 years ago, Ushiromiya Eva somehow escaped harm alone in a different mansion 2 kilometers away from the regular mansion. Why was she in a hidden mansion that had been forgotten for 20 years?
ワイドショーで見たよ。 わしにも何が何だかさっぱりわからん。
I saw that on the talk shows. Even I can't make heads or tails of
エ
that.
ヴァさんを裏へ案内したことは一度もない。
Never once did I show Ava to the back.
どうしてどうやってクワドリアンを知りたどり着いたのか。
I don't even have
わ
the
しには
first
さっぱ
damn
り見当
clue
もつかない。
how she knew about Kuadorian or how she got there.
裏のクワドリアンに陸路で行くことは不可能だったのかしら。
I wonder if it was possible to go to the back where Kuadorian is by land. I
も
mean, it
し
would
も
have to be.
話通りに未開の密林だとしたら
If, as we heard, the forest was dense and
おめ
uncultivated,
かしした奥様風情に踏破できるもんじゃありませんぜ。
I seriously doubt a well-dressed lady person be able to push through it. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you would ruin the dress. And also, not really be able to navigate your way through it is the other problem.
Mhm.
じゃあカイロモーターボートみたいなものがあったとか。
So what about sea? Or by sea? Maybe there was a motorboat or something.
まさかあの二晩の台風はそりゃひどいもんだった。
Are you kidding? That two-nighter typhoon was awful.
船なんぞ使えるわけもない。
No way you could have used a boat.
じゃあ屋敷とクワドリアンを直通する例えば地下通路のようなものがあったとか。
What if there was an underground passage or something between the mansion and Kuadorian?
愛人の家へ出入りするのに毎回船の用立てが必要なんて面倒でしょ。
Would have been a pain to have to charter a boat each time he wanted to visit his mistress's house, right?
全長 2km のロッケン島の対角線上に存在する屋敷をつなぐためにそんだけの長い地下トンネルを
Tunnel long enough to connect mansions on opposite sides of a 2-kilometer island like Rokkenjima?
バカにしてえところだが愛人のために隠し屋敷まで作っちまう大富豪だ。
Well, I'd like to laugh at the thought, but this is a guy so rich he made a whole hidden mansion for his mistress. Again, not mistress, but everything else you do have a point.
それ
Yeah.
否定できんところです。
Yes, I can't deny
Well,
the
it's not like he
possibility.
knows that. Damn it. It's
Yeah.
not like he knows that she wasn't really a mistress. She was, in fact, a captive.
船長
What do you think, Captain?
わしは海の人間だ。穴のことはわからん。
I'm a man
No,
of
fair
the,
enough, buddy.
I'm a man of the sea. No good asking me about holes.
だが硫黄島で旧日本軍は25キロのトンネルを掘ってみせたぞ。
But the Japanese military dug a 25-kilometer tunnel on
あ
Iwo
の金蔵さんなら2キロくらい掘ってみせてもわしは何も驚かん。
Wouldn't surprise me one bit if the Kenzo could dig at least 2.
やっぱりおかしな島ね。
This really is a strange island.
私たちはこの島のことを未だ誰一人何も知らない。
Even now, not one of us really knows a thing about it.
The boat reached the shore. There would be a short walk to reach the mansion.
わしはここで待っている。屋敷は向こうだ。
I'll wait here. The mansion's that way.
当時の道が残っているだろうが、草木で覆われてしまってるはずだ。
The path from back then.
12 years? That shit's not around at all anymore.
Yeah. The path from back then is probably still there, but I'll bet it's covered with plants.
迷わんように気をつけてな。
Make sure you don't get yourself lost.
ほんじゃ行きましょうかね。
Right, off we go then.
ありがとう天草。あんたもここで待ってて。
Thanks, Amakusa, but you wait here too.
Yeah, honestly, you should probably keep an eye out for her auntie.
Yeah.
Make sure the boat captain
You should
gets
have,
out of this
2
shit
guards,
alive.
honestly. You should have 2 guards, like one for the captain and one for you, because, like, maybe that bitch does know about the other fucking harbor. You don't know that. You don't know who knows it and who doesn't.
Yeah.
Like, shit.
Well, I mean, now they know because it's on the fucking talk shows.
ま、そう言い出すんじゃないかと思ってましたぜ。
I had a feeling you'd say that.
届け物をするだけよ。あなたが一緒だと向こうが迷惑するの。
I'm just delivering something. You'll just be trouble for them if you're with me.
あんたの毒素強そうだから。
I imagine your toxin is strong.
毒
The
素
fuck?
はて
Toxinum?
すぐに戻るわ。
Don't let that shit slip.
今日の本命はクワドリアンの方だもの。
I'll be back soon. Our main goal today is strong. Or not be as strong. Blah, blah, blah. Our main goal today is Kuadorian.
届け
Sorry.
物をしたらすぐに戻ってくるわ。
After I deliver this, I'll come right back.
Angie put on her knapsack and grabbed the flowers she was planning to offer.
さしてやれ若いの
Take the hint, youngin.
行ってこいお嬢ちゃん
Go on, gal.
あんたの家族が待っている
Your family's waiting for you. I had never been on a road like this, but I had no trouble finding my way. I walked straight ahead, would probably guide me to the final destination for everything. The vegetation certainly was incredible, and you would lose track of the path if you were careless enough to let your attention drift. But the road that was left was much better than I had imagined. Still, that didn't change the fact that it was a bad road. Contrary to the
12
distance...
years with absolutely no maintenance. Like, that shit would be gone.
Yeah.
I don't think people understand how fast nature will absolutely just take over an entire building and break it the fuck down. 12 years? That shit's gone. That path is not there anymore.
Yeah.
Like, the stone will still be there, but it will be so covered by shit and broken up that you won't actually be able to tell that it used to be there, unless you had already seen it before.
Yeah, we've been given a false impression due to how fucking amazing Roman roads were.
Yeah, and Roman roads, by the way, weren't even built just by the Romans. They were laid over top previous roads as well.
Yep.
So what keeps Roman roads up above the ground is that there was a bunch of there was another kind of pavement underneath it, right? Yeah, there was actually a Gallic Celtic sort of thing where it's a bunch of logs that have been like treated and rolled up and then like sealed.
Yeah, and then
to make a road.
Yeah, and a lot of those roads were then built over by the Romans because they're like, well, yeah, the path makes sense. Let's add pavement.
Yeah, let's cobble this or whatever the fuck.
Contrary to the distance shown on the map, I was forced to walk along.
And those roads were still used and maintained for hundreds and hundreds of years afterwards.
Yep, absolutely. So even stuff that isn't used anymore, like, the reason it's still around is a lot of factors. So if you look at any, like, if you go to fucking Chernobyl, which, I mean, don't do that without,
No, you could also just like look up pictures of it, like modern day pictures.
Yeah.
You can see that shit is like covered in all sorts of shit.
Yeah, and that didn't
just absolutely lousy with plant life, and like that's what is radioactive, where shit will die if it gets close. And it still tries to get close anyway.
Yep, absolutely, and I think there's fucking radiation resistant dogs over there now.
Mm-hmm. Like the animals and plant life and all that shit in the area started to get radiation resistant because it's like,
that's what lived.
It works. That's what lives.
The forest was deep and dark. At the time, I had been threatened into staying away from the forest because a witch lived there. Of course, that fear is gone now, but I feel it. Other people may not be able to. But I can feel the presence like an aura of the Golden Witch Beatrice. Massive, oddly shaped rocks scattered here and there, overgrown trees and ivy, the voices of birds and bugs. Yeah, I can feel it. I can feel that the witch is here. Ahead, an ivy-covered construction site fence and warning sign stood. No entry, Tokyo Metropolis. That was written on it. Oh, right. When you think Tokyo, you tend to think of a city. But address-wise, even Rokkenjima is a rightful part of Tokyo Metropolis.
Okay, so we kind of know where it is now. On the map. Cool.
Yeah? Apologizing to the sign for my mistaken impression, I climbed over the fence. When made it up the steep slope beyond that, my field of vision rapidly expanded, and a fresh sea breeze blew through my hair. It was like the top of a little hill. Below me was a vast view of the island. I could only see desolated forest and rocky crags spread out below me. But somehow, I realized the mansion was probably somewhere around there. The steep downward slope beyond this hill had probably been caused by landslides from 12 years of wind and rain. It had become a slant filled with crags that you might even call gentle cliffs. And though it would be easy to tumble down, it looked like climbing back would be pretty difficult. It seemed that proceeding any further would be impossible. To continue any further, I wouldn't be able to return. In other words, this is the border. Between 1986 and 1998. That day and today. In this world and the other.
ここがこの旅の終着点みたいね。
This is this journey's final destination, it seems.
As a strong wind blew Mammon and Sakataro's hair, they looked down from the hilltop.
ここからじゃさっぱりわからないわ。お屋敷はどこ？
Can't make out a thing from here. Where's the mansion?
もっと近づきましょうよ。
Let's get closer.
無理だよ。戻ってこれなくなっちゃうよ。
We can't. We won't be able to come back. Won't be able to come back. Huh. He's right. This is 1998. I am the Ushirumi Angie who had been left all alone. At first it was a journey to die. But not anymore. It has become a journey to accomplish something.
だからごめんね、二人とも。
Yeah, so I'm sorry, you two.
あの日の私なら何も戸惑わずにこの崖を降りるだろうけれど。
As I was back then, on that day, I would have gone down this cliff without any hesitation. Is this like showing how she broke into the barrier, I guess, maybe? I don't know. Come on, this is pretty lame for the skyscraper jumping Ushiromiya Angie.
ごめんね。
Sorry.
ここでも同じだよ。あの日の風が感じられるから。
This place is just as good because you can feel the wind of that day.
こんな風だったっけ？
Is the wind really like this?
Yeah.
もうすぐ来てくれるよ。
They will come any moment.
みんな。
Everyone. Sakataro said it as though it was completely natural, and I believed it. Mom, Dad, Battler, all of my relatives, and those fun servants. And Maria.
私よ、エンジよ。
It's me, it's Angie.
私は帰ってきたわ。
I've come back.
When I started my final journey to expose the past to 12 years ago, its goal had been abstract, and I hadn't understood. Now I have no doubts. The journey was induced by all kinds of thoughts and fates over 12 years. A journey to end things for me, Ushiramiya Angie. And a journey to end things is the final wish of Mariage Sorcière. I came here as the final daughter of the Ushiramiya family, and as the final witch.
お父さん、お母さん、お兄ちゃん。
Mom, Dad, Battler.
ごめんね。先に
Sorry.
マリアお姉ちゃんとの挨拶をさせてね。
Let me greet Maria first.
Strong gust of wind from behind urged me on. The gust took just my soul out from inside my body to the vast forest beneath me, and though I couldn't see it from where I stood, I believed that it would fly me to the mansion on that day, to where everyone was, to where Maria was. And so, even though my body was on top of the hill, a strong wind blowing against me, my soul was now certainly dancing through the sky. The vast, vast sky of Rokkenjima. Below me was the green of many trees, but I can tell, can comprehend the presences of my family and relatives, and all the servants, and Maria's too. I could even comprehend Maria as a witch. It was vast, more vast than any space I had imagined until now.
マリアお姉ちゃん、聞こえる？
Maria, can you hear me?
聞いて。
Listen.
And she shouted to the Maria of that day that she had been through a long journey, and that she had learned just how much she had wounded Maria on that day on that day when she was young. Having understood magic, I now understand everything about the world Maria wanted to show me. It is so warm and overflowing with kindness and happiness. She had wanted to become even happier by sharing that world, but I had trampled it.
だから私、今こそ全部理解したの。
So now I finally understand
魔
everything.
法を理解した。
I understand magic.
私たちの魔法はきっととてもささやかで身近に溢れてる。
Our magic is surely a very humble thing that exists all around
で
us.
もそれは誰の目にも見えるものではないのよ。
But it isn't something that just anyone can see with their
魔
eyes.
法とは、
Magic is...
はっきり言えるわ。
Yes, I can say it clearly. Then fucking say it!
Without love, it cannot be seen. I'm sorry, Maria. I've already been excommunicated from the Witches' Alliance, but after all this time, I now understand how wonderful it is. And I know after that day I wounded you, Mariage Sorciera was transfigured into something different from what you truly desired. Back in those days, even magic that allowed you to vent your anger by cursing people was probably important to you. Your environment was unhappy enough for you to be allowed that.
でももうそんな悲しい日々は終わったよ。
But now those unhappy days are over.
だからお姉ちゃんの魔女同盟を元の
So let's return your
優
Witches
しい
Alliance
マリアージュ・ソルシエルに戻そう。
back to the original, gentle Mariage Sorcière.
The grimoire was in my hands without me realizing it. The strong winds were rapidly blowing its pages one after another. It had been a kind world at first. What to do to create magic so that candy rains from the sky. What to do to create magic so that tomorrow's dinner becomes cream croquettes. What to do to create magic so that tomorrow's weather is good when you go out and you have a fun day. New magics of happiness were created one after another, coloring her world with kindness. Those days were flipped through one after another, and days and months began to flash by like memories. Pages with drawings that were colorful, gradually changing the pages colored only with black ink. Eerie magic circles and demon summonings. Evil magics were harming people. What to do to create magic so that the class bully catches a cold. What to do to create magic so that you-know-who in class gets seriously injured and dies. What to do to create magic so that a bus with all the bullies on it falls off a cliff. Yeah, I understand that feeling.
Yeah, fair enough.
Malicious magics were created one after another, filling the pages in her heart.
私がお姉ちゃんを傷つけたから。
I really don't think it's on you.
Again,
It's probably because... yeah, you were the tiny child, and also there was a whole lot more going on than just you. It was because I hurt you, Maria.
マリアージュ・ソルシエルはこんなになってしまった。
That Mariage Sorcière ended up like this.
お姉ちゃんは黒き邪悪な魔女じゃない。
You weren't a black evil witch.
白き無垢で無邪気な優しい魔
You
女
were
だ
a
ったの
white, pure, innocent, kind witch.
私が元に戻してあげる。
I'll return you to how you were.
元のみんなを幸せにする魔法を世界中に振りまいていたマリアお姉ちゃんに戻してあげる。
Originally, when you were scattering magic to make people happy across the world, or across the entire world, I'll turn you back into that Maria.
そのために私はここへ来た。運命に導かれてきた。
That is the reason I came here. I was guided by fate.
お姉ちゃん、聞こえてる？
Maria, can you hear me?
その姿を 私の前に見せて。
Show yourself before me.
That voice rode an even stronger wind and was sent 12 years into the past. Then, the wind gradually ceased and silence fell. Crunch, crunch. I could hear the sound of gravel being stepped on. I heard those footsteps and was surprised at that miracle. Without a doubt, those footsteps were Maria's.
マリアお姉ちゃん。
Nope.
かすみよ。ようやく見つけたわよ。
How the fuck?
Kasumi. Looks like I finally found you, eh, Angie? Before I knew it, Aunt Kasumi and her black suits, a total of 7 people who didn't resemble Maria in the slightest, were standing there, surrounding me. Fuck.
Well, there's a cliff right there. Might as well eat.
And it felt like my voice had been just about to reach Maria's, too. Because of these guys' talks and the magic got interrupted. And she clicked her tongue at that, but Kasumi probably didn't hear it that way.
そのお花は亡くなった家族への？
Oh, are those flowers for your deceased family?
偉いわ。
How admirable.
それ投げるんでしょ？
You're going to throw them, right?
いいわよ。それまで待ってあげる。
That's alright, we'll wait that long. Yeah, she's going to eat us.
Yep.
Before what? Angie could more or less guess. The way the black suits had their hands unnaturally stuck into their pockets made me realize they were obviously in possession of handguns. This is a deserted island. There could be no more convenient place to dispose of someone. I have absolutely no interest in the family matters of the Sumadera family. But if I die, all that wealth will roll right into the Sumadera family coffers. Unlike me, they probably have a great deal of interest in it. Of course, the Ushimiya group has a stake in this too. It seems that if the massive amounts of stock I own suddenly go to the Sumaderas, it'll be pretty bad for the Ushimiya group as well. And so, they've apparently gotten themselves embroiled in a secret feud over me. That's probably why President Okanogi gave me Amakusa as a guard. Having Amakusa wait on the boat was a regretful mistake.
I don't think Amakusa could, fight off 7 motherfuckers with guns. He may be good, but I don't know that he's that good.
I guess if he...
That's, superhuman good.
Yeah, though I suppose he could have taken a sniper position.
Assuming he even has a rifle.
He does.
Does he still have it on him?
Yeah, I think he has it in a, musician's case.
Was it a guitar case? Yeah.
Having Amakusa wait on the boat was a regretful mistake.
おばさん、いつからここで待ち伏せを？
How long have you been waiting here in ambush?
早朝からよ。
Since early morning.
おかげですっかり待ちくたびれちゃったわ。
I was getting thoroughly tired of waiting for you.
何しろ喫茶店もお化粧室もないからね。
There are no cafes or powder rooms here, you see.
トイレもないから、お上品に木陰で用を済ませてたわけね。
Love you, Angie.
No toilets either, so I guess you had to elegantly drop a load behind a tree.
仮にもスマデラ家の血を半分引いてる淑女が、そんな汚らわしい言葉を使うんじゃないわ。
One who, in spite of herself, is a lady with half Sumadera blood flowing through her veins, will not use such filthy words.
やっぱりスマデラ切り絵の子ね。
Yeah, but this is the opportunity where you go is oh, you should not have gotten close enough for that, and then you just stab her right in the fucking neck.
Really? Yeah. You really are Sumadera Kiri's child, aren't you?
気品のかけらもありゃし
Not a trace of grace. She grabbed me by the hair and forced my face up to hers, and then spat in it. My words are filthy, but her spit's not to be outdone.
おばさんが私のことを話すと、いつも母さんのことばかり。
Every time you talk about me, it's always with reference to Mom.
私、そんなにも母さんに似てますか？
Am I really that much like my mother?
ええ、似ているわ。
Yes, you are.
その生意気そうな目つき。
That impertinent gaze.
鼻も口もそっくりよ。
Your mouth and nose are the same
自
too.
由奔放で無責任。
Unrestrained and irresponsible.
歴史と伝統あるスマデラ
How is that nose unrestrained and irresponsible? What the fuck?
自分勝手に家を飛び出したわ。
I think that was a new thought. Not a...
Maybe. But like,
She thought nothing of the long history and tradition of the Sumadera family and selfishly flew out of the house. My entire life has been wiping up the messes she left behind.
kind of bad at your job then, aren't you? I guess that makes your life one giant pile of shit.
I was slapped on the cheek, my ear took a heavy hit. For an instant my head rang. She pulled me around by the hair and threw me onto the ground. Without a moment's pause, she kicked the ground, covering me in sand. Yes, you truly have become like my sister. That gaze. That gaze like you're somehow making fun of me.
Because we are.
Yes, it's all coming back, all of it.
哀れな人ね。きっと幼い頃から何かにつけて母さんに比較されて蔑まされてきたんでしょうに。
You were pitiful. I imagine that since you were young, you were always compared against mom and looked down upon.
そしてあんたは一生その惨めさから解放されやしないわ。
And for the entire rest of your life, you'll never be released from that misery. And like, me bringing up like how the nose could be impertinent sort of deal is just like a joke, but also it makes sense for someone who's obsessive about like
appearances and stuff.
Obsessive inferiority complex towards someone else to be like to ascribe weird emotions and traits to things that they simply do not exist.
True.
That happens all the time. That's very normal in this kind of situation.
True.
I'm just making fun of her because she's very, I can make fun of her.
A little brat like you couldn't possibly understand. Your mother, you see, is a loser who threw away everything and ran away from the Sumadera family. Do you know how much trouble I went through because of that loser?
Damn right, girl. Any trouble you went through has nothing to do with me. Can't really do anything about what happened before I was born. When is your life going to begin? It's never going to happen. You will continue to be sneered at by my dead mother forever and ever for all eternity until you die. In fact, why don't you die? Why are you alive?
You insolent pissant. Men, make her some tea. Leave it to us. You big-mouthed shitty brat. Let us teach you a little lesson. The black suit dashed up to me, violently grabbing me by the collar and dragged me down. Do as you like until I finish the smoke. Teach my darling niece a little of her place. Sumadera Kasumi. She was a pitiable person, to think of it. The outside world, the women of the Sumadera family were trained to be in a position to support and defer to the men in the prominent positions. But in actuality, strong leadership was demanded of them, so they could manage all of the people under them. The role demanded of them was that of a female commander. Taking charge of the Sumadera family with all its proud history required an extraordinary level of commanding presence. But it was an unimaginably heavy responsibility. Normally, this would have been demanded of Kiri. Kiri had undergone that harsh training, and Katsumi, as the younger sister, should have been able to just take it easy. No, in fact, she had lived like a lazy, selfish, and affluent princess, sneering at Kiri, who had been given the heavy responsibility. However...
So, I want to know why people always do this in their fiction, where they let, where it's only the oldest There's like, the proper heir or whatever that always gets the training, and all of the others are just allowed to do whatever the fuck they want. The whole reason you have multiple children as a noble or otherwise influential family is so you have multiple people that do the work. That's the whole reason.
Yeah, at the very least, a fucking fallback plan.
Yeah, it's a backup in case your first one fucking bites it.
Yeah, like the whole thing with
They
having a
should
line.
all be trained.
Yeah, the whole thing with having a line of succession is to not have the shit that happened in the early days with succession crises.
Even with the succession crisis, like trying to avoid that, that's still not going to happen because, like, whenever you have a noble family, like it
can happen.
You got to marry someone, right? And usually you're going to marry to another noble family because you want to establish a
larger
fucking
alliance.
You want to get like influence and all that shit going together. So like, if you only have women in your family, if you only have female children, and you marry them off, and the law says that only males can be heirs, then obviously not your shit is the one who gets. Right? Obviously, like you don't get your inheritance; it's some other family, right? So how do you decide which of that family gets the, succession crises still happen regardless of whatever you want to do.
Oh yeah, like it definitely does, but there have been more complex lines of succession to avoid that, where it's kind of like the line of succession for the presidency in the US and probably other countries, where
that's fair.
There's a long fucking list that you have to go through before there's actually a question mark. However, Kiri was suddenly disinherited. She had refused the fiancé her parents had arranged and had gotten pregnant by her lover, Ushiromiya Rudolph. From the Sumidera family's perspective, even though the Ushiromiya family held a vast fortune, it was a family which had already collapsed, a family not in their league. Shows what
Which is weird because this happened after like Rudolph was. Maybe he was still in the middle of like rebuilding all of the wealth. I don't know.
Maybe?
It's not like we have a clear timeline for exactly what happened before Batlin joined the conference.
Yeah, and how much it was built up by then. 18 years ago. And to become not even a legal wife, but a lover to the second son of that family. Normally, no one would be shown mercy for something so dishonorable, not even a daughter of the main family. She would wrap her up in a mat, stand up a pole on end, and throw her either into the Pacific Ocean if the pole fell to the right, or the Sea of Japan if it fell to the left. But Kiri's punishment was nothing but disinheritance, an unbelievably lenient decision. After that, the Sumidera family began receiving preferential treatment from a section of the Ushiromiya group. There must have been some kind of backroom deal. In other words,
shit.
Kiri took advantage of the Ushiromiya family's financial support to leave the Sumidera family openly. Kasumi watched it happen in shock. No, she even disparaged her dishonorable sister as a loser. But eventually, she learned that the heavy responsibilities Kiri had borne would be passed on to her. And then, for the first time, she realized that she had been outwitted. Because of your mother, my life was turned into a mess. No, you could even say she killed me once. On that day, I was killed once and cast down into a hellish life. Almost like there's cycles of violence that maybe you could have stopped now that you're in charge.
Yeah. Also, I really like her haircut. It's really nice.
Yeah, her haircut's very nice.
Too bad she's such a shit stain. Isn't that just what you get for thinking you can breeze through life?
This girl doesn't know when to shut up. The black suit punched me in the gut and I doubled over, but I was quickly grabbed by the collar and made to stand up again. As she continued to cold-heartedly look down upon Angie, Kasumi blew out smoke. The hard days after Kiri left were floating through her mind. Until then, she had been allowed to be simply a rich young lady, unrestrained and unaffected. Only Kiri, the older sister, had been strictly trained, and she, the younger sister, had been able to live as nothing more than a princess. Then suddenly everything was turned over to such a degree that her life tumbled and crashed.
私の人生も生活も生き方も
My life,
何もか
lifestyle,
も奪われたわ。
way of living, everything was stolen from
事
me.
情を知らない親類からは姉さんの不名誉を理由にどれだけ蔑まれたことか。
Do you know how much I was maligned based on my sister's dishonor by those relatives who didn't know the
呪っ
details?
たわ。
I detested her.
あなたのお母さんを血を吐くほどに呪ったわよ。
I detested your mother enough to make me spit blood.
そりゃ嬉しいわ。これからもよろしく。
Glad to hear it. I hope it continues for many years to come.
Kick landed in Angie's side as she lay prostrate on the ground. Angie didn't stand up again, but she continued to lie there like a caterpillar, getting kicked every time she spoke up.
姉さんを後ろ宮グループのパーティーで見かけたわ。
I saw Kiri at an Ushiromiya group party once.
あいつ、旦那と一緒でとても幸せそうに笑ってやがったわ。
She was with her husband, looking very happy and laughing.
私に全部押し付けて自分だけ幸せに。
She pushed everything on
How about
me
you fucking leave too, then, dumbass?
and found happiness only for herself.
だから何？私に八つ当たりするとどうあんたが幸せになるってわけ？
So what? How is taking it out on me going to make you
私
happy?
に八つ当たりすると時間が巻き戻って歴史が変わったりしてくれるわけ。
Is taking it out on me going to turn back time and change history for you or something?
あんた、さっき言ったわね。私の人生はいつ始まるの？
You said something a short while ago. When is my life going to
い
begin?
くら恨んでも八つ当たりしても時間を巻き戻すことなんてできない。
No matter how much I despise you or take it out on you, I cannot turn back
じゃあ
time.
私は死ぬまでこうして死んでもなお姉さんを恨み続けて。
So am I doomed to keep on hating my sister like this for the rest of my life, even though she's dead?
冗談じゃないわ。
Not if I can help it.
いつまで私は姉さんの亡霊に苛まれてなきゃならないのよ。
How long must I
Bitch,
be
just leave. Oh my god.
How long must I be tormented by my sister's ghost? You created that ghost yourself in your head.
Yeah, just like straight up, just fucking leave, woman. Leave your family.
だから考えたのよ。
And so I
こ
thought,
れを成し遂げたら全ての恨みを忘れてやり直せるってね。
if I could pull this off, I would be able to forget all my hatred and start over. Angie was about to respond to this with another bitter comment, but stopped, because she would be kicked again if she responded. Even if Kasumi didn't say any more, it wasn't difficult to imagine what she meant. Kasumi was thinking of bringing an end to her hatred of Kiri by taking her revenge against her daughter, Angie. Talk about pushing her problems on other people.
ほら、立ちなさいよ。
Come on, stand up.
そんなにこの島が大好きならしっかり深く埋めてあげるわよ。
If you like this island that much, I'll bury you here, deep.
その若さで死にたくないでしょ。
You don't want to die at your age, right?
母が迷惑をかけてすみませんでしたとか言ってみたくはならない？
Don't you want to say, sorry my mother caused you so much trouble or something? Nah, I'm gonna say yeet.
Yeah, like why the fuck would I apologize for someone else's bullshit?
You
You
wish.
wish.
エンジェ様、ダメ。こいつらを挑発しちゃダメです。
Lady Angie, no, you mustn't provoke these guys.
ここは表向きだけでも調子を合わせて時間を稼ぐべきです。
You should at least make it seem like you're going along with them so you can buy some time.
くだらないプライドは燃えないゴミの火に出しとけってよく言うわね。
They do say that you should throw your foolish pride out with the garbage.
天草さんが来てくれればきっと。
What about Amakusa? If Amakusa comes, just know he'll...
ダメ。あいつの姿は見えないわ。エンジ様
No,
が
it's no good. I can't see him. You idiot, Lady Angie.
どうして天草を置いてきたんです？
Why did you come without Amakusa?
I don't need you to tell me that, Mammon. I already know. I'm already right in the middle of regretting it. They walked a long way to get here. The forest was very thick. There's no way that the disturbance here will reach the boat. As Kasumi took her sweet time smoking that single cigarette down to the filter, continuously laid into by the black suits however they deemed fit. The moment I grabbed my head to protect it, the top of my head was kicked by someone at a bad angle, my head filled with stars. This feeling of stars flickering in a world twisted with gray was one I knew well. My life was very similar to the one Sumadera Kasumi led, because I was tormented constantly with all kinds of bullying under the guise of education and training, to make me a worthy successor to the Ushiramiya family. Yes, having the inside of my head filled with stars like this is a feeling I know well. And being reprimanded for some error in manners I seem to have made, the lecture always turned to whether I was fitting to be a successor to the Ushiramiya family or not, on and on about the honor of the Ushiramiya family and how important it was. By the time her rant reached that point, or I forget what mistake I was being blamed for in the first place. No, actually, it was the same way for Aunt Ava, too. After all, sometimes she would ask herself, what was I saying again? But in the end, she wouldn't be able to remember and would say something like,
That's
fucked up.
the fact that I'm angry must mean that you did something wrong.
その悪いことが問題なのであって、何をしたかなんて今さら思い出せなくても問題ない。
So whatever wrong thing you did is the problem, and it isn't important that I can't remember what it was anymore. Yeah, very fucked. There'd be some ridiculous reasoning like that, and then she would continue punishing me. Yes, Aunt Ava's punishments weren't something that would continue, until I learned something, or acknowledged my mistake, or apologized. They would continue until Aunt Ava wanted to stop. So even this violence was a bit nostalgic in a way that made me want to vomit. I opened my eyes and oh look, there's Aunt Ava. Right next to Kasumi, who was smoking her cigarette. I could see Aunt Ava, the two of them looking almost as though they were laughing at me together. When I was thinking about it, even Aunt Ava's life might be worthy of sympathy. The responsibilities and pressures of members of the Ushiramiya family, which she had so often mentioned to me, were all things that she herself had suffered. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you have to carry it on. Break the cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Because people cannot voice insults that they have never been subjected to themselves. No, they can absolutely repeat insults that they've never had spoken to them specifically. They just copy the insults they learned about their parents or whoever insulting other people. But I understand what you're trying to say. It was probably the same for Aunt Rosa as well. As the youngest child of the glorious Ushiramiya family, she must have gone through many tough times. So just as Aunt Ava acted towards me, and just as Sumadera Kasumi is acting right now, Aunt Rosa must also have been the same. People push the suffering they have been made to bear onto other people. Otherwise, they can never escape from it. So on and on, in eternity and perpetuity, the chain of suffering sadness never ends. That is the reason Maria's magic was so incredible. With her magic, she did not have to bear the suffering from Aunt Rosa. That pain was probably pushed onto her. Its weight probably tormented her. But Maria did not carry that burden on her own shoulders. She exercised it and filled her world with happiness. So I'm sure that even if Maria had had children in the future, she would never have pushed the suffering force down through the generations onto them. The chain of suffering and sadness, which had been inherited by and forced upon each generation for who knows how long, was by Maria's magic broken.
なーに？私に何か文句でもあるの？
What is it? Do you have something to complain to me about? In the past, I would have snapped back and canceled out her hatred with hatred of my own. Now I canceled out nothing. The weight of that which had been forced onto her bears down hard on my shoulders as well. After all, even now I hate her. So, now that I knew of magic, I looked at the human called Ushirimiya Eva again. What I could see through, too, was a sad form of a human no different from me, who had lost her family, and who bore deep wounds in her heart. Unable to withstand the pain of that torn heart, she was doing nothing except howling with a sad voice, like a lion crying in pain, like a child. It turns out Ushirimiya Eva was also a person deserving of compassion. She had needed someone to understand the difficulties and pain of her childhood days, and she too was the only survivor of the Rokkenjima incident, who was faced with the inquisitive eyes of all of society, was publicly slandered, who had salt continually rubbed into her wounds. Had needed someone's compassion in order to
Absolutely. She still deserves a kick in the head, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. In order to let her forget her pain and sorrow for at least a moment, the Black Witch, the very same that possessed Aunt Rosa, taught her magic. It was the same magic of anger and sadness that Beatrice had taught Maria. Even she was mourning her Sakataro after he was torn apart. That same magic, that witch, had surely dwelled inside Aunt Rosa, too. So I was wrong to hate Ushirimiya Eva. No, but I get you're trying to break the cycle, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Perhaps I alone was supposed to have become her ally. Yeah, no, you do not have to be her ally.
You were a literal child, and that was your caretaker. Like, you...
You had every reason to fucking hate her. Forgive her in death so you can move on, but so you can move on.
Well, absolutely not forgive her, just fucking, like, leave her in the dirt and not think about her again.
Well, yeah.
The difference.
By forgive, I mean not holding on to that resentment anymore. Forgiveness is not a removal of consequences, in the way I'm saying it.
Yeah.
The only person in the world who could understand her. What did I say to her when I was young, when she returned alive all alone? Could it be that the way I acted towards her was as if she had come back by herself after killing all my family?
I mean, she did also do that, yeah.
Aunt Eva, who had, throughout my life, has never been more than an object of and synonym for hatred, is turning into a human
She
who
definitely
I can
did
understand.
that one thing. That thing that you thought she did, she definitely did that turn. that loop. She definitely killed a bunch of people that time.
I looked right next to Aunt Eva, at the form of the Black Witch who taught her the black magic. Aunt Eva was crying. It was only natural. Not only did she have no one who would understand her pain of having lost her husband and son all at once, but even I, her only relative, insulted her, saying, "Give me back my mom and dad." I can make the excuse that it was the mercilessness of youth, but to her at the time, that was probably cruel enough to sever her heart's last thread. Again, you were a literal child. You cannot be held accountable for something you said in grief.
Yeah, you were like 6 and sick and grieving.
Yeah, you were sick, you were 6, and you had lost everyone you knew and loved. In the following days, the talk shows and magazines publicly slandered her. The truths of her late husband's business and character, and even those about her beloved son, were denied. She no longer had anything left. She could do nothing but cry and howl, trying to forget the pain and sadness for just a few moments. Because only while howling could she feel the slightest bit of release. And so the Black Witch taught her how to howl. The one I hated was the Black Witch. The black magic probably did release her from that suffering just for a short time. However, it would never lift that weight from her shoulders. To the contrary, it would force that weight on further victims. filling the world with the weight of hatred. If Aunt Ava was to have a true witch nearby, one who knew of white magic, wasn't that supposed to be me? I learned the magic to
No.
create happiness from Maria. No, you were a child.
Yeah, like, no. Adults should not be relying on children for their emotional support, okay?
Yeah. Now, in my head, I'm thinking this is Ryukishi's desire for a happy ending were so many of the people he probably interacted with when working with social services.
Mm-hmm.
It's just... it's messier than any happy ending can really give you. But I at least understand the sentiment. And I can appreciate that. If I could have saved her with that magic, might we not have built up a future with a completely different relationship? All this time, I have hated Aunt Ava, so I never noticed the Black Witch beside her. Without love, it couldn't be seen. I didn't have any love for her. So now finally, I'll glare at the Black Witch, the one I truly should hate.
あら？なに？私のことが見えるの？
Oh, what's this? You can see me.
見えるわ。
Yes, I can.
私が憎むべきはエヴァおばさんじゃなかっ
The one I should have hated wasn't Aunt
た。あん
Ava.
たよ。
It was you.
すごいじゃない。人間の分際で魔女の私が見えるなんてね。
Hey, you're pretty good to think that a lowly human could see a witch like me.
それでその目つきは
And
何だ
so?
と言いたいわけ？
Are you trying to say something with that glare?
私が憎い？
Do you hate me?
憎い？ええ、憎いわ。
Hate? Yes, I do.
でも、少し違う。ただ、悲しく思え
Dude,
る。
why are you trying to use the plate, like the spare plate that I've got sitting over there as a bed? What the fuck, man?
I fits, I sits.
Apparently. It's like I had a sandwich on that earlier, so I put it to the side, and he's using it as a bed now. Goddamn cat. But that's not quite it. I just find you a little sad.
悲しい？
Sad?
いいじゃない。怒れば。
What are you saying? Come on, you can get mad.
思いっきり憎んじゃえば。
Why don't you just hate me with all your strength forever?
憎まないわ。あんたを憎むことは、エヴァおばさんの憎しみをそのまま受け継ぐだけ。
God, it's just like this. It feels like if you kill a murderer, then you didn't reduce the number of murderers in the world, sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a little
that-
bit, but it's also breaking the cycle of violence and hatred.
Yeah, but it's also like a bitch is already dead. You can hate him as much as you want. Just leave that in the past and don't hurt people because of it.
Yeah, but I
For
think that's
fuck's
the
sake.
thing is, this is her not leaving. This is her not taking it with her anymore. She's leaving it here on Rokkenjima.
I know, it's just like the phrasing is just weird. All right, like I get what's going on. It's just I won't hate. Hating you means I'm doing nothing more than inheriting Aunt Ava's hatred.
私は憎しみを断ち切る。エヴァおばさん
I'll
の
break
苦し
the
みを受
hatred.
け止め、それを払って捨てるの。
I'll accept Aunt Ava's suffering, exercise it, and throw it away.
何悟ったようなこと言ってるわけ？
What kind of epiphany do you think you've had?
こいつ頭大丈夫？
Is your head all right? Probably not. She did get kicked in the head a couple times.
噛んで死んじゃえば。
God damn it, Ava. Sorry, I just hate that pun. Like the constant use of that pun. I just hate it so much.
Yeah.
I mean, why don't you just give up and die forever?
あんたらもっともっと蹴ってやりなさい。
You guys, kick her more and more, okay?
顔とかはダメよ。
Not her face,
気の
though.
毒な顔がマシになっちゃったらつまんないから。
It wouldn't do any good kicking her pitiful face only to make it better.
Fucking hell. The black suits persistently kicked my stomach and back, as though they had been ordered to by the Black Witch.
やれやれ。答えないね。
Jeremy, still nothing to you, is it?
私をじーっと見ちゃって。
Keep staring right at me.
私が憎い。
You hate me?
憎いでしょ
I'll bet you do.
私もよ。
I hate you too. Kasumi sneered at me, but for some reason, I had the feeling that she was crying behind that expression.
That's... God damn it, Angie. That's fucking stupid. She's not crying behind that expression. She's laughing at you, literally, right there in front of your face. People can be evil and have a sad backstory at the same time, okay?
She's had a
Damn
life
it.
just as unfair as mine forced upon her, and the pain of that never ever heals. The sad lion continues to howl, gasping in pain from the thorn he can't get out.
ほら、スマデラかすみ、見てごらんな。かつてのあんたがそこにいるわ。
Hey, Sumatera Kasumi, take a look. That over there is what you used to be.
気分が晴れるでしょう。
Doesn't that make you feel so much better?
かつてそこにいたあなたが、今度はこっち側にいるのよ。
You used to be standing there, but now you're on this side, you know that?
愉快でしょう。
God damn it, cat. Fuck, all of these damn tins are all over the place now, and I can't fix it because I need him to move so I can set everything back up. Oh, whatever, I'll just leave it there for now. I'll fix it later. Isn't it delightful?
立場が逆になるのは。
Now the shoe is on the other foot.
本当に愉快だわ。
Yes, it truly does feel delightful.
なんでそんな顔ができるのよ。
Okay.
エンジェ、
How could you make that kind of face, Angie?
泣きなさいよ。泣きたいんでしょ
Go on and cry. You want to, right?
そうそう、泣きたいに決まってる。
Yes, yes, of course she wants to cry.
泣かせちゃいなさいって。
Go on, make her cry.
あの時のあんたは泣かされちゃったじゃない。
You were made to cry back then, weren't you?
だからこいつも泣かせてやりなさいよ。
So make her cry too.
エンジェもいいのよ。
Angie, it's alright, okay?
泣いちゃえば。
Why not cry forever?
泣きなさいよ、エンジェ。
Cry,
あん
Angie.
たの泣き顔が見たい
I want to see your crying face.
のよ。泣いて、ごめんなさい、かすみおばさんって言ってごらんなさいよ。
Cry and try saying, I'm sorry, Aunt Kasumi.
そう、その言葉を言わせるのよ。
Yes, make her say those words.
あの言葉、辛いでしょ。
Those words hurt, right?
自分のせいじゃないことを謝らせられるのって本当に辛かったでしょ。
Being made to apologize for something that isn't your fault hurt a lot, didn't it?
同じ思いをさせてやるのよ。
Make her go through the same thing.
そうすることであなたの痛みは和らげることができるの。
By doing that, you can relieve your pain.
そうよ、それでいいのよ。
Yes, that's the way.
もっと自分に素直になりなさい。
Be more honest with
もっ
yourself.
ともっといっぱいに自分の感情を吐き出しちゃえば。
I'm gonna thump this woman with a spoon.
Yeah.
Stop it with the fucking pun. I'm begging you, please. It hurts. It wouldn't be so damn bad if it was just like one or two every now and then, but it's like every other fucking sentence.
You could say it's going on forever.
I'm gonna shiv you too. Why not spit out your emotions more and more and more forever?
The Black Witch stirred Kasumi up. Kasumi began
Fucking
to give
hell.
herself over to that dark emotion. She was doing nothing more than turning her deep sadness into cheap booze and forcing it down, trying to forget for just a brief moment. The words Kasumi insulted me with were themselves sad, and I couldn't forgive the Black Witch for taking advantage of Kasumi's sadness. I had gone limp on
I
the
think
ground.
Angie's viewpoint here, where the Black Witch is an actual separate being of some kind, is fairly dangerous because it separates the anger and rage from humanity.
Yeah, like, I don't think that's how Ryukishi meant it, exactly.
No, definitely not.
But,
I'm absolutely sure that he did not mean it that way.
Yeah, because I feel like it means more... Ava Beatrice is basically a manifestation of cycles of grief, at least as it pertains to what Ava went through and what Angie went through.
No, of course, yeah. And I know how Ryukishi intended it, but this is one of those things where you got to be like really careful with it when you're writing.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
you can very easily accidentally make it seem like something else. Like in this case, separating the rage and the violence and the hatred from humanity and calling it inhuman, making like evil acts something that people don't do.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But instead, it's the Black Witch or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. And doing that, yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem we have in general. We can't go, or rather, with that thought process, we think, oh, that person did X wonderful thing. That means they could never have done X bad thing.
Yeah, which is also a ridiculous idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
People contain multitudes.
Yeah, people contain multitudes. Hell, wasn't it fucking Nixon who started the space program?
I don't know.
But, you know, even horrible people can have a good idea once in a while. And even people that on the surface seem great could do horrible things.
Yeah, like every time like there's a serial killer thing, like they always interview the neighbors and they're always just like, oh, but they didn't seem like that kind of person. And it's just like, yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, there is no way to be. Like, a lot of dictators in history were very charismatic to people they liked.
It's like very rarely you can tell that there's just something wrong with someone, but usually trying to follow that feeling is just going to end up like making you fucking discriminate against someone that there actually isn't something wrong with them. You're just a jackass.
Yeah.
Or your instinct is wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you know, just having an inherent... Because I see this in nerdy circles a lot. Having an inherent dislike for people who enjoy sports.
Yeah, it's like, fucking... Dude... Like, you know me, I was a martial artist for a long time, and I went hiking and running. I ran in track and field in my high school.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I didn't really like enjoy it very much, but I also played football as a wide receiver in high school.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you also know how fucking much of a goddamn nerd I am, and I've always been like that.
Yeah, again, people contain multitudes, but they take their experience with school, where cliques form because of our hatred of education in society. And they put that onto people who, honestly, would probably play a fucking game of D&D with them if they asked. Like, seriously, if you have a friendly jock, ask him if he will play D&D with you. Or even a simpler tabletop game, like Fate or something. But either way, as long as you make it capable for them to understand, a lot of people actually fucking enjoy it.
There we go. It's just like, it's also like what bothers me about like inherently evil things in fiction and all that. It's like it's so fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, like, you can do that with select things. Like, you can have
Yeah.
an evil god that is just the
Oh, yeah,
embodiment of
absolutely.
everything awful. But inherently evil goblins, inherently evil orcs. No.
It's like, and then claim that they also have like sapience and free will. It's like, nah, no, they don't.
Yeah, no, you can't.
If they are inherently good or evil or neutral or whatever, if they are inherently given a moral alignment, they do not have true free will.
Yeah.
They just don't.
Yeah, they do not have free will. Now, I can go with something like, oh, their morality is so fucking arcane and different from ours.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That-
I fuck with that.
The
I
communication,
fuck with that hard.
yeah, the communication just amounts to violence. Yeah, absolutely.
I fuck with alien moralities. I fuck with that shit hard.
Yeah,
Let's go.
absolutely. That's why I do enjoy the demons in Freerun. And I don't like the goblins in Goblin Slayer. I like a lot of the other things in Goblin Slayer, but the goblins...
I think the demons of Freebryn don't have morality. That's the thing. They completely lack it.
Yeah, they completely lack the context for it and have such an alien viewpoint that they cannot coexist with the people. And even then...
Yeah,
you know,
and like, there was that line, I'm pretty sure it was in the anime, but it might not have been, where like... No, it wasn't, because Mocked isn't in the anime. Never mind. I can't. I'm not gonna spoil that for you guys.
Yeah, but there's definitely some things in the anime you will see that will give you an idea of the alien viewpoint of demons. And even demons that are raised up by a family of humans.
Their brains simply do not work the same way, and this is... Like, this part actually was in the anime, so I'm not going to spoil anything here, but, like, the demons in Freerin are very specifically mimic monsters. They are monsters that mimic human form and speech in order to get close to you and trick you into letting your guard down.
And they will do that in very complex ways, in increasingly complex ways.
Like, for decades-long plans, because they're literally immortal, and they don't give a shit. They don't really feel very many emotions in the first place. They might be like bored, impatient, or angry. That's it. That's all they got.
Yep.
It's even less than me, which is kind of fucked up to think about.
Yeah. But yeah, just alien mentalities. Like, Mind Flayers as well, is the other one I was also thinking of.
Although Mind Flayers are not written very well because they are just evil. They don't lack anything. They feel the same stuff, just not towards the same things.
Yeah. But it's not an inherent moral alignment thing. I mean,
it is a cultural alignment, though.
Yeah, it's not a inherent cultural alignment. Or it's not inherent to the species.
The species, it's to the culture, yeah.
Yeah, to the culture. So, for example, in Baldur's Gate 3, you can get an intellect devourer pet. Or follower.
It's a puppy made of brain.
Yes. Or rather, a kitty.
Don't go with intellect devourers. They are just their act of creation alone is very fucked up.
Yeah, 100%. I had gone limp to the ground, which seemed to have sapped the black suits of their enthusiasm for kicking. Or maybe the kickers had finally gotten tired too. I mean, yeah, eventually, like, you're kicking bone and flesh. Kasumi hadn't ordered them to stop, but at some point the violence had halted. However, I was reflecting in Kasumi's eyes, and they were burning me with flames of hatred. She had been tempted by the witch to doing that in order to relieve her own pain.
Sumadera Kasumi, you aren't done. You've got much more trampling to do.
あなたの人生はこんなほんのちょっとの乱暴で許せるの？
Can you forgive what happened to your entire life with just this little bit of violence?
許せないわよ。
Can't forgive what happened.
まだこれくらいでは許せないんだから。
It'll take a lot more than this for me to forgive that.
でしょ？許せるわけがない。
Right? There's no way you can forgive.
もっとよ。もっ
Do it
と憎
more.
悪の炎を。
More of the flames of hatred.
憎しみの炎でしかあなたは暖を取れないの。
Nothing can warm you except the flames of hate.
怒りと悲しみの雪原で凍えるあなたを温められる炎は
This
憎
is
しみ
so
だ
on the
けなのよ。
nose. This is so on the nose.
It is.
Which I know that it's not necessarily a bad thing or anything. It's just when things get like too on the nose, it's kind of painful for me. As someone who likes the subtle political intrigue and character dynamics and everything in my fiction. Which is actually one of my complaints about Dawn Trail 2, is it was too shonen. It was too on the nose.
A bit, yeah.
Which, of course, it's fucking Final Fantasy. Of course it's going to be on the nose. Like, I didn't expect it to not be on the nose. It was just a little bit too much. Whatever. Anyway, you are freezing in the snowfields of anger and sadness, and the only flames that can warm you up is hatred.
ほら言って。叫んで。
Come on, say it. Scream
憎
it.
しみの方向で自分を燃やし尽くしちゃえば。
Why don't you burn yourself to ashes with a roar of hate forever? Also, stop.
後ろ見
Stop. Ava, please. Please stop. Stop.
私は生きてられないの。
Ushirimiya Angie, loathing you is what allows me to draw breath. Now you can say
Hatsumi,
she's
you could just fucking leave, though. You
Yeah, like you're
you could easily slip away the money to just like move to the US or to Europe somewhere. Like to fucking Germany or England or something. Just get the fuck out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just leave.
Like
Do the same thing Kiri did. When you saw that, you should have gotten inspired. It's like, oh shit, we can do that? Fuck, let's go.
hell, dissolve the fucking group now that you're in charge.
Like, you do not have to be like do all the paperwork and manage all this shit all the time anymore. You don't have to. You can just like give it to someone else and fuck off. There is no legal thing or some magical
これ
bullshit keeping you in place.
死んだ
Just
手作り
leave.
の花でしょ？エンジェ。
Of course, I would never say that to an abuse victim at all, because like being abused can make you feel like you can't leave, like there is no way to leave. But this woman has had like literally 30, 40 years now with a lot of power.
Yeah, and now she is becoming the abuser, so it's kind of like...
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like at some point during those 30, 40 years, you should have had the thought, hey, what if I just leave?
Yep. Again, break the cycle. You were not responsible for the abuse you endured, but you are responsible for breaking the cycle.
Mm-hmm. Sumadera Kasumi, that bouquet of flowers. These flowers are for your dead family, right, Angie?
The Black Witch grinned at me unpleasantly and used her chin to signal Kasumi to pick them up. Kasumi picked up the flowers I was going to offer, brought them all the way over to me, dropped them in front of me, and made a show of trampling them. Her expression was filled with hatred, and a frantic quality that simple hatred couldn't explain. It was as if trampling them over and over again was the only way to prevent the sadness inside of her from reaching the bursting point. So the sound of her trampling was downright sad.
あら、この程度じゃ答えない？
Oh, this isn't enough to get to you.
ならこっちは答えるかしら。
Then what about this?
スマデラカスミ、こっちを使いなさい。
Sumadera Kasumi, use this one.
それは。
No, not that. The book.
Yep, the object that the Black Witch was pointing at... The object the Black Witch pointed at was Maria's grimoire. Kasumi also noticed it and picked up that book, which is heavier than it looked.
なにこれ
What's this?
読んじゃえば
Ava. I've got of course. I'm gonna beat you with a sock full of ice. Why not read it and laugh forever? I'm glad that my pain at these puns, like this constant reuse of the pun, is amusing to you. At least someone's getting a laugh out of it. Fuck.
Yeah, a little bit, but I do agree they do use it quite a bit.
Ugh, like, it's even more overused than Battler's turn the chessboard around thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just... God damn it. You might split your sides laughing.
Kasumi opened the grimoire, skimmed over the contents, and snorted derisively.
返してそれはお姉ちゃんの
Give it back. That's Maria's.
Of course, my hand couldn't reach. My stomach was once again kicked by the black suits, and I curled up on the ground.
ほらね、この本は演者にとっての大切なものでしょ
See? See how important this book is to Angie?
大切なものをけなしてやりなさ
Mock the things that are important to her.
い。こういう子には殴る蹴るよりもそっちの方が効くんだから。
That works better than punching or kicking for a girl like
あ
her.
なたがそれを一番よく知っているでしょ
You know that better than anyone, right?
Sumi's face twisted for an instant, as though remembering something painful. That quickly disappeared, changing into a scornful smile directed towards me.
なにこの気持ち悪い本
Wow, what a freaky book.
あんたが書いたの
Did you write this?
やめて。返して。
Stop it. Give it back.
見てよ、あの顔。
Look at that
も
face.
っとけなしてやりなさい。貶めてやりなさい。
Mock it more. Mock it more.
尊厳を踏みにじられる苦痛を教えてやるのよそうすることでしかあなたの苦痛は和らがないの
Teach her the pain of having your dignity trampled. That's the only way to soften your own pain.
何これ恥ずかしい本
What's with this embarrassing book?
少女の時代に多少は占いの真似事に興味を持つこともあるけれど
You know, some people develop a little interest in make-believe fortune-telling when they're young
こ
girls.
れはちょっと行き過ぎじゃない
But isn't this taking it a bit too far?
やだ魔法だ
Oh god, it says
あん
magic.
たあれでしょ
You're one of those, aren't you?
アニメとかのなんとかなんとかって呪文を言いながら魔女に変身するやつ
You know, that thing in cartoons where they say some blabbity-blibbity-blue spell and transform into a witch.
ああいうの好きなんでしょ
You're one of those people who like doing that, aren't you?
痛々しいわ
This is just painful. Cackling, Kasumi opened to a random page and showed it to the black suits. The black suits looked too and guffawed. That laughter wouldn't wound me, but I couldn't forgive it. After all, that laughter was ridiculing Maria. I don't hate Kasumi. For exploiting Kasumi's unhealing anger and sadness, I cannot forgive the Black Witch. That Black Witch ate into Aunt Ava, Sumadera Kasumi, and Aunt Rosa, tormenting them for an eternity without letting their wounds be healed. I can't forgive her. Can't forgive the Black Witch.
何これ傑作
Oh my god, this is priceless.
お空から飴玉を降らせる魔法
Magic for making candy rain from the sky, it says.
It'd be kind of funny if, like, she keeps going a little bit further and she starts getting to the stuff where it's just, like, hyper-violence and she's just like, oh shit.
何々お日様で清めたお水にお砂糖を溶いて
Let's see, dissolve sugar in cold water, purified by the
魔
sun.
法の杖を浸して呪文を
Get the magic wand in and say the incantation. What the hell?
痛い
Cringe.
What the hell is like a 50-year-old woman doing speaking like this?
Yeah.
Like seriously, like she's like 50 or 60 now, right? Like, what the fuck is she doing speaking like this?
The black suits also rolled around, guffawing. Then, grinning, the Black Witch whispered something into Kasumi's ear. Then, after glaring at me with a grin, Kasumi took that page. Kasumi grabbed hold of that page, tore it out, crumpled it up, and threw it away.
ひどいよ。それはマリアの魔法。
That's so mean. That was Maria's magic.
あら、そうなの？それはお気の毒。
Oh, really? How sad.
It was one of the magics to summon happiness that Maria had made with Sakataro. Anyone knows that making sugar water, coloring it with paint, and leaving it by the window isn't going to make candy rain from the sky. But after repeating that every day, one time when she got back from school, she found several pieces of candy scattered around the place. How happy must that miracle have made Maria? What good care she must have taken of those candies, savoring them during her nights all alone with Sakataro to distract herself from her loneliness. That magic which Maria had created was torn out, thrown away, and disappeared. The entire miracle of happiness created by that magic, she tore out and threw away.
これも傑作だわ。晩ご飯をクリームコロッケにする魔法。
Oh, this one's another classic. Magic to make dinner be cream croquettes.
次は何？ピーマンが美味しく食べられる魔法？
What's this next one? Magic to make bell peppers taste nice?
Just like as a quick aside, I hate it how like kids are always like depicted as like not liking bell peppers, and therefore it's childish to not like bell peppers and everything. Because like in real life, bell peppers make me sick, so I can't eat them.
Yeah.
Because it's like one of those things like some kids like bell peppers, other kids don't. Fuck off. Stop ascribing this to an age thing, alright?
Yeah, but like there's some amount of it that, and again, it really depends, but again, don't force anybody to eat something that actually makes them sick.
Yeah, just like the flavor alone, just like the juice of a bell pepper alone, just like seeping into something will absolutely make me want to vomit.
Yeah.
It doesn't even, I don't even know why it doesn't taste bad. Like, the taste is fine to me. It's not something I like, but it's fine. But whatever it is, it makes me sick.
Yeah, that's totally different also, but basically, kids don't develop, usually, a taste for bitter until they're older. That's obviously not what you go through with bell peppers, because...
Yeah, I still don't like fucking bitter things. Like, I'm damn near 30 years old, and I still don't like bitter shit.
Yeah, which is fair. Though there are some things that you probably enjoy that count as bitter, but you don't think of them as bitter.
Maybe. I do know that I like dark chocolate, but not by itself. It has to be, like, paired with something sweet as well, like caramel filled or something.
Yeah.
But, like, I can tell that it's bitter there. It's just, like, I like the combination of bitter and sweet.
Yeah, first off, the combination of bitter and sweet. Broccoli. Like steamed broccoli.
I hate broccoli. Do not like broccoli.
Oh, yeah,
Cauliflower
that's
is fine. Broccoli sucks.
That's right.
Like, I can eat it, but it's just not something I enjoy.
Yeah, but basically, kids don't develop a taste for anything bitter, oftentimes, until they're older. And it's only once they're older that they can enjoy bitter being mixed in with other things in their meal. And, like, yeah, just mix.
Actually, now that I think about it, that might be why I don't like a lot of greens. It's because, like, most green things are either sour or bitter. And I like the sour stuff, just not the bitter stuff, so...
Yeah. Like, yeah, it's the bitter thing.
Like, oh, no shit, I don't like spinach. So...
Yeah.
Like, fuck. Obviously.
Yeah, spinach, asparagus is another one kids don't tend to like. Though sometimes that is just
like at this point, I'm not even willing to try asparagus because like the smell alone is just like, no, no, thank you.
That's fine. And honestly, if you don't like broccoli, I don't think you would like asparagus.
Yeah.
Unless it was, like, in something else. Like, had a lot of other stuff going on. But yeah. Basically, like, the American version of this is broccoli. But kids in Japan fucking love broccoli. Just fine. They have it mixed into a lot of different things. And that's the other thing, is it's mixed into shit. So it's... You know, so usually kids don't see it as bad. But in the US, someone might just just get a clump of steamed broccoli and put it on your plate and expect you to eat it.
Absolutely never. We'll never do that. You'll never find me doing that.
Yeah. Which, admittedly, I fucking love broccoli, so that worked fine for me, but I can see how someone else would be like, fuck that.
I wish I liked more things than I do. Like, I feel like my fucking palate, or not my palate, but my food options are limited. They're not. It's just that, like, the stuff that's popular in the US is mostly stuff that I don't like.
yeah, there's some of
From
that.
other places, absolutely. Fuck yeah, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that stuff like spinach and asparagus and broccoli are fucking popular here in the US, and I don't like that shit. So
yeah, whereas bell pepper gets kind of the same treatment in Japan, where it might not be by itself, but it's a lot more present, whereas a lot of other kids' experience with bell pepper in, like, the US is, oh, we're putting it in a pasta sauce. Which, obviously, wouldn't work for you, but...
Yeah, because, if I can taste it, then I don't want it.
Yeah, that wouldn't help your situation, but for anybody who just doesn't like the fucking bitter, yeah, it's gonna be mixed in with the savory, and that might work for them. This is amazing, ridiculous.
Hear that too. Ava, I swear to fuck, I'm gonna come through, like, the screen at you. Somehow, I will find a way. Oh, gods, please. Why not tear it more and more forever?
With a cruel-hearted...
They're really forcing it now, too.
Oh, absolutely. With a cruel-hearted loud laugh, the Black Witch made her tear up Maria's magic one after another. She sneered at those happy magics, ripped them out, and threw them away.
Stop it. Stop it. Don't defile Lady Maria's magic. Don't defile it with your filthy toxin.
Ammon cried and yelled, but she had no way of reaching Kasumi.
God damn it, woman. You little shit. Who cares? Why don't you just be defiled forever? Magical miracles? Magic to bring happiness? Doesn't exist. There's no such thing. Pain and suffering, you see, can only be healed by pushing them onto someone else. Now you are what they call a magic friend, right? Sumadera Kasumi. Open up to her page.
Ah, jeez. What's this? Magic friends, it says. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory. What a creepy name.
すごい速さで飛んで敵をやっつけてくれるんです。
Says they can fly at awesome speeds and finish off the enemy for you.
あなたこんな魔法が使えるなら今すぐ使った方がいいんじゃない？
Angie, if you can use this kind of magic, shouldn't you use it right now?
くだらない。
Stupid. The pages it wrote of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory were also heartlessly torn away. The pages themselves were just paper. They weren't Mammon's vessel or anything. But the tearing, denying toxin burned Mammon from the inside. Mammon's face twisted from the heat and pain.
大丈夫、マモン。
Are you okay, Mammon?
しっかり。
Hang in there.
これくらい平気。
I can handle it.
Yeah.
私より
Not you.
Yeah.
レンジ様の方が。
It's not me, but Lady Angie who's in pain.
However, Mammon's expression was twisted in unbearable pain and humiliation.
やめろ、黒き魔女。
Stop it, Black Witch.
どうして君はそんなことをするんだよ。
Why are you doing something like this?
どうして魔法を幸せのために使えないんだよ。
Why can't you use magic for happiness?
ああ、あんたも魔法のお友達ね。
No, you're a magic friend too, right?
あんたも怪我してあげるわ。
I'll defile you too. Don't phrase it like that.
こいつのページも探しなさい。
Shimadera Kasumi. Look for this guy's page too.
こっちは何？この下手くそなライオンの落書き。
What's this one? What's with this crappy scribble of a lion?
サク太郎？
Sakataro.
変な名前。
What a weird name.
一番大好きなお友達だって。
My best friend, it says.
そうなの？
Really?
これがあんたの友達？親友？
This is your friend, your close
この
friend.
ライオンが？ねえね
This line is it? Is it?
本当に下手くそな落書き。
He really is a crappy
こ
scribble.
んなブサイクなライオンがあんたなのね。
So this butt ugly lion is you.
こんなのを友達にしてるなんて、後ろ宮マリアってこの頭のかわいそうさに呆れて、へそでお茶が湧いちゃうわ。
To think she had something like this as a friend. That Ushiromiya Maria's kid's mind is so unbelievably wretched my sides are hurting.
神だ。
What a moron.
へそ噛んで死んじゃえば。
Oh my god.
I was waiting.
Just fucking throw me in the dumpster already, dude. I'm done. I'm cooked. Just put me in the fucking ground. Ah! Why not give up and die forever?
うりゅマリアをバカにする
Don't make fun of Maria.
な。めって破かないで。
Stop it. Don't rip it.
ダメ。
Yeah, no way. There was a shrill tearing sound, and the page was filthily ripped out. The picture of Sakataro that Maria had drawn was violently ripped in half.
Like, this better, like, the scene better move on to something soon, because this has been a whole lot of just this.
Yeah. Either have Amakusa show up or have Angie roll out. Something.
It's like something. Just literally anything.
たくそな絵。
What a shitty drawing.
お前たちも笑いなさい。
You all
Okay,
laugh
then.
too.
You have to order people to laugh along with you. What a sad, sad sack of shit.
Obeying the pair, the black suits laughed crudely, and heartlessly trampled all over the paper that had been torn out and thrown away.
サクタロ、しっかり。
Sakataro, be strong.
僕、悲しくなんかないよ。ただ、悔しい。
Not sad, I just can't stand it.
マリアのことをバカにされて。
Maria's being made fun
何も言え
of.
ない自分が悔しい。
And I can't do anything about it. I can't stand it.
私たちは見えない人間にはいないも当然。
The humans who can't see us, it's as though we don't exist.
私たちは必要としてくれる人間としか交流できない。
Balon, I don't think you're allowed to get sad over this. You're literally a demon. You just go out and you kill people. It's real weird. Just the disconnect of her being like a fucking major demon, and then this.
Yeah.
We can only interact with humans that need us. That's why we're furniture.
Sakataro and Mammon supported each other. They slumped down sobbing. I couldn't stand it either.
Every now and then I glance over and see in chat like Quinn's last message, which is just being a horny weirdo is when the pleasure's allowed to a witch.
Yeah, that is a good one.
And it just fucking sends me all over again. Ugh.
Only those who can see the world of magic can understand how wonderful it is. It can't be explained to humans who can't understand, and so it is mocked. If only you could show it. But you can't. Because in front of humans who are filled with the anti-magic toxin, and who can't understand magic, magic cannot be used.
本当にわけがわこの妄想日記。頭がおかしいとしか思えない。
I really don't get it. From this delusional diary, I've got to assume that something's wrong with your
あん
head.
たのお花畑の頭の中が垣間見えて本当に面白いわ。
It really
Just
is.
flip a couple more pages and you'll start to see some fucked up shit, girl.
Yeah. It really is interesting to take a peek into your happy-go-lucky little
気
mind.
持ち悪い子。
You creepy child.
あんたもマリアもそこのぬいぐるみと家具もね。
You and Maria, and that stuffed animal, the furniture over there too.
おかしいわ。
I could
Aren't
laugh.
you already?
Yeah, you've been laughing for a
あん
while.
た友達いないんでしょ。
You don't have any friends, do
い
you?
っつも一人ぼっちでぬいぐるみがお友達なんでしょ。
Shut up, Phoenix.
You're always all alone, and stuffed animals are your friends, right?
かわいそうな子。
What a pitiable child.
大丈夫。私にもわかるわよ。
Don't worry, I understand.
そういう生活わかるもの。
I know what it's like to live that way.
だから私が認めてあげるわ。
So I'll be the one to recognize you for what you
あ
are.
んた本当にかわいそうな子よ。
You really are a pitiable little child. So to you, she looks like a pitiful child. Yes, I'm sure she does. 100 people were to read Maria's diary and grimoire. All 100 would probably get that same impression. I used to be one of them. But you know, in spite of that, Maria still called this a world of happiness. Don't deny that magic, that happiness.
頑固な子ね、あんたは。
Such a stubborn child you are.
いいわ、
Alright, fine.
これで最後よ。
This is the last
あん
one.
たとマリアの信じた本当にくだらない魔法の根源を引き裂いてあげるわよ。
I'll tear apart the source of the absolutely ridiculous magic that you and Maria believed in.
スマデラかすみ、そのページを読みなさい。
Sumadera Kasumi. Read this page.
なにこのカラフルなページは。
What is this colorful page?
なになに
Let's see.
大好きなママといつまでも仲良しでいられる魔法。
Magic to always be friends with Mama, who I love.
やめて、そのページだけは。
Oh, not that page.
この魔法すんごく簡単じゃない。私でもすぐできそうだわ。
This magic is really simple. I think even I could do it without any practice at all.
こんなに短い呪文なら私にだって覚えられちゃう。
Even I can remember an incantation this short.
やってみようかしら。
Shall I give it a go?
本当に簡単な呪文よね。
It really is a short incantation, isn't it?
いいわよ、やってあげなさい。みんなも吹き出しちゃうから。
Alright, give it a try. Let's all burst it out. There we go.
With expressions that ridiculed it from the bottoms of their hearts, the Black Witch and Kasumi puckered their lips in the most exaggerated way they could, and said it aloud.
Ooh.
Oh. Oh.
Alright.
Fuck. Fuck.
Alright, so that's the verbal take. Okay.
Fuck me. I did not. I just assumed verbal tick.
Yeah. I guess verbal ticks do have to come from somewhere, but damn. Did not expect that backstory for it.
Black Suit stared blankly, asking what that was supposed to be. And Kasumi answered, cackling. This is supposed to be the incantation. Are you kidding me?
ほら、あんたたちもやってみれば
Come on, why don't you guys try it too? I think it would be very difficult to find enough people to like fill a 7-person squad that would actually fucking like go along with this shit.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, I know that there's a bunch of like bad people in the world, and a bunch of people who also would do just about anything for money. It's just like like the idea of 8 people all standing around in a circle, literally kicking a child in the ribs and going ooh at her is just like really fucking out there.
It is, but there really are just that kind of out there people who will do shit like that. Anyway, the Black Suits imitated that moaning voice, making fun of it. Ooh, that was the incantation for the magic that would let her always be friends with the mama she loved.
何このバカみたいなの。
What is this stupidity?
うう言うだけで家族仲が良くなるなら世界はずっと平和だわ。
If you can make family relationships better just by saying ooh, we would have world peace forever.
ううバカなうなり声。
A stupid moaning
こんなの
voice.
連呼してたら頭のかわいそうなこと思われるのがオチよ。
If you do this over and over again, people are going to think you're a poor kid with mental problems.
バカじゃない
Oof, yeah. You can just say stupid.
Okay. Are you stupid?
That's the one time this translation has shown its age.
Yeah.
やめろその魔法だけはけなさないで
Stop. At least don't mock that magic. One day, when Maria and Aunt Rosa had gone on a picnic together, it was written that this was one of the 5 happiest days of her life. And Maria was singing her mama a song that she had just learned from her. Maria was happy to see that her mama was enjoying it very much. Partway through, she forgot the lyrics, but her mama was enjoying it so much, so she tried to sing until the very end, with ooh ooh ooh. She sung it with fake lyrics, but her mama was very pleased. After that, ooh remained as an incantation to remember that day she had spent in fun and happiness with her mama.
That is actually a really good explanation for like where that sound would have come from.
Yep.
Because that sounds about right for when you don't know the lyrics. You just go, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And, fuck. Of course, even though Aunt Rosa thought it funny at first, eventually she tired of hearing it, and later on started to scold Maria whenever she said it. But to Maria, it was a memory of a fun day that she could never forget. So among the magic that Maria created, it was the oldest and the first. Kasumi stuck her fingernails into that page, too.
やめて破かないでそのページだけは許して
Stop. Don't tear it. At least spare that page.
ダメ
No way.
You are extremely childish.
Yep. Which is part of what the theming is, I think, is that
Yeah.
child abuse child abuse is inherently irrational and somewhat childish itself. With a shrill sound, the girl's world of happiness was erased.
All of the witches except Beato and Virgilia have made themselves to be like children shaped. I wonder why those two haven't. Maybe their childishness is supposed to come through more subtly.
Maybe? Or maybe it was...
Is this your magic?
You finish the line first.
Is this your magic of happiness? Hilarious.
Maybe it's supposed to represent a form in which they are happy in.
Maybe. Like the last time that they were happy.
Yeah, stuff like that. So, Kumasawa, maybe she was happier when she was a younger woman. Granted, she tries to make jokes and things even in her old age. Granted, maybe Virgilia is somebody else.
Yeah, it could be.
But maybe for some version of Beatrice, probably the oldest version of her, she was happy when she was a young woman with her family. Before Kinsey.
I am going to be slightly... I just gotta put this out there, but like I'm gonna be slightly disappointed if we get to like the end of episode 8 and it's like it pulls what the fuck is his name? Where the gift for it just says it never happened. We made it all up. That thing.
Oh yeah.
It pulls one of those and is just like, yeah, there was never any magic. We made it all up. Fuck you.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna.
I'm disappointed when that happens.
Yeah,
if that happens.
I don't think it'll do that exactly. It's going to go, yeah, there's a conventional explanation for the murders, but the magic itself, you can't actually deny that it exists.
Why would you ever think that magic could make people happy? Because like I'm definitely down for like a deeply psychological story. Hell, I'm writing one. Like especially using magic as like an expression of that those psychological needs, desires, and issues and wounds. But like when you just like rip out the rug at the end, just be like, yeah, there's no magic at all. That upsets me.
Yeah, no, I don't.
That upsets me a lot.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna go, yeah, Renove never existed, etc., etc. I don't think they'll do that.
Magic, listen now, is made of anger and hatred.
幸せってのはね、自分の背負わされた憎悪を人に全て押し付けた時にのみ与えられる解放感を言うのよ。
Happiness is what you call the feeling of release you get only when you've pushed all of the hatred you bear onto someone else.
あんたたちの言う幸せなんて絵本の中にしか出てこないまやかしなのよ。
The happiness you all are talking about is a phantom that doesn't show up outside picture books.
Yeah, this is just inherently pathetic. Like, that just shows how awful Ava's life was.
Yeah, it's like, shit, dude.
To go,
It's
happiness...
very difficult to deny that emotion exists at all just because you haven't felt it yourself. Like,
yeah, I mean, first off,
when I was young, I didn't, even when I was like very young, like fucking 6 or 7, it's not like I didn't believe that fear existed.
But yeah,
I just thought that like the very muted, basic, like vague sense of dread that I can feel is what fear was. And I was like, okay, I can see how this would make some people act weird because it is kind of uncomfortable and I don't like it.
Yeah.
But then, like, fucking 15 years later, I'm going, that there might be a little bit more than that.
But yeah, just to think that happiness is a feeling you only gain after pushing your hatred out onto someone else.
Like after hurting other people, I don't know. Don't you feel good when you eat good food? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. As Kasumi laughed her head off, she slammed the grimoire against the ground and stepped on it.
悔しいねえ悔しい
Can't stand it. Well, can't stand it.
幸せの白き魔女さんたち
You white witches of happiness.
そんなに悔しかったら見せてみれば
If you can't stand it that much, why don't you show
あ
us?
んたたちの魔法
Show us your magic.
あるなら使ってみせればいいじゃない
If it exists, then you just have to use it and show us, right?
魔法が使えない魔女なんて魔女じゃない
A witch that can't use magic isn't a
つ
witch.
まり本当の魔女は私たち
So we are the real
あん
witches.
たたちなんて魔法の夢で現実から逃避しているだけのクソガキどもなのよ
You're just brats trying to escape reality with a dream of magic.
じゃあ
Okay, there's another idea.
魔法を
Hold on.
私が見せることができたならお姉ちゃんの魔法を
Magic arising from a fundamentally vile emotional place. Could be very interesting to have a group of mages that can only work magic through being infuriated or hurt or whatever, but still trying to do something with that.
Yes.
Not just hurting other people, but like, take black magic and make it like them trying to do something good with it, sort of deal.
Right.
Which would explain why there's not very many mages in that kind of setting, because it's kind of fucking hard to be like blackout rage to blackout angry and then not hurt someone on accident. Anyway, then if I can show you my magic, or if I can show you magic, will you
信じてくれるの
believe in Maria's magic? What are you gonna do?
Sorry
Angie,
about
what are
that.
you
Someone
doing?
was asking a question.
No, you're all good. Oh yes, oh yes.
信じるわよ
I'll believe.
魔法を使って見せることができた
If you can use magic and show me,
なら
that
ねならやって
is.
みろよこのクソボケガキ
Go on then, do it, you shit for brains little brat.
Silently, slowly, I stood up. The sensation of this small world, such as the pain in my body, felt truly insignificant.
あらまだ立てる元気はあったのね
Oh,
大魔女さ
oh, looks like you got enough energy to stand up, Miss Great Witch.
立ち上がって何をしてみせるの
Now that you've stood up, what are you gonna show us?
見せてみなさいよ魔法
Go on, show us your magic.
魔法はあるわ
Magic exists.
はあこの子何を言い出すかと思えばあんたたち今の聞いた
What? What's this kid coming out with now? Did you guys hear that? I'm used to you voicing the very mean character, so sometimes I have to remind myself.
静かにへえ面白いじゃない
Quiet. Isn't that interesting?
半魔法の毒素を理由にあんたたちはいつも奇跡の力を拒んできた
You people have always declined to show this power of miracles because of the anti-magic
白き
toxin.
魔女マリアの弟子
Disciple of the White Witch Maria.
見せてみなさいよ魔法を
Try showing me magic.
一体どれだけの人間がその奇跡を信じて裏切られていったか知っている
Do you have any clue how many humans have believed in that miracle and have been betrayed?
誰もが信じ
Every one of them believed.
誰もが裏切られて絶望した
Every one of them was betrayed and despaired.
そして本当の魔法は私たち ち黒き魔女の力でしか得られないことを知るのよ。
And they all learn that true magic can only be gained by the power of black witches like me.
憎しみを誰かにぶつけるのはただの罪。
Taking your hatred out on someone else is nothing more than a
そ
crime.
んなのは魔法じゃないわ。
That is magic.
本当の魔法を私が見せてやる。
I'll show you what real magic is. You. Threateningly. You.
Black Witch winced slightly. However, Kasumi sneered at me even
な
more.
ら見せてごらんなさいよ。
Show me then.
それであんたはどの魔法を見せてくれる
So, what kind of magic are you gonna show me?
飴玉を降らせる魔法
Magic to make candy rain from the
それ
sky.
ともクッキーを増やす魔法
Or else make magic to make cookies multiply. Fuck, I wish.
Joke just like popped into my head. Joke just popped into my head. It's like, no, I'm gonna show you flight magic. Grab her, just throw her over a cliff.
Yeah, I get the feeling she's going to repeat the jumping act at some point.
Could be, yeah. That's what I feel like too.
The instant I opened my eyes, a tremendous wind arose.
何突然
What is this all of a sudden?
さあさあ、おいでなさい。煉獄の七姉妹。
Come, arise, the seven sisters of purgatory. What?
There was a flash behind me, and in an instant, 7 high-level furniture were gathered there. It was a power that far surpassed the magical power I'd had in my prime. It was power that matched even Maria and Beatrice.
煉獄の七姉妹、ここに。
The seven sisters of purgatory, right here.
エンジ様
Lady Angie,
あなたは
why are you still faded out? What the fuck?
私に魔力とその覚悟がないからあなたたちを刺激できなかったのだと。
You said it once. Because I lacked magical power and resolve, I could not use you or your sisters.
私をいじめるクラスメートに仕返しがしたいなんて、そんな安っぽい感情じゃない。
This isn't some cheap emotion like wanting to get back at my bullying classmates.
私はマリア
Fuck.
お姉ちゃん
Now I want to write more for Victoria.
マリアージュ・ソルシエルの世界を守
So-
るために。
For some context for everyone, Victoria is a character that I made that is literally just a dark magical girl. Like it's a, you know, like the antagonist side of the magical girl versus villains bullshit in anime. I decided that for that setting, the way that their magic works was that like the depth of emotion would like punch it, like make the well bigger, more or less, right?
Yeah.
But like that the well would not shrink after you had, you know,
Achieve that height.
yeah, after you, so you're not like burning your soul, you're frying your synapses with your own fucking brain chemicals every time you get into a fight, right? Specifically, I decided not to do that because of that. It would just fucking kill you at some point. It's like, imagine having to be in a blackout rage every time you even like tried to do a sparring match sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I think that would actually kill you.
If not,
No exaggeration, I think it would actually burn your brain.
yeah, and if it didn't, at the very least, it would give you some serious emotional regulation problems.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I decided that you only need to reach that point while using magic like once, right? Once you reach it, you have that depth of power again,
Yeah,
and
it's-
you can
it's
just
the
like
new
push even further the next time,
Yeah, it's
so
the,
on.
yeah, it's the new magical girl level up.
Yeah, it's more or less like it's making shonen battle formula like a real part of the thing where like once you get super emotional and your friends get hurt and you care a lot and you're really angry, boom, you actually do have power.
Yeah.
That sort of deal.
魔
Because
法の奇跡を見せることを命令するわ。
magical girls are just shonen battle anime, but for girls. Genuinely, like just go look at the two, compare the two.
Oh yeah,
tropes of both of
100%,
them.
100%.
It's absolutely just it's the same thing. Anyway, so like this idea of the emotion that she felt trying to get back at her bullying classmates before, being some petty or weak or flimsy or whatever emotion. In my brain is just sort of like, that doesn't make any sense though, because that is the most angry you've ever been and the most in pain you've ever been in your life. Up until that point, that's why it broke you.
Yep, but the thing is, she wasn't willing to dirty her hands herself. Now she is.
Oh yeah, I know why it works. It didn't work then, and it's working now. I'm just saying. I mean, like, that's not a petty emotion. It may be petty compared to what you felt now, but at the time, that was really important.
Yeah, and not to mention, that was straight up torture. What they were doing.
It really was. Like, that was genuine torture.
Yeah.
That was not bullying. That was actual torture.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that if that had continued on for much longer, it may have actually become war crime levels. Which it's actually surprisingly easy to get to war crime levels, by the way.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Just for those of you who don't know, it's actually really easy.
Yeah, and she was on the edge of just yeeting herself off a building. It's just that teacher managed to pull her back from the brink.
Yeah. Alright, anyway. In order to protect Maria Sorcier's world, I now order you to show me the miracle of magic. It's impossible. There's just no way. Not with such a massive toxin in front of us.
The Seven Sisters also remembered what had once happened in that classroom. They could have obeyed Angie's orders, they would have. However, surrounded by the toxin that runs thick in humans, they hadn't been able to display the miracle of magic. They remembered very well how deeply that had hurt Angie, but Angie spoke very quietly.
In that case, you all believe too. And yeah, just like use your own fucking magical power too, weirdo. Don't just like rely on Angie's.
Yeah.
Maria Sorciera was created to make people happy. And also to fight the Black Witch. The foolish Black Witch denies the world created by one of the founders, the Witch of Origins, Lady Maria. In order to show her that miracle, and in order to protect that world, believe in magic, in witches. Right now, in the miracle.
Jimmy gave an order to the black suits, and one of them took out a gun and pointed at Angie. You're gonna show us magic, right? Then show us if you would. There's magic to shoot this man down with a fireball or lightning or something. You get one chance. Show us before I count to 3, alright? If you can't, then you'd best prepare yourself, okay? Oh, sorry.
Shoot me. You didn't have to go back to it. I read it. I also thought there was going to be more than that, but, you know.
What's with this kid? She's fucking crazy. The black suit pointed that gun, laughed at Angie's composure.
Are you serious? This girl's living in Cloud Cuckoo Land. Oh my fucking god, stop!
Yeah, yeah.
Oh. I'm gonna fucking lose it. It's not just gonna be fucking Ava and Kasumi over here going batshit. It's gonna be me too. Ugh. In that case, get yourself shot. Why don't you just die forever?
Angie, it's impossible. Can't block bullets with
Bullshit, you
magic.
can't. I've seen it happen in this series already. No, there's nothing to be afraid of.
銃弾などものともしない。
To my magic, to the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, bullets are like nothing.
エンジ様、
Lady Angie, why don't you just fucking manifest too? Why are you still see-through?
Memo was
What
flustered
the
by
fuck?
Angie's absolute trust. She would have loved to live up to that trust if only she could. On that day as well. But she had been unable to do anything and she had hurt Angie.
ガキめ
You little shit.
魔法が使えるってんなら早く見せてみやがるってんだ
You can use magic, huh? Then goddamn show us already.
どうしたよ早く魔法を見せてみろってんだ
What's the holdup? Show us some magic right now.
ほら遠慮はいらねえぜ
Come on, no need to hold back. We were talking about those loser flags before.
Yeah, right?
俺にバビョーンと
Shazam.
魔法ってやつをお見舞いしてくれよ
Blast me with some magic, I dare ya.
Because like whatever is most dramatic at any point is going to happen, right? Like that's what magic is.
The black suit jeered at her, but Angie simply concentrated her mind in silence.
撃っちゃえば
Why not just shoot and kill her forever? I'm
撃
gonna
ってみろっ
beat
て
you
言っ
with
て
a
るのよ
fucking
向こう
stick.
は
She's even telling you to shoot her. God damn.
この子恐怖でもう頭がどうかしてるんだわ
This kid's already lost her mind from fear.
バイバイエンジェちゃん
Bye bye, Angie.
天国で好きなだけ魔女ごっこをしてなさ
Go and play witches as much as you want in heaven.
い撃て
Shoot her.
Do they have suppressors on? I doubt it, right? I doubt they have suppressors.
Probably not. Well, maybe.
They probably wouldn't even bother because like it's a 2-kilometer island in the middle of the ocean, right?
Yeah, well, I guess
Like,
it depends.
why would they bother?
I guess if it has suppressors on while it's in the case anyway.
Yeah, like personally speaking, if I were these people, I would have integral suppressors, like weapons with integral suppressors, so you just literally cannot fuck it up. Like you can't forget to put it on, you know?
Yeah. So more
Because I've been paying attention to the news way too long. I know that people will easily fuck that shit up without even realizing.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, they
Even people who are highly trained will absolutely fuck that shit up.
Yeah, so I think they probably have suppressors on just for other work.
Yeah. I don't know if Ryukishi actually thought about that, but you know, hey.
You sure?
おうち死ねエンジェ
Shoot. Die, Angie.
やれるもんならやってみなさいよあんたの魔法を
Magic it up, Brett, if you can.
Then the black suit cocked a gun and sneering, he pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out and the world stopped. A red spray scattered and chunks of flesh flew. Oh!
何をしてるのマモン
What are you doing, Memo?
銃弾ごとき無粋な石ころをエンジェ様に許すつもり
You would let this boorish petal of a bullet reach Lady Angie.
Lucifer had lined up the bullet perfectly with a single swing and sliced it in two. And in the chest of the black suit who had apparently fired the gun, there was a hole as big as a fist.
たまには私が一番乗りでもいいわよね
Leviathan. Every once in a while, it's alright for me to go first, right?
Half of Leviathan's body was covered with blood, and she wore a cold smile. Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah, this is what we wanted.
Yeah, and now of course they have to believe because they just saw 7 bitches just like materialize out of nothing and
Yeah.
stop a bullet.
Yeah, well, honestly, the bullet stopping probably is what's gonna make them see them. Because my view is, what's happening right now is, in the reality explanation, the miracle of Amakusa actually seeing this shit go down and getting a sniper position is what occurred.
Yeah,
But-
I would assume so, yeah.
But what that translates as is the Seven Sisters of Purgatory able to massage the situation. And get involved and make those bullets land very nicely. Then slowly, the pitiful prey that she had brought down fell over.
貫いた
You pierced a human.
バカね。
Yeah.
まだあんた信じてないの？私たちの主の魔力。
Idiot, do you still not believe in our the master's magical power?
Now you're sweating.
Are you kidding
これ
me?
だけの人間の
No.
前で権限したっていうの？
You manifested in front of this many humans. Yeah.
何を？何？
What the what? Which, yeah, Kasumi, you had not had to deal with any of this shit. So, like, fuck you, but also understandable to be like, what?
What the fuck? Yeah, it's like when you're about to execute someone and then like 6 other people literally just appear around them after you try and shoot the person. Yeah, you start going, huh? What?
Kasumi and the rest were thrown into confusion. He certainly seemed to have fired the gun, however, it hadn't hit Angie, and why was the person who fired instead?
これが魔法。
This is magic.
見事よ、レビアタン。
Great job, Leviathan.
光栄の至り。
I am most honored.
我らが主に逆らう愚かなる人間どもよ。
You foolish humans who dare oppose our master.
今こそひれ伏せ、審判の時。
Now is the time of judgment. Prostrate yourselves. That is a great expression on Leviathan's face.
100%.
人間の世界に
How?
魔法は持ち込めないはずなのに。
You shouldn't be able to bring magic into the world of
魔
humans.
法は見えないはずなのに、触れられないはずなのに。
They shouldn't be able to see magic. They shouldn't be able to be touched by magic.
どうして？
How?
これが本当の魔法だからよ。
Because this is true magic. I'm not voicing that one.
Yeah, no.
Amber?
何をして
If
る
you
の
don't
よ。
fucking move, I'm gonna throw you.
殺せ。
I'm sorry, he was like, he slipped off of the plate and started falling back into the back of the tablet and pushing it forward, and slowly pushing it off the desk, and I'm just like fighting him, like pushing the stand back against his back.
What are you people doing? Kill her! Kill her! One of the black suits who had finally come to his senses pulled his gun, aimed.
我らが主に銃口を覗かせる無礼を私が許
Did you
すと
think
思ったか。
Did you think I overlooked the disrespect of pointing a gun at our master?
死ね。
Die.
Those words were his funeral. The man had already been struck through the chest by Lucifer, who had become the stake of pride in an instant. Thump. The sound of the second person falling brought it home to the black suits that their lives were unmistakably in peril. Help! Yeah, no, that's absolutely a reasonable response from Goon
Yeah.
number 2.
Goon number 3.
Yeah, Goon
One
number
and two are
3,
dead.
really. Almost paralyzed with fright, the man turned on his heel in an attempt to escape from that place. And in that instant, the stake of sloth.
我が主への狼藉に対する報い。これ式で済んだことに感謝せよ。
Be thankful that this is the only recompense for your violence against our master.
死ね。
Die.
As a hole as big as a walnut opened in his right eye, and his head split. Belphegor was sprayed with blood, and her face twisted demonically with the joy of being able to use her full power.
Okay, so they can't actually see them at all yet.
No.
That's fine.
No. Yeah, it's fine enough that this much is happening. Who's
Yeah,
there?
absolutely.
Where are you? The black suits panicked, pointing their guns in every direction, but they didn't understand what was happening. They only knew that something terrifying was coming for them from somewhere, but they didn't know where.
バカ！敵はあんたたちのすぐ目の前にいるわよ。
Idiots, the enemy is right in front of you.
魔女の家具があんたたちを狙ってる。
The witch's furniture is after you.
But they could not see. Because they couldn't believe in magic, they could not see. Just as the Black Witch said, Satan was standing boldly right in front of the black suit. However, the black suit couldn't see that at all.
人間に私たちの姿が見えるとでも
You think humans could see our forms,
捉えられるとでも
perceive us?
わずかな人間が
You stupid humans.
魔法に対する畏怖を忘れたる愚かの代償を払うがいい
Time to pay your foolish compensation for forgetting your awe of magic.
何よこれ
What is this?
何が起こってるの
What's going on?
あなたには見えない
You cannot see
愛がないから
because you have no love. I doubt it. I doubt it's a love thing for
こ
her.
れだけの人間がいて半魔法の毒素をばらまいてるってのにどうして魔法が権限できるの
Impossible. There are so many humans here. The anti-magic toxin is everywhere. How can you manifest your magic?
あんた
Well, I mean, it's getting
本物な
weaker
の
every now and then because someone else is dying, so that means fewer humans.
Yeah.
What are you?
魔女よあんたと違
A witch.
う本物の
And unlike you, a real one.
うわーちくしょうこの
Damn you, you bitch. There you go. Have a real monotonous thing. Thank you. I love that description. Excellent.
As though announcing his candidacy for the fourth victim, one of the black suits pointed his gun at Angie and pulled the... Angie glared at him coldly and simply ordered, "Fucking die."
次
Next,
サタン
Satan.
フンドのサタンすでにここに
Satan the Wrathful, already here.
ならばが今のエンジェ様と私たちに銃弾ごときが当たると思うか
Slowpoke, you think a simple bullet could hit Lady Angie or any of us now?
Stake of Wrath pierced and smashed the bullet fired by the black suit and continued straight on towards the man's face. Fuck, though. Like, yeah, it has to be magic, even if Amakusa is doing this.
Right? Yeah. Because, like, if you smash the bullet, like, there's still gotta be fucking magic going on there.
Yeah. If you're smashing the fucking bullet, like, if you have that kind of precision, there is magic greasing the works. Anyway, the Stake of Wrath pierced and smashed the bullet fired by the black suit and continued straight on towards the man's face.
己が愚かさを知り地獄で後悔せよ
Know your foolishness and regret it in hell.
死ね
Die.
The terrible explosive sound, the upper half of the man's head was smashed. Bathed in scattered flesh and blood, Angie quietly asked one more time.
ねえかすみおばさんまだ
So, I definitely feel like there's absolutely magic going on here. For one thing, it can't just be fucking Amakusa's rifle. Because all of the wounds are different sizes.
That's fair.
Because one was the size of a fist, one was the size of a walnut, one is like half of his head. I just... So, on Kasumi, do you still not feel like believing in magic?
バカなことあるわけないでしょ
This is crazy. This can't be real.
認めない
I won't accept
Just
it.
fucking die like that then,
わけがない
bitch.
There's no way magic
Die
is
mad
real.
about it.
そうよ魔法なんてあるわけがない
Yes, that's right. There's no way magic exists.
You say it's a magical entity.
Yeah.
魔女なんているわけがない
There's no way witches exist.
魔法はあるよ魔女はいるようりゃ
Magic exists. Witches exist.
そうよ魔法はあるのよ
There you go, finally. Yes, magic
魔
exists.
女はいるのよ
Witches exist.
そしてこの怒りと悲しみで満ちた世界に幸せの世界
Are you allowed to say that as a demon, Emma?
Well, she's a overseer of the land of purgatory.
I guess. And in this world filled with anger and sadness, you can make them into the key that opens the door to a world of happiness.
あんたなんかにそれを否定させない
I won't let someone like you deny that.
幸せな世界への鍵はみんなの手に握られてるんだ。
Everyone holds the
Really?
key
'Cause I
to the
thought I
world
had
of
a lighter.
happiness in the palm of their hand.
それを奪う資格は誰にもないんだ。
No one has any right to steal that away.
それを理解できぬ哀れな人間よ。
You poor human who cannot understand
そ
this.
なたの人生に魔法の力があったならもっと違った穏やかなものになっていただろう。
If there had been magic in your life, it surely would have been very different and much more peaceful.
そなたがその生涯において本当の魔女と出会えなかった
All right, hold on. I got the perfect gift for this, but it's not gonna be like I don't think I can show it on camera. Just because, like, well, actually, no, I can't. I'm pretty sure I can. Hold on a second. Let me see if it'll still play. Well, I mean, it's very bright, but here you go.
Excellent. Excellent.
I don't want peace. I want problems. Anyway, not once in your entire life were you ever able to meet with a true witch. And for this, I pity you.
Sumi let out a piercing scream. Same time, the two remaining black suits came for me at once and thrusted their guns against my head, like they were trying to use me as a hostage against something their eyes couldn't see. Against the Seven Sisters of Purgatory high-level furniture who had now reached the level of weapons, this was completely and totally pointless. Nice, they leveled up! Because weapons are what, the Tiester sisters are.
Nice. Just like pumping them full of magic power until they forcefully increase to the next level.
Yeah, and probably because now the sisters are housing themselves in Amakusa's guns.
Could be, yeah.
Damn it, where are you? You don't stop attacking and this bitch is dead. Show yourself.
Victim number 5. Okay, look, you don't need to be that hungry, Beelzebub. That's a bit much. What's this guy on about? And his guts look so tasty, too. Lady Angie, leave the next one to me.
許す殺せ
Go ahead, kill him. I am so very grateful. Die.
The man's chest split and his guts poured out. This terrible way of dying threw the other man into a total panic. However, Asmodeus' form was already at his back, embracing his neck with her arm and smiling obscenely.
Of course she was. What a cute kid. Hey, where do you want me to pierce you? Lady Angie, do you have any preference?
頭
Head. Certainly, Master. Die.
The final black suit had his head smashed by the stake of lust, and his insides scattered, he twisted and fell. In that gruesome world where 6 people lay in a sea of blood, witch and human confronted each other.
スマデラかすみそなたの哀れなる人生に私は心の底より同情する
Sumadera Kasumi, I sympathize with your pitiable life from the bottom of my heart.
その埋めえぬ心の穴を塞げる魔法を授けてもよ
I can give you magic to seal up that unfillable hole in your
い
heart.
そなたがその魔法を信じるならば
If you will believe in that magic, that is.
バカなこと言わないで
Don't be so ridiculous.
こんなの私は認めない
This
Well,
is I won't
You're the
accept it.
7th person in their seven sisters, so, you know.
Time for Memon to get in on this.
Yep, she's the only one left.
As Kasumi slowly retreated backwards, scared out of her wits, she picked up a handgun that someone had dropped. Then, shaking, she pointed it at Angie.
そうよかすみ、その銃で撃ちなさい。
That's right, Kasumi. Shoot her with that gun.
あんたの憎しみを銃弾に変えて放ちなさい。
Turn your hatred into a bullet and shoot.
殺してやる。殺してやる。
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
あんたを殺さなきゃ。私の人生は報われないのよ。
If I don't kill you, my life will go unrewarded. It's gonna go very quickly otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
そうよ、殺して。引き金を引いて。
Yes, kill her. Pull the trigger.
あいつにあんたのみすぼらしい今日までのすべての怒りを、悲しみを。
I'm just waiting for Malon to just like interrupt her speech and just kill her. It's like, don't let her monologue, just fucking die. Take all of the anger and pain from your shabby life until now.
全部叩きつけてやるの。
Use it all against her.
そうでなきゃ、あんたは痛みと苦しみから解放されないのよ。
If you don't, you won't be released from your pain and anguish.
やめて、かすみおばさん。黒き魔女に耳を貸してはダメ。
Stop it, Aunt Kasumi. You mustn't lend an ear to the Black Witch.
殺してやる。殺してやる。
Kill you. I'll kill you.
あんたの母親のせいで、私の人生はめちゃくちゃ。
Because of your mother, my entire life has been a wreck.
なら、私の魔法でその人生をこれから少しずつ明るく穏やかなものにもできるかもしれない。
And maybe, starting now, bit by bit, you can turn that life into something bright and peaceful with my magic.
あなたが魔法を信じ、心を入れ替えさえすれば。
If you simply believe in magic and have a change of
あな
heart,
たに新しい世界への扉を開いてあげられるの。
it can open the door to a new world for you.
そんなものはないわ。あいつの言う救いなんて、どうせおとぎ話の中だけよ。
There's no such thing. The salvation she speaks of is obviously just some fairy tale.
あんたの人生はもはや死ぬまでトゲまみれ。
Your life is already covered with thorns until you die.
その苦痛の叫びをあいつに聞かせてやりなさい。
Let her hear your cries of agony.
失ったものは何も取り返せないのよ。そうでしょ、スマデラカスミ。
You can't regain anything that was lost, right? Sumatera Kasumi.
そうね。何も取り返せないかもしれない。
Yes, you might not be able to regain anything.
でも、きっと新しく何かを
That's what I was
生み
about
出
to
すこと
fucking
が
say.
できる。
Like, yeah, you can't get innocence back, but like, you know, you can build some new shit. It's
Yeah.
fine. But I'm sure you can create something new.
だからかすみおばさん、その銃を捨てて、
So, on Kasumi. Throw that gun
か
away.
すみおばさんにも幸せな世界を教えてあげられるかもしれない。
I might be able to teach you a world of happiness too.
私はね、
You don't know.
あんたの母親が逃げたせいで、あんたの母親のいい名付けと身代わりに結婚させられたのよ。
Because your mother ran away, I was forced to marry her fiancé as a substitute.
将来を誓い合った男がいたのよ。
You know, I had a man who promised to spend his life with me.
別れさせられたのよ。
You know, I was forced to break up with him.
の母親の代わりと継がされて、話もろくにしたことがない男とちぎりを交わさせられた私の気持ちがわかるっての。
You think you understand how I felt when I was made to wed in your mother's place and was forced to consummate the marriage with a man I had barely even talked to?
殺してやり
Oh,
たかった
that is no doubt fucking awful, Kasumi.
Yeah,
But that doesn't mean you get to, like, kill other people, you fucking weirdo.
I wanted to kill her,
なのに、姉さんは勝手に死んだ。
but my sister just went and died on her own.
だからあんたを殺すの。
That's why I'm going to kill you.
そうでなきゃ、私のトゲまみれの人生は終わらないのよ。
Otherwise, my thorn-covered life will never end. No,
Wait,
dear.
you've got a gun, you can fix that without killing anyone else.
From Kasumi's eyes, frenzied tears dripped down. This poor woman, even she had such a clear Even she had such clear and beautiful tears. But for that very reason, she hadn't been able to withstand her sad pain, and had no choice but to listen to the Black Witch's temptation. Yeah, you don't need to use two hads there. Like, I understand why you would think so.
Yeah, like that's still like proper English, but you don't need to in order to. Yeah, in fact, you probably shouldn't just for readability. It's like either way is acceptable in English. I feel so sorry for you.
ならばせめてあなたを、あなたの魂を永遠に解放し、連鎖の鎖から解き放ってあげるわ。
In that case, the least I can do is to forever release you and your soul from the bonds of resentment.
それが今の私にできる唯一の施しかもしれない。
That might be the only bit of charity I can give you now.
死ねー後ろ宮エンジェ
Die, Ushiromiya Angie.
さようなら、かすみおばさん。
Goodbye, Aunt Kasumi.
静かな世界でゆっくりと休んで。
Take a long rest in a quiet world.
I no longer feel any anger or hatred towards you. I just want to let your soul rest in peace. Kasumi's handgun spat fire. Slowly, that bullet continued through a world frozen to the utmost limit, making its way towards Angie's forehead.
マモン、
Memo.
強欲なマモン
Yes.
ここに
Memo on the covetous right here.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
あなたたちと作太郎に出会えたから、私は全てを理解できた。
It was because I met you and Sakutaro that I was able to understand everything.
エンジェ
作太郎は後ろを向いていなさい。
Look away, Sakutaro.
マモン、その女
でも
を解放してあげて。
Release that woman. So you just like let him watch the other 6 people die?
名誉を
But
守れ。
like not not Kasumi for some reason? What the fuck? And protect the honor of Mariage Sorcière. What? Angie, what the fuck was
覚
that?
悟せよスマデラかすみ
Yes, prepare yourself, Sumatera Kasumi.
Maybe she's been linked to a Tommy gun? And it's about to get a lot more, bloody?
Fucking. There's 2 dudes missing parts of their skulls. They're just like laying on the ground, brains everywhere. There's a motherfucker whose stomach was slit open and like had all of his insides poured out. Like, come on.
Yeah. Even though the world was frozen, a stake of greed flashed like lightning, and was already through Kasumi and out the other side.
貴様に多少の得があるならば再び煉獄の山で相まみえようぞ
If you possess the slightest virtue, you shall have an audience again on the mountain of purgatory.
死ね
Die.
The upper half of Sumadera Kasumi's head shattered. Her cage of flesh was broken, and she was finally released.
Well, that's just 7 more bodies on this island that already had 17 on them, at least.
Yep.
No, 18 if you include the old Beato.
Oh,
あ
yeah.
んたね、
And now it's just you,
黒き魔女。
the Black
今
Witch.
となっては、あなたにエヴァおばさんの面影を見ていることさえ、彼女に申し訳なく思うわ。
At this point, I feel bad for even seeing a resemblance to Aunt Ava in you.
私の姿が未だに後ろ宮エヴァに見えているなら
If my form still looks like
そ
Ushiromiya
れはあん
Ava,
たの中で未だに私が許せてないということだわ
that means you still haven't been able to forgive me inside yourself.
分かっているのよエンジェあんただってトゲまみれの人生から解放されたくて仕方がない
Alright, Ava, you gotta fucking chill here for a second, because my bladder's about to explode.
Yeah, fair enough. Alright, we'll be right back, folks. I'm actually going to the be right back screen so I can get some water.
Okay, yeah, let me pull that. I was already. Hello. Yes, we've all returned. Anyway, I understand, Angie. You also want to be released from your thorn-covered life more than anything.
なら面白いことを思いついたわ。
In that case, I've thought of something interesting.
私もあんたに魔法を見せてあげる。
I'll show you magic as well.
あんたを殺すのは私じゃないわ。
I won't be the one to kill you.
With the worst smile on her face, the Black Witch changed her form into something like a black mist, or else a vast swarm of black flying insects, which began to swirl around me. Then that black mist began to amass bit by bit, shaping into the form of a human.
What's this supposed to be?
うすうすは想像がついてるくせに。
I think you know very well what.
あんたが最も憎み、恨んだ。あの
The
女
woman you
よ。
hated and despised the most.
そして女もあなたを最も恨み、憎んだ。
And that woman hated and despised you the most as well.
When the black mist cleared, over there was Aunt Ava's form, as she had been while alive. In her hand, she was holding a gun.
エヴァおばさんは
お久しぶりね、エンジェ。
But Ava died.
Long time no see, Angie.
あんたを殺すために地獄から戻ってきたわよ。
I've returned from hell to kill you. Aunt Ava glared at me, laughing
で
madly.
もあまり驚かないわ。
But I'm not surprised.
エヴァは
Rather, I'm not that surprised. Aunt Ava was that kind of person.
私のお葬式はさぞや気分が晴れ晴れしたでしょ。
I imagine my funeral cleared your mood up quite a bit, didn't it?
私も晴れ晴れしていたわよ。あんたの面を二度と見なくて済むようになるんだからね。
It did for me too, because it meant that I never have to see your face
で
again.
もたった一つだけ心残りがあったわ。
But I did have just one regret.
それがこれよ。
And this is it.
私を殺すこと、
Killing me.
それが最後の遺言だったの。
Is that your last request?
How pitiful. Even after death, Aunt wasn't released from her suffering.
黒き魔女の力こそが私の魔法の源泉だったわ。
Sorry, taking a drink of water.
Yep.
It was the Black Witch's power that was the source of my magic.
怒りと憎しみが私に努力と不屈を教えてくれた。
Anger and hatred taught me how to work hard and
そ
persist.
れはあんたの言う現実逃避の魔法とは全く違うの。
Completely different from the escapist magic that you speak of.
あんたの言う魔法なんてただの八つ当たりによるストレス解消だわ。
The magic you speak of is nothing more than stress reduction through outbursts of anger.
Yep.
私たちの魔法は違う。
Our magic is different.
世界そのものを作り変えるの。
It can remake the entire
あん
world.
たの性悪魔法とは全く格が違う。
It's a completely different class than your ill-natured magic.
なら黒と白のどちらが勝つかこの場で決着をつけてあげる。
In that case, I'll settle it here and once and for all. Which comes out on top, black or white?
死してなお黒き魔法で復活してあんたをこうして重厚で狙える私の
You know that fucking the jokes that you see online about like people with Yuri goggles on, like having to find their gay and like the way the wind blows or whatever the shit.
Mm-hmm.
I just had a moment like that with the fucking magic that she was talking about.
Amazing.
Just black and white magic. Kissing in a tree.
By my black magic, I have performed a miracle that has allowed me to revive and point a gun at you like this, even after
あん
death.
たの白き魔法はどんな奇跡で対抗を
With what kind of miracle will your white magic fight back?
半魔法の毒素であなたを取り込んだわ
I have taken you in amongst the anti-magic toxin.
七姉妹はもう二度と呼べないわ
You
よ
won't be able to call the Seven Sisters anymore.
さっきの奇跡はもう起こらない
What the fuck is she talking about?
That,
Everyone here is dead. There isn't any more toxin.
that miracle just now won't occur again.
それでも起こるから魔法って言うんだわ
But it will regardless. That's the reason it's called magic.
いいわよ
Alright.
マモン私に力を貸して
Come on, lend me your power.
But Mammon didn't respond. She didn't appear. Certainly, as she said, the anti-magic toxin had burned everything up like a wasteland parched by a blazing sun. This might be a little tough.
呼びかけても無駄よもう二度と煉獄の七姉妹は答えない
It's useless to call out. Never again will the Seven Sisters of Purgatory answer you.
だからそれでも呼べるから魔法なのよね
Like I said, I can call them anyway. That's what makes it magic, right?
哀れねエンジェ
You're a sad child, Angie.
さよな
So long.
らあんたとのささやかな日々はそこそこに楽しかったわ
The simple days we spent together were reasonably
こ
fun.
れでお
It's
別れ
kind of fucked up.
This is goodbye.
よかったわねあんたの終着駅がここ
It must be nice for you that this was your final stop.
ええ全くよ気が利くわね
Yeah, totally. That's very thoughtful of you.
でありがとう
Thanks.
それじゃ
Then this is farewell. The barrel of the gun rose slowly so that you could see all the way down it. And the trigger was slowly. Then, there was a loud bang from the gun. Not in the sense that it fired, it exploded. You're kidding me. In shock inside frozen space, Ava looked at the exploded gun. When time unfroze, the fragments would probably smash into her face all at once.
強欲のママここに
I'm on the Covetous. Right here.
Fuck your anti-magic barrier.
It doesn't fucking work, bitch.
バカ
You're kidding me. Behind Ava's back, Mammon stood. She had already penetrated the target I had given her, which was the gun.
これで魔法は十分
Is this enough magic for you?
エヴァおばさん
I'll say that.
エンジ
What is this croaking? What the fuck? Great job, by the way, voice actor, but what the fuck?
Yeah. I was about to click ahead, and I'm glad I didn't. Then time unfroze. Fragments of the ruptured gun and gunpowder gas burned her face. Letting out a shrill scream, she rolled around, covering her face. It was pitiful.
運がなかったわねこれでゲームオーバーよ
Unlucky. This is game
エ
over.
ヴァおばさん
On Ava.
A signal to Mammon. To free Ava quickly from her pain as she writhed around with her burnt face.
ありがとうマモンあの日の教室であなたたちの無力を罵ったことを今こそ心の底よりそして再び謝るわ
Thank you, Mammon. I'd like to apologize again now from the bottom of my heart for calling all of you powerless on that day in the classroom.
あなたたちは魔女を守るための優秀な家具だった
You were excellent furniture for protecting witches.
こちらこそ感謝します良き魔女に良き主に最後に出会え家具の本分を尽くせたことを心より光栄に思います
It is I who should be grateful. I feel truly honored to have been able to meet a good witch and a good master in the end, and to have have had the opportunity to fulfill my duty as furniture.
Hammond understood. This would be the final job I would ever give her. Hammond quietly walked close. Then she looked down
エヴァ
upon
お
her.
ばさん、今日まで付き合ってくれてありがと
Aunt Ava, thank you for sticking with me till today.
う。これでお別れよ。
This is farewell.
Have a nice dream. See you hell.
Have a nice dream. See you in hell.
Cool.
Of course.
Fuck. You know what?
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
Good for you, Ava. Then the light sound of her forehead being punctured, or being perforated.
That was so fucking stupid it
rang out.
wraps around to being cool. Alright.
Yeah.
Or at the very least respectable.
Yep. The battle of gunpowder, smoke, delirium, and white and black magic was over. It felt like it had been a long, truly long journey. And the world slowly sank into darkness. Alright, do you want to call it here?
Yes. I am exhausted, and it took like an hour and a half to get to the next, like, the pause point because of that. That was a really long scene.
It really was. Alright, thank you very much for joining us. If you're watching on YouTube, you can follow you can look at the bottom of the video in the description, get a link to my Twitch channel, as well as Kat's Twitch, and Kat will tell you what you can find on the About section of their Twitch.
Yes. If you scroll down below the Twitch player, buy in, or go to the About section if you are watching the VOD or doing this afterwards, say from the YouTube channel, you'll find links to my Twitter, my Discord, my Kara. My Kara is my portfolio. There hasn't been any fucking new art there for a while because it's really fucking hot, and I literally cannot work right now. And by that, I mean, like, my tablet will shut off and will overheat, turn off when I try to work in this heat. So I am incapable of it. Even if I felt good and up to it, I literally cannot. But you can go there and see like what kind of pretty pictures I got, and maybe decide to hire me for it. But just note that it'll be a few months before I can really get to it again. Okay?
Yeah.
Maybe 1, maybe 2. I don't know how long. I live in a desert. It sucks. But on my Twitter and my Discord, you'll find pictures of my cats. You can talk to me. You can follow me for other bullshit. I tweet about Final Fantasy a lot. I talk about Elden Ring and shit in the Discord. There's stream alerts on both places. You know, there's a whole lot of reasons to join the two. Do it. Go for it. I'm tired. It's hot.
Alright. Good night, everybody.
Sorry. Stream done. Let's close all this shit.